This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Lock and West by Alexander C. Eberhart, narrated by Joel Leslie. Chapter 1. Lock. Note to self. Eye contact doesn't have to be intimidating. Just imagine the other person naked. Then, you'll be so embarrassed you can run away and not feel bad about it. I stare at the sticky note posted on the bottom corner of my laptop beside the trackpad. After a moment of psyching myself up, I close it, the details of reality seeping back into focus. My lunch looks up at me. Spaghetti tacos are new territory. My family isn't Hispanic, and even though I've frequented my share of Mexican restaurants, a byproduct of my mother's love for margaritas, I can't imagine this is what the proud people of Mexico had in mind when they unleashed the glory that is the taco upon an unsuspecting world. I try it anyways. Surprisingly not terrible. Who are you? The curly-headed blonde boy across the table asks, looking both bored and confused at the same time. That must be difficult. I often find expressing one emotion too burdensome. He wears them like hats. I realize he must be speaking to me. My ears burn. Locke, I answer, though I'm not sure he cares. Most people don't. It's like when they ask how you are. You could tell them that you're 2 seconds away from driving off a cliff and they probably wouldn't bat an eyelash. People don't care. Oh. His eyebrows draw together like a batarang, and I wonder what it is about my presence that's so confusing. You're new. It isn't a question. Yeah. My fingers grip the hem of my shirt. The soft familiarity keeps me from freaking out over the fact that a stranger is talking to me. I don't really do well with people. At least, real people. I much prefer those on paper. Where are you from? The questions continue. If I'd known I would be interrogated, I would never have accepted Shay's offer to sit at her table. Then again, she's the only person in this school who's acknowledged my existence so far, and although she's typically a minimum effort friend, this abandonment while she stands in line for a Diet Coke is making me reconsider our relationship. Seattle, I answer. My fingers work the cloth back and forth. I count the stitches I feel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting helps. The blonde leans forward onto his elbows, tossing hair out of his eyes. They remind me of the Puget Sound. A deeper blue hiding all the things you never realize lurk beneath the surface. They make me ache for home. No shit. That's terrible. It is terrible. It's terrible I'm not there right now, surrounded by people I know and streets that make sense. Nothing makes sense around here. Atlanta is a confusing, hot mess. They should never have rebuilt after Sherman burned it to the ground. Yeah, I say again. Maybe if I keep this interaction brief, no one will want to talk to me again and I can get back to work. But the dark-skinned girl beside him asks, Aren't you sick of rain? That's a dumb question. It doesn't rain as much as people think. Most of the year it's beautiful. Not like here with the haze and heat that grinds you down. I'd take rain every minute of every day if it meant I didn't have to sweat. Oh, yeah, the boy pipes in, turning to his friend. I heard people off themselves all the time up there because it's so dreary. It's like top 5 in the country. I read this article that said that the majority of... My friend Amanda killed herself last year, I interrupt. But that's because she had clinical depression and access to a lot of pharmaceuticals, not from the rain. The boy pauses before giving a nervous laugh. His friend stares with her mouth open. You're kidding, right? Why would I joke about suicide? I ask. Do they think it's funny? I have trouble catching on to what other people my age find amusing. I laugh at obscure memes and nihilistic humor, not those who lost their battle with depression. Okay, then. The blonde one claps his hands to dispel the topic. Forget I mentioned that. We don't make light of that kind of thing, by the way. Right, Chels? Yeah. The girl nods, mouth closing. To be honest, calling Amanda a friend is a stretch. I knew her, yes. We were in the same homeschool group for most of middle school. She borrowed the first book in my favorite series and never returned it. She always wore plaid skirts and a ribbon in her hair. I know she had 2 older brothers and a little sister, but knowing about someone's life isn't the same as knowing someone, and I don't have any answers as to why she did it. Sometimes people are just broken, I guess. I miss the rain, I say. Not yet feeling the waves of awkwardness I'm sure they're drowning in. It's too hot here. You get used to it. The girl, Chels, chuckles. It's a nice sound. Her voice is like music. If I was normal, I'd probably be into her. As I am not, I think she'd make a good friend. If I was interested in making friends, which I'm not, who needs that stress? Another month or so and it'll cool down. You know, at least a little. The blond boy jerks to his feet, the back of his hand pressed against his forehead as he strikes a pose. It's all very dramatic. Oh, hot Lana, thou art such a fiery mistress. Shut up, West. No one calls it that, Chels says, grabbing his hand to rein him in. The blond boy gives her a look. Okay, fine, I'll take it back. My uncle from Cleveland called it that. Once. But that doesn't mean it's a thing. Plus, my family shunned him until he stopped. And then we shunned him again when he went crazy and bought a yurt. Hot Lana is totally a thing, West replies, retaking his seat as if nothing happened. Why else would they make all the shirts? There's even a hashtag. The two of them continue to bicker amongst themselves. The back of my neck prickles because I'm not sure if they've excused me from the conversation. Should I keep listening? I get anxious when there isn't closure. Only when Shay gets back with her silver can do I finally release myself from the pressure of their two-sided conversation. It's a weight off my shoulders. Everything okay? She asks me, soda spraying to the sides as she cracks open the can. I nod, thankful for the comfort of a familiar person sitting beside me. I've only known Shay for the 3 short months of my confinement here, and while we don't really hang out, having her here next to me allows my hands to unclench the edge of my shirt. Familiarity is the closest I can come to comfort. Fine, Chels suddenly shouts. You can buy a Hot Lana shirt, but I swear to God if you try to wear it to my birthday party, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I cringe. The casual swearing that gets tossed around the school is still abrasive. Maybe one day my edges will smooth out, so they roll off without affecting me. Back me up here, Log. The boy, West, reaches his hand toward me like he's expecting me to link fingers with him. I remain in place. As the newest member of my Hot Lana squad, you have the final say. His squad? Interesting. I wasn't aware people talked like this. More eyes are on me than I care to think about. My fingers drop back to my hem as I stutter an answer. I don't think it really matters. That's a neutral response, West says, lips curling in smug satisfaction, which means I totally win. I don't follow his logic, but Chels just sighs and nods. Fine, wear your stupid shirt. But don't think I won't set you on fire if you disgrace my home with your camo Crocs. Is this what normal teenagers talk about? I can't imagine ever caring so much about what I'm wearing. What am I wearing today? A hoodie and jeans and the watch Dad gave me 2 weeks before. West's hands find Chelsea's, pulling them towards his chest. They exude an intimacy that's foreign and terrifying. Don't worry about it, If I don't pass the stupid geometry test next week, my mother will murder me and I'll never be able to make the faux pas of choosing a tacky wardrobe. Have you ever thought about getting a tutor? Shay asks, sipping her soda, then tugging down the cuffs of her sleeves. A light lavender scent wafts with a flip of her hair. It's calming. Everything about her is calming. I've tried. It doesn't help. He smirks like there's a secret behind his words. I always get too distracted. That's his subtle way of saying the last tutoring session ended with him sucking the guy's dick. Charles presents this information as if it's commonplace. My heart skips a beat, and suddenly, I'm preoccupied with counting the number of salt packets piled at the center of the table. 12. There's 12. Jesus, Chels, spill all my secrets, why don't you? It's not like we don't already know them. She pokes his chest, grinning. You're an open book, West O'Connor. And you're a bitch. West retaliates, pouting. But soon his lips quiver into a smile, and he adds, the best bitch, the greatest of all the bitches, the bitch queen. Queen bitch, the first of her name, buster of balls and defender of the... We get it. She cuts him off, giggling. What a strange pair. I know someone who could help you out, Shay says, seeming impervious to the complexities of their conversation. West breaks away from his newly proclaimed bitch in arms. Who might that be? And is he cute with red hair and glasses? He's adorable, but not a ginger, I'm afraid. He's also sitting next to me. I crane my head in search of this attractive mathematical genius. Oh my gosh, Locke. Shay's fingers cover her eyes. I'm talking about you. Huh? West looks at me, brows knitting together once more. Him? You don't say. Betrayal. This is a complete and utter violation of the unspoken agreement Shay and I have. I don't get involved. It's served me well the last 16 and a half years. I shouldn't question it. Unraveling my system now could prove catastrophic. I don't think that's a good idea. I cringe at my stutter. Stupid tongue always getting tied. Mom says my brain moves too quickly for my mouth to keep up. I think that's her nice way of saying I have a speech impediment. Why not? Shay the traitor continues. You're brilliant. He really is, West. You'd be lucky to have his help. And weren't you saying that you were looking for a chance to make some money after school, Locke? I'd meant I needed a job flipping burgers, or walking dogs, or scooping popcorn at the local AMC. Not helping dumb rich kids pass their classes so mommy and daddy don't take away their Maserati. Okay, that was harsh. But I can't stand someone who doesn't know their own privilege. Some of us have to scrape for what we have, and judging by the name brand labels displayed on his clothes and the Ray-Bans hanging from his shirt, West hasn't scraped for much of anything. West is looking at me again. Is this true, Seattle? Are you Stephen Hawking reincarnated? An eyebrow raises. What's your secret? Secret? Darn it, tongue. Get with the freaking program. Sure. West shrugs. Everyone's got a secret. The quiet ones are always juicy. He's holding me now with bottomless eyes that just draw you in. Deeper and deeper until your face is hot and your head is itchy and your breath comes in short little gasps and there's something wrong with your heart and... So, can you help me out, Locke? Huh? Wes looks amused. Does he know what's going on in my head? Can you help me study? I would be hella indebted to you, like something serious. We're talking name my firstborn child after you status. Although my head is screaming, abort, abort, my mouth says, yes. Awesome! His grin spreads wide. Are you free tonight? I need all the help I can get. I have to watch my little brother, I say. Thank God I have Jack as an excuse. I don't mind. The more the merrier. West persists. I'm nodding, as if this isn't the worst idea in the history of ideas. What is wrong with me? Shay nudges my shoulder.
I can come over too, if you need someone to watch Jack.
I don't remember telling her about my brother, but she knows his name, so I chalk it up to my latest social blackout. I'll say anything if I'm nervous enough. No, I decline, already dreading one person in the apartment. Another one might bring on full panic mode, and no one needs to see that. Thank you, I add, hoping she doesn't think I'm being rude. She doesn't seem offended.
No problem.
West and Chelsea are back at each other's throats over their latest conflicting opinion, as I stare at the mess of marinara leaking from my taco shell. My fingers find the hem of my shirt, and counting the threads is the only thing keeping my head from exploding. In just a few short hours, West will be in my home, and there won't be anything to buffer. Jesus.
Chapter 2. West. A list of reasons why I've always wanted a little brother. 1. I'd have a minion to carry out my bidding. Who doesn't love blind loyalty? 2. We would outnumber my sister 2-1. Fight the older sibling regime. 3. Someone who worships the ground I walk on. So I'm an attention whore, sue me. 4. Maybe then my parents' expectations wouldn't be so soul-crushing. Cross out, cross out, cross out, cross out. We drive my sister crazy. Who wouldn't like that? Jack is everything I could hope for. A 3-foot tornado of destruction vaulting over the back of the sofa with a pirate hat strapped to his head and a wooden cutlass clenched between his teeth. Our game of Pirates/Fish Hospital has blown up all over the living room, the corpses of our enemies and the mates we couldn't save on the operating table strewn wall to wall. The little monsters made sure we've had zero time for studying. Land ho!
Jack shrieks, latching onto Locke's leg as he gathers dishes from around the apartment.
Come play with us, Lan!
Not now, Jack. Locke doesn't speak unkindly. He bends down to remove Jack from his leg, settling him back on the ground with a pat on the head. Then he straightens, towering over us both. Has he always been that tall? Maybe it's just the angle, but I swear he didn't seem that big when I met him this afternoon. He's got to have at least 6 inches on me. He's been preoccupied with chores the entire time I've been playing and seems a bit anxious. Or maybe he vibrates naturally. What a talent.
Oi, that's Captain Jack to you, scurvy maggot!
I toss a plush shark at his chest, but it bounces off. He gapes at me, incredulous. The wide set of his mouth twitches, but refuses to give in to the smile. Jack offers his brother an eye patch, marked with a skull and crossbones.
You can be my first mate.
I thought I'd be your first mate, I gasp, throwing myself over the armrest of the sofa. Oh, the betrayal from me own captain! If nothing else, this supposed study session has given me a chance to work on my horrible English accent. I'd give Dick Van Dyke a run for his money. Jack giggles and rushes to my side as Locke sneaks through the ship/hospital/living room toward the hall in the back of the apartment. Locke told me they've been here for months now, but there's still a pile of boxes sitting untouched in the corner. Clear evidence of a severe downsize of living space.
You're still my first mate,
Jack tells me, handing over the other eye patch. I strap it on, both eyes covered now. Oh my God, I've gone blind! It must be shark fever! My hands shoot in the air, grasping for Jack and tickling his belly. Jack howls with laughter as I chase him blindly around the living room, until I slip on a stuffed dolphin and faceplant into the soft carpet. The little sea captain tackles me, stabbing me with a plastic syringe in attempts to heal my nautical ailments. I'm a goner, Captain! I flip over onto my back, seizing Jack's thin arm to pull him closer. This will be good. I've been rehearsing my go-to death scene speech. It's getting so dark. Tell my husband and kids that I love them.
I gasp and cough and sputter, giving my best performance. It's truly spectacular. Move over, Leo. I'm coming for your Oscar. Jack's looking at me funny when I lift an eye patch. Something wrong, buddy? Sea lion got your tongue? You said husband. His little voice is uncertain, eyebrows drawn down. But you mean wife, right? No, I mean husband, I tell him. When he doesn't seem to get it, I add, I'm gay, Jack. What's that mean? He asks. No judgment, just looking for answers. Oh, shit. I guess I shouldn't just assume everyone had the same upbringing as me. Double shit. Am I really gonna have this conversation right now? Where the hell is Locke? West? Jack's eyes are boring into my soul. Oh boy. Here goes nothing. It means I like other boys, I explain, trying to keep it simple. How does he not know this? Don't they go over it on Sesame Street these days? It means I'll marry a boy someday, not a girl. But who will be the mommy? There won't be a mommy, I tell him. There'll be two daddies. He chews on that for a minute. I don't like that, he says finally. My heart skips a beat. And why's that? Because I miss my daddy. He swings his toy sword slowly back and forth. Why does someone else get two of them? Locke hasn't said anything about his father, and I'm a naturally curious, nosy person, so I look back to the hall to make sure the coast is clear before I ask, where is your daddy? Mommy says he isn't here anymore. He pulls up his shirt to scratch his belly button in true little kid form. That's why we moved. Locke walks back in before I can ask another question, and Jack rushes over to him. Lan, West is gay. His kids will have two daddies. Oh, geez. This kid has no chill. Now, Locke is looking at me like I've slapped him in the face. He shakes his head, looking down at his little brother. Hey, buddy. His voice is calm, even though I can see his hands are full-on trembling. Why don't we eat dinner in our PJs? Go change and wash up. Jack sheds his hat, bolting for the hallway, and leaving me with his pissed-off brother. Lucky me. He doesn't say anything, just stands there, hands quivering, eyes locked on me. What's for dinner? I ask, crawling to the recliner to help myself off the floor. What did you tell him? His words come slowly, like he's funneling them. What are you talking about? Why is my 6-year-old brother talking about gay? He shouldn't even know what that word means. Whoa, whoa! My hands raise in a surrendering motion. Why are you freaking out about this? You know I'm gay, right? Duh, Locke huffs. I can't, there isn't. I take a few steps and place a hand on either shoulder, forcing his brown eyes to finally meet mine. I get it, dude. I didn't mean anything by it, honest. He nods, eyes falling to the floor. Sorry, I didn't mean to get all crazy. I smile at him, hoping to chase away the dreary look he's been wearing all night. His brow droops down, forming wrinkles no teenager should have. He's much cuter when he isn't scowling. No worries. Crazy is fun at times. The faintest smile plays on his lips, but vanishes just as quickly. I catch myself lingering, so I pull my hands back. He clears his throat. Want to help me with dinner? He asks. I scratch the back of my head. I should probably tell him about the last time I tried to use the oven and how it's impossible to get the smell of burnt cookies out of your clothes. It's even harder to scrape melted plastic off oven grates. There's a good chance I'll fuck everything up, but what the hell? Locke twitches. He does that every time I curse. I've given him a lot of reasons to twitch. We both head into the cramped kitchen to get started. Jack barrels into the room a moment later at full speed, yelling, Captain Jack is hungry for flesh! On second thought, I catch Jack around the waist, hoisting him into the air. Why don't I keep the pirates at bay while you cook? Locke grins. It's a nice change.
Chapter 3. Locke. Reminders. Make Jack's lunch. Check. Finish geography quiz. Check. Set Mom's alarm clock. Check. Do the laundry. Check. Get a life. No check. So, if you add all these together, I drag my pencil across the scrap paper. You'll come up with the surface area for the polygon. What did you come up with? West mutters under his breath, then drags his teeth along his bottom lip, scribbling furiously on his own paper. 32 square inches? I double-check my measurements. Not even close.
Shit! This sucks!
He slams the pencil down, narrowly avoiding landing his elbow in the plate of untouched mac and cheese. Keep it down, I urge him. Unless you want to try to learn all this with a screaming 6-year-old in the background. Fair point. We've been working for almost 2 hours now, and it feels like we're going in circles. While West is still driving the struggle bus, I have managed to glean a few things from the effort. 1. West is kind of impatient. Not surprising, considering he's probably never wanted for anything in his life. 2. Just because I'm good at math doesn't mean I'm good at teaching it. My stupid, twisted tongue isn't helping anything. 3. This is making me think of my tutoring sessions with Dad. And that's the last thing I want to think about. Maybe we should call it a night. Wes lets out an infectious yawn. His lips curl into a snarl as he exhales. We can get this, I say, stifling my own yawn. I don't want Wes to feel like he's wasted his time, or that he doesn't have to pay me. But then the door opens and ice spills into my veins when I hear the jingle of my mother's keys. It's way later than I intended.
Lan?
Her voice drifts from the door, and then there's the sound of scattering papers and a dull thud.
Damn it! How many times have I told you to put your shoes up?
Excuse me, I whisper to West, who's nodding off at the table. This is bad. Mom probably hasn't checked her messages, which means there's a stranger in her home. I've got to run interference. Mom stoops down, gathering the mess of files spilled across the linoleum. Stress has twisted her features, aging her 5 years in a matter of months. It's something I don't point out. How strings of gray hair show against her dark natural color, bags leaching any vibrancy from her once bright eyes, the way her clothes hang on her like old drapes, and even the deep ochre color of her skin looks faded and lifeless. Everything about her screams broken. We're all still mourning, I guess, just in different ways. Sorry about the shoes, I say, scooping up an armful of papers. Her sigh is a birthday balloon deflating, sad and whiny.
I'm sorry I yelled.
We haven't strayed from our routine since we moved. Yell, snap, fight, apologize, rinse, and repeat. I've tried to skip a few steps as of late and go straight for the apology. It keeps things brief. Once she's gathered her documents, she sets the impressive stack on the kitchen counter, wrinkling her nose as she spies the pot with a layer of burnt mac and cheese at the bottom. That's what you get when you trust the 16-year-old to cook dinner, Mom.
Where's Jack?
She asks, opening the fridge to grab her own dinner, a bottle of white wine. He's been asleep for 2 hours, I say, folding an arm against my chest. It helps keep my mouth in check, holding back the words rattling around my ribcage. It's 10:30, Mom. She pauses, looking at the stupid clock on the oven because she can't just believe her son. Oh. She pours her glass, leaving the bottle on the counter. I'd put it away for her, but it would be a waste of time. It'll be empty soon. That's all I get. No thanks or acknowledgement of my efforts to keep this family from falling apart. Nothing new there.
Hey, Locke.
West pokes his head around the corner. I'm gonna tap out. Maybe we can try this again tomorrow? Sure, I answer before I can stop myself. See you at school. Later. He gives us both a wave, then leaves through the front door. Who was that? Mom asks, already down to half a glass. She works fast. Someone from school? I grab a sponge from the sink, avoiding her stare as I scrub a cheese stain off the counter. I'm tutoring him. She doesn't say anything, just continues to glare at me. I count the number of circles it takes to remove the orange residue. What? I ask, when there's no more cheese and I can't take the silence. I don't want you bringing people into our home without my knowledge. Home? How can she call it that? This place isn't home. My home is thousands of miles away, clear across the country. Does she not feel the same way? It wasn't from lack of trying. If you check your phone, there were 3 missed calls and a text message. I don't appreciate that tone, Lachlan. And I don't appreciate the fact you're never here, Mom! I snipe. It's too late to take it back, so I keep laying into her. How am I supposed to run everything by you when I can't reach you? That's not fair. I have to work. It's not like I have a choice. How many times does she tell herself that in a day? That she's making the right decision by staying late at the office or volunteering to run herself to death for execs who pay her no mind instead of coming home and being a mom. I'd be a fool to think she stays away for any other reason than to avoid us. But I don't say any of that. I toss the sponge into the sink, saying, He's paying me. So unless you get home at a decent hour so I can meet him elsewhere, we'll be right here. Lachlan? Good night, Mom. I turn my back so she can't see the tears welling in my eyes. The door to my bedroom closes, and I fall face first into my neatly made bed, letting out a scream of frustration into a pillow. I don't know how much more I can take. Chapter 4. West. A list of reasons I think Locke is also gay. 1. His reaction last night. Methinks he dost protest too much. 2. His quiet, timid demeanor. It kind of screams closet case. Poor guy. 3. Then maybe I won't feel so freaking alone. Cross out, cross out, cross out, cross out. My overzealous assumption that everyone is gay. That could have something to do with it. Do you really think he's... I'm almost 100% positive there's a 50-50 chance. Chels smacks my shoulder. That doesn't make sense. It's gay math. Sorry, you wouldn't understand. Oh, whatever. She pouts, stabbing a strawberry with her fork. Our lunch table sits deserted today. Only Chels, me, and Silent Steve brooding at the end. I don't know if Silent Steve's name is actually Steve, but he doesn't object to it. Or anything for that matter. Oh God, is he even real? I'm way too sober to be thinking like this. Locke! Chels waves him over to the table. He sits across from us. Where's Shay? She said she had to suffer through a student council meeting. Locke sets his tray down, shedding his backpack. There's a colorful assortment of pens on the front, but I don't have time to decipher them before he slides it to the ground. Oh, lame. Chels pops the murdered berry into her mouth, staining her otherwise perfect teeth. I was gonna ask if she's planning on being there Saturday. Does it matter? I say with a laugh. Half the school will be there. It certainly does matter. Chels looks at me like I've grown a second head. We've been over this. If she comes, she'll bring her brother, and if she brings her brother, I can finally cross him off my list. Ah, yes. Who could forget Chelsea's list of boy toys? She appreciates a good list. It's one of the many reasons she's my favorite person. She's running out of names, so I understand her desperation. She's so close to completion. List? Locke echoes. He hasn't touched his food. Something we have in common. Don't ask, I warn him. Ooh, there's Derek. Chels shoots out of her seat. He'll be my backup, just in case. Catch you two later.
I wave as she saunters off to the table of football players, unfastening the top button of her blouse. I sigh, tossing a glance over my shoulder to Locke. She's a mess. He doesn't respond, just sort of stares off into space. I admire his expression. My face constantly betrays my thoughts, letting everyone know my secrets. He also has these big hands with fingers long enough to be a piano prodigy. They fiddle with the drawstring on his hoodie. I wonder how they'd feel twisted up in my hair. You all right? I'm sorry, he blurts, leaning over his tray. Okay. Apology accepted. He doesn't elaborate, just moves his fidgeting hands to his lap. Care to fill me in on what you're sorry about?
Last night,
Locke chokes out.
I didn't mean to get so upset.
Oh, this is about the gay thing. It's chill, I tell him, though it really isn't. Jack's just a kid. I was helping him understand, or at least trying to. No biggie. Locke just nods, biting his bottom lip. And because I'm a piece of shit with no social tact, I can't help but ask, are you gay, Locke? I can practically see his pulse skyrocket, russet cheeks darkening as his eyes dart back and forth. He's quiet and obviously uncomfortable. I have that effect on people. I'm sorry, I backpedal. I didn't mean to put you on the spot or any...
It's complicated.
He interrupts, then adds,
like beyond complicated. Like solving a Rubik's Cube while hurtling off a cliff and knitting your own parachute.
That's very specific.
Specificity is one of my better qualities.
Right. That's good to know. An awkward silence falls over the table. No thanks to Silent Steve. Why is he so quiet? I bet he never has to worry about saying the wrong thing. If he exists, that is. What did I miss? Chelsea asks as she slides onto the bench beside me. She's unfastened her shirt so far down I can see the red lace of her bra.
Nothing,
stammers Locke, finally using his fork to push around a pile of peas. Chelsea cuts her eyes to me, but mum's the word. I couldn't tell her what was going on even if I wanted to. Locke is a very confusing individual. Is it weird I find that kind of hot?
Chapter 5. Locke. Note to self. Stop staring at West. Yes, that's it. I quickly rein in my excitement. We're day 3 into West's tutoring marathon, and he's managed to do something right. Okay, that's harsh. He's doing a lot of things right. Just not the things that count.
Fuck yeah!
West leaps from his seat, beating his chest like an ape.
I am, man. Take that, numbers.
Shh! There's no way Jack is still asleep after that outburst, but that doesn't keep the smile from my face. Maybe I'm not such a bad teacher after all. I think I may have inherited a little of Dad's.
We should celebrate.
West's eyes are shining in that weird kind of dewy way. They still catch me off guard. Their depths bluer than should be possible. It makes my chest ache for home. At least, that's what I tell myself. What did you have in mind? I ask, looking into the kitchen. I think there's some ice cream in the freezer. Lactose-free, of course.
Oh my God, you're adorable. You should totally come to Chelsea's party tomorrow, he says, gathering his things.
It's almost 11, but it's Friday night, so we've been working late. Mom's MIA, which is no surprise. A party? A real live high school party, like from the movies? I seriously don't think I have the mental fortitude for that. That's so many people. In a cramped, unfamiliar space, the ache in my chest transforms into a tightening noose just thinking about it. I can't, I say, focusing on steady breaths through my nose. How many pots are hanging above the sink again? 3, 4, 5. No, wait, it can't end on 5. I need to count something else.
Why not?
West pouts, zipping his backpack closed. It looks new. Much nicer than any backpack I've ever had. It also matches his shirt, which rides up ever so slightly when he shrugs the pack onto his shoulders. Oh man, shake it off, Locke. I've got Jack tomorrow, I say. It's not a lie. I really do have to watch him. Mom is going to some stupid conference out of town tomorrow and won't be back until Sunday night. She's asked my Aunt Jill to check in on us, which makes me angry. She doesn't think I can take care of him. Oh God, I ended on 5. I gotta find something else to... Find a babysitter. Wes says it like it's the simplest of ideas. I guess it is, in a sense. I'm scrambling for excuses now, distracted by the odd-numbered things in this room. So, don't tell her. I can't do that. That would be lying. So? I take a breath. There's gotta be something to count. Maybe the pencils I have lined up beside my notebook. So, lie. It's easy. No, it's not. Wes stops, turning on me with the swell of the sea in his eyes. If you don't want to go with me, you can just say it. He grins, leaning way too close. I'm a big boy, Locke. I can handle rejection. I gulp. This close, I can smell the woodsy scent of his cologne. What was I doing again? It's not... I don't mean... There's just... Wes pulls away, taking the air from my lungs with him. It's just a party, Locke, not the end of the world. I get it. He goes for the door, but I'm not ready for him to go. There are still all these odd-numbered things, and I can't breathe right. Okay. Wes stops, looking back at me as my fingers fall to the hem of my shirt. Oh God, what did I just say? Okay. Yeah. 1 thread, 2 threads, 3 threads, 4. I'll get my Aunt Jill to come watch Jack. Or something. I'll figure it out. West is smiling now. A goofy grin that makes my heart flutter in a way I've only experienced on roller coasters. And while watching Doctor Who. That's more like it, he says. I'll pick you up. Be ready by 7? I nod, unable to speak because my heart is about to soar out of my throat. What is going on? Cool. He gives me one last grin. See you then. Bye. West closes the door behind him. What the F did I just do?
Chapter 6. West. A list of reasons Locke is the fucking bomb.com. 1. He is a dope-ass teacher. I mean, I actually understood what he was telling me. What a concept. 2. He's hella chill. His calmness keeps me from flying off the rails if I make a mistake. I have a bit of a short temper. People call me dramatic. Go figure. 3. His adorable face. Cross out, cross out, cross out. He's got great penmanship. Yeah, that. I got it. I can't believe I finally fucking got it. It's not like I'm an idiot, but I was honestly starting to feel that way. Locke has single-handedly saved my ass with his WizKid status. I need to make sure he has fun tomorrow. Then again, he seems so sheltered. I get the feeling he may spend the whole night hiding in the corner. That's future West's problem. For now, I'm just stoked there's a half-decent chance I'll pass my geometry test. And it's all thanks to Locke, with his adorable stutter and severe personality. Wait, did I just say adorable? Shit.
Chapter 7. Locke. Note to self. Phone calls aren't scary. They're conversations, sans eye contact. What more could you ask for? Please don't pick up. Cross out, cross out, cross out. I've dreaded this call all morning, but there's no way I'm talking myself out of it. Aunt Jill will say yes, I just know it. If I'm being honest, which I always am, That's what I'm afraid of. I'm terrified of what it means if I can go tonight. The phone rings twice before she picks up.
Hello, my little lamb.
Aunt Jill's voice is sugary sweet.
I was just about to check in on you boys.
Hey, Jill. She refuses to let us call her aunt in fear she'll finally be the old spinster Granny predicted she'd be. In her defense, Jill's only got 3 cats. So far. I have a favor to ask.
Name it. I live to serve.
Well, you see, there's this party tonight my friend is going to.
Who's the friend?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. God, are you sure you're my flesh and blood?
I'm not. You and Mom were adopted.
It's an expression, Lan.
Focus, Jill.
Sorry. Go on.
Right. There's this party I was invited to, so I was hoping you could maybe watch Jack. I can hear Jill click her teeth, which means she's thinking. My heart pounds in my ears. Chill, Locke. You're gonna have a stroke at 16.
Who's driving?
My friend, West.
Will there be dancing? Dim lighting?
How am I supposed to know?
Will there be underage drinking?
Most likely, I answer. There's no point in lying about it. I've seen the movies, so I know how this works.
If you drink, will you promise not to drive or get in the car with someone who's drunk?
I can't drive, and duh, I'm not stupid.
Okay, what time should I be there?
I don't... Wait, you're saying yes?
Yeah, dummy.
She laughs.
Were you hoping I was gonna say no?
I kinda was. No, I just,
Jesus, you need to get out and live a little, Lan. In my honest opinion, you've had to be a grown-up for too long now. If you give me the chance to let you revert to your rebellious teenage glory, even for just one night, I'm in. See you guys in an hour?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks, Jill.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'll bring the waffles.
The line goes dead with a click, and the reality sets in. I'm going to a party. God, what am I thinking?
Chapter 8. West. A list of times my mother has said, I love you. 1. My 6th birthday. It was what I wished for when I blew out the candles. When I told her, she rolled her eyes and recited it with almost enough emotion one might consider her human. 2. 3. That's all I can remember. Wesley, I need you, please. My mother's shrill voice carries up the stairs, ruining my perfect Saturday morning. I haul my lazy ass out of bed, where it would have remained for another few hours, and drag it downstairs into the kitchen. Mother already has herself decked out in a little black dress straight from Saks Fifth Avenue, and a ridiculously flashy necklace that blinds you when the sun hits it just right. Why is she all dolled up? Knowing her hobbies, it's a committee meeting to raise money for something that doesn't really matter, like light bulbs for blind people or some stupid shit. Ignoring real problems is Mother's forte. What? I ask through a yawn. Jesus, West. Mother shields her eyes. I'm surprised she didn't say Wesley again. It took months of pleading for her to even consider calling me something else. Can you at least put some clothes on? I look down. I'm wearing boxers like I always do. What's the big freaking deal? Did you need something? Your father wanted me to talk to you. She doesn't actually look at me, just keeps typing away on her tablet. She's far too busy to address me directly. And what exactly did the old man want to tell me that he couldn't do it himself? Your father wanted to remind you that your grades aren't at the level we expect from you. She stops typing long enough to give me a bored look. And that we'll be gone over the weekend, so you're to be on your best behavior. When am I not? I scoff, grabbing the jug of milk from the fridge. Mother makes a disgusted face as I drink from it. I'm serious, West. Your father and I are this close to pulling you from that school. That catches my attention. You can't do that. We can do as we please, Mother responds. And to be quite honest, I'm still trying to rationalize your reasons for staying in that place. Public school is so beneath you, Wesley. I cringe at the name. Okay, I give in, closing the fridge. I'll get it together. Be sure you do. She's back on the tablet, squinting because she refuses to wear her reading glasses. She considers them a sign of weakness. Now, please go get dressed. Your sister will be here any minute, and I don't want her fiancé to see your ding-a-ling flopping around. My pulse jumps. What's Claire doing home? She and Blake are staying for a few weeks so we can start planning the wedding. And they'll be here in 15 minutes, so I suggest you get moving. I'll have Ingrid lay something out for you. I'm not 12 anymore. I can pick out my own clothes. She cocks an eyebrow, and I'm reminded of the fact that I'm currently lacking in the clothing department. You know what I mean. Get ready, West. I have no problem leaving you behind, but it will upset your sister if you aren't there. She'll get over it, I mutter. Claire is on my shit list right now. I'm not sure I'm ready to see her. We haven't spoken since the family vacation last summer, and as for her fiancé, make a decision, Mother tells me, tucking the tablet under her arm before making her chilly exit. A shiver shoots up my spine, but maybe that's just the fridge. Fine. I guess I'm stuck going to stupid brunch or whatever fresh hell they've arranged. My stomach growls as I head back up the stairs.
Chapter 9. Lock. Reminder. Try not to hover around Jill. She's more than capable of handling herself. Most of the time. Cross out, cross out, cross out. Aunt Jill rolls in an hour and 4 minutes after getting off the phone with me.
Sorry I'm late.
She tosses me a bag of waffle mix, wheeling herself into the kitchen.
Now, get cracking with these eggs.
I hurry to move the trash can out of the way as one of her wheels bumps into it, threatening to topple the whole thing to the floor. Our kitchen isn't the most accessible, but Jill never minds. Then again, she doesn't let anything hold her back. She always tells me the accident gave her a chance to be fearless. I never understood how getting creamed by a drunk driver and having your vertebrae shattered is an empowering experience, but that's Jill. She's got silver linings for days.
Move it, my little lamb. Those embryos ain't gonna mix themselves.
She pulls Mom's Mickey Mouse waffle iron out of the cabinet, resting it on the stove.
Aren't eggs weird? Like, who thought about eating chicken babies?
I shrug, gathering a mixing bowl and whisk. A powdery cloud rises into the air as I empty the bag, carefully cracking one egg after the other, counting the required amount. It asks for 3, but I put in a 4th because I'm me.
Where's my Jack Attack?
Jill asks after I've handed her the bowl of batter. He's watching cartoons, I answer, washing the yolk from my hands. I should let him know you're here. There's no better duo than Jack and Jill. The two get into all sorts of mischief. That particular thought doesn't make me feel any better about leaving them tonight.
Let him veg out,
she tells me and pours a scoop, Mickey's face filling in with batter.
He'll be even happier when there are waffles.
The lid on the iron closes, sizzling as the excess liquid pours from the side. Jill rolls back to the sink, and I close the distance between us, wrapping my arms around her from behind. My chin rests on top of her head.
Oh, Lan!
She pats my arm.
What's this all about?
I've missed you, I say, taking in the familiar scent of strawberries and cream shampoo. At least that part of her hasn't changed. It's been almost 2 years since the accident. We were in Seattle when it happened. Mom flew down for a week. When she got back, she was hollow for a while. Mom always called Jill her joy. When the two of them were together, she brought the best out of my mother. Mom hasn't smiled much since then. especially now that Dad...
So, who's West?
I release my hold on her, fingers finding the edge of my shirt. A friend? I tell her with a steady voice. And that's the truth, he's a friend. So why is my heart racing at the mention of him? Jill clicks her teeth, pulling one side of her chair to face me.
Does this friend happen to be cute?
He's a guy.
And?
A silent moment passes, and the timer sounds. Jill turns away long enough for me to slip out before she can ask me more questions. I can't answer.
Chapter 10. West. A list of the top 3 people I despise on this earth. Curtis Nguyen. Asshat. Check. Homophobic bully. Check. Reason I left private school. Check. If he were to get trampled by a herd of wildebeests Mufasa style, that'd be fine. Dennis Gray. Prima donna. Check. Theater rival. Check. Insufferable. Check. He made our last theater teacher retire 5 years ahead of schedule. Clayton Derrick. Cross out, cross out. Donald Trump. All the things. Check. But Blake Redden, the sorry excuse of a man who wrangled a ring onto my sister's hand, takes the whole fucking cake. He hasn't made it onto my list officially because it's still a new loathing and he doesn't deserve the headspace. That doesn't make him any less insufferable. Nor does it erase what happened over our family's summer vacation. But we've agreed to never speak of that again, even though it would totally ruin... The table explodes with laughter. My father pinching his nose to keep coffee from pouring through it and onto his expensive-looking dessert. I knock a strawberry off my own, using it to doodle in the chocolate sauce around the edges.
God damn!
Father wipes the end of his nose.
I haven't laughed that hard since Hillary announced she was running for president.
Another round of snickering, and I'm about 1,000% done. This has been the longest lunch in my entire life, and I have a party to get ready for.
Glad I could help, Bill.
Blake is beaming like he just hit the in-law lottery. He has, I guess. My parents are loaded. Like, stupid loaded? Like, I have a manager for my trust fund loaded. Like, I need wheelbarrows for all my privilege. You get the idea. Claire, sweetheart. Mother reaches across the table to take her hand. It seems like an endearing gesture, but I know she's only sizing up the rock on her ring finger. The way her mouth twitches tells me she isn't too pleased. How's your internship? Claire's been interning at the CNN Center in Atlanta since her graduation last spring. She tucks a strand of honey blonde hair behind her ear, then gushes, "It's going so well. And Blake just started his residency at Northside, so it's nice that he's close by." That's right. The dickhead is a doctor. Just what I want when I'm dying. A pompous jerk who's going to talk to me like I'm an idiot. Maybe he's marrying Claire just to pay off those ridiculous student loans. That makes sense. How exciting! Mother smiles, releasing Claire. When can we expect to hear wedding bells? I've got a selection of venues just waiting on the word.
We were thinking sometime in the spring.
Blake chimes in, unleashing all that southern gentleman charm.
When the weather...
My phone vibrates against my thigh, and I immediately tune out. There's a text from Claire. Claire, how are you doing? 11:14 a.m. I look to my sister, her hands seemingly folded in her lap. That sly bitch. I try to be just as discreet. Me. That's a loaded question because right now your boyfriend is making me want to stab myself in the eye. 11:14 a.m. Claire coughs to cover a laugh. Another buzz. I think you mean my fiancé is making you want to stab yourself in the eye. 11:15 a.m. I snort. What the fuck ever? 11:15 a.m. Back to my original question. How are you? You're looking a lot better than the last time I saw you. 11:16 a.m. She's not going there. First off, you promised we wouldn't talk about this. Ever. Second of all, it's none of your duckin' business. 11:18 a.m. I'm really proud of you. That's all I'm gonna say. Damn autocorrect. Fuck off. I still haven't decided whether or not I've forgiven you. 11:17 a.m. Can you grow up? Just for a day? 11:17 a.m. I'm 16. I'm supposed to be moody and angsty and hate my family, especially when they violate my trust. 11:18 a.m. Chels interrupts. Chels, are you still bringing your tutor/boyfriend tonight? 11:18 a.m. Me, he's not my boyfriend. 11:18 a.m. Claire, wait, what? 11:18 a.m. Me, fuck, not you, disregard. 11:19 a.m. Me, he's not my boyfriend. 11:19 a.m. Claire, okay. 11:20 a.m. Chels, I'm kidding. Jesus, take it down a notch. 11:20 a.m. I'm kinda in the middle of something, Chels. See you tonight. 11:20 a.m. Claire, is there something you want to tell me? 11:21 a.m. Go duck a duck. 11:21 a.m. God damn it, autocorrect. Fuck a duck. 11:21 a.m. I have a boyfriend for that. 11:22 a.m. Ha! I win. You called him boyfriend too. You know what I mean. 11:22 a.m. Me. Look, Claire, I'm fine. I'm more than fine. I'm stupendous, spectacular, marvelous, phenomenal, I'm out of SAT words. 11:23 a.m. Claire flashes me a look that almost makes me consider forgiving her for what she's done. But then that talking orangutan she's fucking opens his mouth and the urge is gone. Claire isn't on my list. But maybe, one day soon, she will be.
Chapter 11. Lock. Reminder. Nod every now and again when people talk to you. It'll give the illusion you care. Even when you don't. Cross out, cross out, cross out. I've been staring at the mirror for half an hour. My reflection unchanging. I go over everything again. Dark hair styled, shirt not too casual, my favorite pair of skinny jeans, and my church shoes because none of my sneakers seem to go with what I'm wearing. Wes texted me a few minutes ago to let me know he's on his way. He lives over in Buckhead, so it'll take him a while with traffic. Still, his arrival looms over me like a countdown to certain doom. A soft knock on the door, and it swings inward enough to let me see Jill's crimson hair. I pull it the rest of the way, leaning against the frame. Even though they don't share a single strand of DNA, she gives me the same dewy-eyed look my mother used to give me.
Phew!
She lets out a whistle.
Look at you, little Lan. Ready for a good time?
I feel like I'm gonna puke.
That may have been all the syrup from earlier.
I ignore her attempts to lighten the mood. What am I thinking? This is a horrible idea, Jill.
Possibly.
She agrees, wheeling past me with little effort.
But a lot of great times start as horrible ideas. Lot of terrible nights too, I guess.
That's not helping. My fingers dig into the edge of my shirt. Jill just laughs, settling herself beside the desk speckled with sticky notes, my ancient laptop, a pile of algebra worksheets from West's tutoring sessions, and stacks of marked-up sheets from my latest project. She pulls a sticky note from the pad, rolling it between her fingers as she chews words.
Did I ever tell you about the time your parents met?
I shake my head. What does that have to do with anything? Mom doesn't exactly talk about that kind of thing anymore. Jill nods with a knowing expression.
I don't blame her. However, it's my job as the little sister to divulge all her secrets, so settle in.
She reaches over the rail of her chair to pat a spot on my bed. I take her invitation and sink onto the bedspread.
It was one of those nights that started with a terrible idea. Jenny came home one afternoon just pissing herself with excitement. Took me near an hour to get her to spill the beans. She'd managed to get an invite to one of the spring frat parties at Georgia Tech. Both of us were 18 and incredibly stupid, so naturally we rallied a group of our best gals, painted our faces, and hit the scene.
Jill grins, eyes growing distant like she's reliving that night.
I was terrified walking up to that house. I think we all were, except your mom. She was such a badass, sauntering right in like she owned the place. In 5 minutes, she'd shotgunned 3 beers, incited a fight between 2 seniors, and done the worm on the dance floor in a miniskirt.
I can't wrap my head around the picture of my mother, Jill's painting.
But when she saw your dad...
Jill looks at me. I focus on breathing steady.
No one else mattered. I swear, it was just like a movie, Lan. I was right beside her when it happened. Their eyes locked across the room, and I could feel the electricity in the air.
The skin on the back of my neck prickles with heat. I dig my nails into my palms, biting back the urge to cry. Talking about Dad has become taboo, so it's difficult to hear this.
She was totally fixated.
Jill continues.
The two met on the dance floor. Missy Elliott's Get Your Freak On started playing, and, well, the rest is history.
That's a mental image I could have lived without. She keeps opening her mouth, like she wants to say more, but doesn't. That doesn't sound like a bad night, I say. Mom always told us she met Dad at school. I guess technically it's still true. Is that what you're trying to tell me? That I could find love tonight to the tune of early 2000s R&B? And Jill is distant again.
Love isn't always fair, Lan.
I stare at her. This isn't exactly the pep talk I was expecting. She blinks a few times.
Sorry, yes. Tonight is full of possibilities for you. Some terrible, some incredible.
Her hand finds my knee, a smile overtaking her glum expression.
Just don't drink so much you can't tell one from the other, okay?
I'm about to ask her what she means, but my phone buzzes. My heart kickstarts when I see it's West. He's downstairs.
Then why are you still here?
Jill's grin widens, the ghostly sadness forgotten. I catapult off the bed, double-checking my pockets. Keys, wallet, phone. I count them a second time, just to make sure. Jack is watching cartoons as I walk, and Jill rolls towards the door. He doesn't even look our way. I don't know if I can do this, I whisper, resting a hand on the knob. Can I do this?
Only you know the answer to that one, little Lan.
Jill grabs my other hand, wrapping her long fingers around them.
But if you want the opinion of a crazy cat lady, I think you'll be just fine.
She releases me, her confidence giving me the courage to pull the door open.
Lan, wait.
I stop mid-step, turning back to Jill.
Want another waffle for the road? Chapter 12. West. A list of reasons I love parties. 1. Alcohol. Duh. I'm a teenager. I like to get turned. 2. Dancing. I may be pasty white, but I got some moves. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. 3. Cute boys. When the booze gets flowing, the shirts come off, and the inhibitions go out the window. Even straight guys are fair game when everyone's lit. 4. They let me forget how much I hate myself for a few hours. Cross out, cross out, cross out, cross out. Balloons. They're bouncy and round and fun. Locke offers me a waffle from a plastic bag as he climbs into the front seat. It takes me a solid minute to stop laughing, long enough to decline the offer. His head sinks as I pull out of the parking lot and I curse under my breath. I didn't mean to hurt his feelings, but seriously, why does he have a bag full of waffles?
My aunt made them,
he explains, dropping the breakfast food onto the floorboard. Does she make a lot of food in the shape of Mickey Mouse?
That's my mom's fault, actually.
Locke continues to stare down at his hands.
You see, we went to Disney World when I was 5, and she couldn't get on any of the rides because of her motion sickness issues, so she just shopped the entire time. The waffle maker isn't even the half of it. We got dish towels, plates, throw pillows, even a Donald Duck toilet paper holder.
I laugh again, and he looks pleased with himself this time. So, wait. As I stop at the traffic light, I turn towards him. You didn't get to ride Dumbo?
Are you kidding?
Locke grins.
I rode it like 12 times. My dad.
He stops, smile vanishing. Way to go, West. Add the DAD subject to your list of things not to bring up. The light changes color and we ride on in silence. Somewhere along the way, I flip on the radio and hum along. Locke just stares out the window, his lips moving silently. I'm drawn to him, sneaking a glance whenever I can. He's so tall. His long legs fold so his knees just barely graze the glove compartment. He wrings his hands together in his lap, warm copper skin going pale with the pressure of squeezing. We turn onto Northside Drive and start up one of the ridiculous hills. So, I have to tell you, Chelsea's parties can get a little crazy. So, I hope you're prepared to go hard. Locke doesn't answer, just clenches the end of his shirt. You good?
Yeah,
he tells me, clearing his throat. The poor guy looks like he's about to blow chunks. Oh, God, please not in the car. What's his deal, anyways? It's like he's never been... Wait a second. This isn't your first party, is it? He remains silent, but I find my answer. Oh, man. The car tips forward as we start downhill, just like this conversation. Do they not party in Seattle?
I'm sure they do.
Locke's voice is small. He doesn't explain any further. Look, dude, we don't have to do this if you're not comfortable. I won't judge if you tell me to take you home. Locke actually takes a second, like he's trying to talk himself out of bailing, which I hope to God he is. Not only because I want him there, but because turning around means I gotta get back on I-285 and I fucking hate driving on the highway.
I'm good,
he says to my relief. It's gonna be chill, I reassure him. Nothing to worry about. I hope for Locke's sake, I'm telling the truth.
Chapter 13. Locke. Party checklist. Drink alcohol. Maybe make a friend. Dance? ? Stick to West like glue. Cross out, cross out, cross out. Apparently, West and I have conflicting definitions of the word chill. Chelsea's house sits atop one of the hills on Northside Drive. It looks like it's straight out of a magazine. Windows from floor to ceiling, ridiculously manicured foliage, a 3-car garage, a fountain that reminds me I have to pee, and a grand staircase leading to the front door. There's a thumping rhythm vibrating in the air and lights strobe from the windows. Is this a house or a club?
See?
Wes comes around from the trunk, holding a plastic bag.
Totally chill. Last year, there was a bouncy house in the driveway. I shit you not. You don't want to know how many people ralphed inside. Or fucked, for that matter.
I was right. This is a horrible idea. I should just crawl back into the car and ask Wes to take me home. But Jill's words are ringing in my ears, and I can't make myself turn around. I've come too far for that. I'm doing this even if it kills me, which chances are it might. I follow West up the polished stairs where people are already gathered, drinking from solo cups and laughing at jokes I didn't hear. A couple sits on the edge of the porch, making out. My cheeks burn as I lower my gaze to the ground. He pulls the heavy wooden door open, and the full effect of the blasting music washes over us. It's dark inside. The smell of sweat hits me, muddled with wafting clouds of acrid perfume. Lights flash from above, blinding and persistent. I try to blink away the ghostly remnants they leave in my vision. The pulsing beat from the other room resonates in my chest, my heart hammering in perfect time with the rhythm. West beckons me over the noise. Come on. We move away from the music and the mass of bodies dancing and shouting and living. West glides through like he's in his own home while I dodge rowdy teens trying to keep up. I really hope he isn't planning on abandoning me. If I'm left alone in this place, there's no telling what will happen. It's quieter in the kitchen, and there aren't any flashing lights, so that's a plus. The tension in my shoulders eases, thanks to a respite from the noise. Chels stands by the sink, wearing a skin-tight red dress and filling a cup from the biggest punch bowl I've ever seen. She squeals when she sees West, ditching the drink to wrap her arms around his neck. From the way she sways, I'd say that's not Hawaiian punch. I hover awkwardly to the side. What am I doing here again?
You're late!
Chels yells, like she's still fighting to be heard over the music. West laughs.
And you're drunk. Jesus, Chels, isn't it a bit early to be wasted? It's my party, and I'll get turned if I want to.
Fair enough. Wes latches onto her, steering them both toward me.
Look who decided to tag along. Look!
Chelsea's excitement is foreign and unexpected, and her hug is unwelcome, but I shove all that down. Thanks for having me, I tell her, pushing her back to arm's length.
Can you watch her for a second?
West asks me, and it takes me a second to realize he means Chels.
I gotta go grab her present.
Wait! I panic. What do I do?
Just make sure when she throws up, it's in a trash can or toilet. And keep her from taking her clothes off. Or from fondling anyone. Or, you know what, the list is too long. Just keep her occupied. I won't be more than 5 minutes.
And then he's gone, and Chels is looking at me with this dazed smile that probably means she's about to hurl on my shoes. I take a cautious step backward.
You want a drink?
She asks, stumbling back toward the counter and the punch bowl. Someone across the kitchen yells, "Happy fucking birthday!" She waves like she's royalty.
Thank you!
I follow, anxious she's gonna trip and break her neck or something. Leave it to me to let the host die while she's under my care. I don't have to be well-versed in parties to know that's just poor manners.
Here, cutie.
Chels hands me a cup of red liquid that smells like lighter fluid. I accept it with a smile, but set it on the counter beside me.
You know, I'm glad we have this time alone. I've been wanting to ask you something.
She pauses to sip her own drink.
No offense, but, what are you? We've been trying to figure it out for a week. There's a pool going around the lunch table, actually. I won't tell you what I'm rooting for, but the front runner is some kind of Latino. Dominican, maybe?
I'm not Latino, I tell her. My dad was white.
Ooh, a swirl, baby. That explains so much.
Chels smiles, showing teeth so white and straight they're a shoo-in for Congress. A what?
Swirl, baby, she repeats herself. 1 part vanilla, 1 part chocolate. It's the best flavor, if you ask me.
Yeah, I don't really like that. I grab my cup off the counter because I need something to occupy my hand so I don't start fidgeting like a spaz.
My bad.
Chels presses her hand against my chest. I shrug, taking an absent-minded sip. I cough as soon as the burning liquid hits my throat.
Everything okay?
I turn to see West, no longer wearing a button-up, but a white t-shirt with Hotlanta airbrushed onto it like graffiti. It matches the flat bill cap he's wearing.
You're fucking kidding me!
Chelsea laughs, high and sharp like a hyena. It's very different when she's drunk.
I didn't think you'd actually do it.
I'm a man of my word, Wes tells her. Without warning, his foot is on the counter, modeling a slip-on foam shoe.
Get those Crocs off my counter, you freak!
Chelsea's hysterical at this point, and Wes just beams this goofy smile, reminiscent of staring into the sun.
I hope she didn't bore you to death,
he says to me, both feet now firmly planted on the ground. Chelsea hiccups, giggling again.
Oh, please. I'm the most interesting person in the world. I can see you've hit your golden hour of unshakable self-confidence.
Wes corrals her, arm over her shoulder.
So why don't we go find Shay's hot brother so you can mark him off your list?
He waves at a girl with a pixie cut by the table.
Erica, can you take her to find Eddie Park and maybe make sure she doesn't try to unzip his pants right away?
The girl, Erica, nods, wrapping an arm around Chelsea.
Okay, birthday girl, let's go find you a present to unwrap. Oh my God.
Chelsea starts.
I just love you all so much. You're the best friends I could ever...
They leave the kitchen, and West is back to grinning at me with his ridiculous outfit. Hotlanta? I question.
Yep. Don't tell me you've already forgotten about being part of the Hotlanta squad.
I don't think I could ever forget that, even if I tried. That just makes him smile wider, and I take another sip of the nasty drink, my throat growing numb. It's not an unpleasant feeling. The tight sensation between my shoulders is almost completely gone.
I hope she wasn't too much trouble,
he says, scooping his own cup of the punch. I want to warn him it tastes horrible, but I'm probably the only one who didn't already know that. There's heat in my face, but I tell myself it's from the punch. Not really. She told me about the pool going around the lunch table. Wes scowls. A weird look for him. I much prefer his smile.
I told her to cut that shit out.
It doesn't bother me, I assure him. I'm kinda used to it. Wes tips his cup, wincing as he swallows.
That doesn't justify it. People around here are just so obsessed with labels. They have to know what you are and who you fuck and where you fall on the food chain, so it's easier to determine whether or not they can eat you.
And you don't care about those things?
Hell no.
He tips his cap to scratch behind his ears.
My parents are the most judgmental people on earth. I want to be as opposite them as I can.
It's the first time I've heard him mention his parents. I count the ridges on the side of my cup until I can think of something to say. West finishes his first cup off, refilling it.
So, tell me how a cool guy like you never got invited to a party back west.
I bite my bottom lip. Who knows? Oh, wait, I know. It probably has something to do with my social awkwardness and paralyzing anxiety.
I mean, really?
Wes steps toward me, and he's closer than he's ever been.
You must have had some shitty friends out there.
Actually, I didn't have any friends. None that have tried to contact me since the move. So, were they really ever my friends? There weren't really many opportunities, I say. I mean, sure, there were a couple of birthday parties for the kids in my homeschool group, but that doesn't really...
Wait, hold the fucking phone.
Wes leans in, and I can smell the booze on his breath.
Did you just say homeschool group?
I nod, suffering through another sip of punch. The more I drink, the tastier it gets.
You poor, innocent bastard. No wonder you seem so lost.
Wes grabs my shoulder, and I quickly realize I don't mind people touching me as long as those people are West.
Why didn't you tell me?
You never asked? He gives a somber nod.
Touché. My bad.
And I thought you didn't care about labels.
I don't, but this is juicy context. Suddenly, everything makes sense. Well, maybe not the bag of waffles, but the majority.
I'm regretting telling him this.
Wait, your family isn't a bunch of religious nut jobs where there's like 5 wives per husband, are they?
That's illegal and no?
Oh, good.
He wipes imaginary sweat from his brow.
Here I was thinking I was going to be brainwashed into a cult where I'd have to cut my hair and kiss girls.
He shivers at the thought. My parents just wanted me to learn at my own pace, I defend. The only reason I'm in public school now is because my mom wants me to socialize. I tried to tell her it's a bit late for me to be developing social skills, but she wasn't going for it.
I think you have great social skills,
Wes says, but he can't keep a straight face.
Okay, maybe not great, but definitely passable. I mean, you could be Silent Steve.
We're both laughing now, and it feels so nice I don't think about pulling my vibrating phone from my pocket. My thumb swipes the call before I can stop myself.
Lachlan?
Mom's voice comes through the speaker. Hey, Mom. I raise the phone to my ear, setting my cup down so I can plug my other ear. How's the conference?
Where the hell are you?
At a party, I say. I don't lie to her, except about that one thing.
What?
She must be around her coworkers because she keeps her voice hushed.
Where is Jack?
With Aunt Jill.
You left him? Look, we've talked about this. She's not capable of...
They're fine. I find myself interrupting.
We don't know that. Jesus, I can't believe you would abandon your brother.
Like you've got room to talk, you abandon him on a regular basis. I don't know where this courage is coming from, but my sneaking suspicion points toward the curious red liquid I'm sipping.
I cannot believe you,
she continues. Look, if you want to know if Jack's all right, then just call her, Mom. And while you're at it, maybe trust that I wouldn't leave my little brother with someone incapable of taking care of him.
Trust you? How am I supposed to do that after this little stunt, Lachlan?
There's a certain disappointment in her voice that would have crushed me this time last year. Now it just flames the fires of my anger. You don't really have a choice now, do you?
Locke, I don't have time for this. You go home right now and...
I end the call, my ears burning. It's brash, but she has to understand that I'm not an idiot. You good? I almost forget West, who's standing next to me looking far too concerned. Yeah, I tell him, even though I'm far from good. My phone lights up again with my mother's face, but I ignore her call and turn my phone off. She has no right to tell me to go home when she runs away every chance she gets. Aunt Jill is right. I need a night of fun. A night free of the crushing responsibilities I've been saddled with. With a newfound determination, I grab my cup from the counter, downing the rest of it with a gulp.
Whoa, maybe you should take it easy.
Wes touches me again. A hand on my shoulder, and it's like my skin catches fire. Or maybe it's a bad reaction to the alcohol. I don't really care. I swat his hand away, immediately regretting the decision because it means he's not touching me anymore. But I need to refill my cup before I stop to think about Mom or the circus of my devolving life. It's a party, right? I ask, my shaky hands filling my cup.
That it is,
West agrees. I slam back the second cup, pausing only to cough halfway through. When I set it down, I feel the liquid slosh around my stomach. It's weird, but my head is light, my neck loose, and for the first time tonight, I don't feel the urge to count anything or run and hide.
Okay.
Wes takes the cup from my hand.
I think we need to pace ourselves there, buddy.
I'm fine, I tell him, though my face is feverish. Is it warm in here?
Not really.
Wes presses a hand to my forehead, and it's freaking awesome.
Hey, Locke, this isn't your first time getting drunk, is it?
I nod before I can think about looking dumb.
Oh, honey, just a night of firsts, isn't it?
West pats my head like I'm a child. I don't like the condescending look he's giving me. I'm not a toddler needing a nap in a juice box, even though a juice box sounds so good right now. The music from the other room changes, and I actually recognize the pulsing rhythm. Hey, I say, much louder than I intended. I know this song. Wes just smirks at me, utterly amused.
Good for you, Locke.
This is my night, I tell him, feeling like I have to explain myself. This is my night for fun. This is my night to forget all the bullshit that, holy shit, I just said shit.
You just said it again.
Oh my god. I slap a hand over my mouth.
Dude, relax.
Wes's hands are on my shoulders, and he squares with me, the Puget Sound in his eyes. Sorry, I say, holding his gaze. My head is swimming, and I can't remember why I don't do this all the time.
So, you want to have fun?
He asks me. I nod, vigorously. I want to be a fun guy for once.
Then come on, fun guy. Let's dance.
Chapter 14. West.
A list of things I've noticed about Locke. 1. Super awesome big brother. When I was watching him with Jack, he was so sweet. It makes me wish I had a sibling who actually gave a shit about me. 2. Probably a little OCD. I've noticed he counts things, sometimes out loud, or he'll just mouth the numbers. Not that it bothers me, just something I've noticed. 3. Kid can't hold his liquor. Holy shit, this kid is a mess. An incredibly cute mess who can't dance no matter how much he's had to drink. I hold onto his hips to keep him upright as we move together to the music. He closes his eyes, getting lost in his own world. His body brushes against mine at every turn, hands drifting from the air to my shoulders, back into the air. How are you feeling? I ask him between songs, releasing my hold on him momentarily. Like I could fly, he says through a bout of giggles. Okay, I don't encourage that thought process, but are you having fun? Yes. He grins at me, and another song triggers his definition of dancing. I can't help but feel responsible for him, so I keep my eye, and at least one hand, on Locke as the night wears on. After about an hour, we're both sweating something fierce, so I suggest we take a break. But I want to dance, Locke whines as I drag him into the kitchen. I push him onto a bar stool, filling a cup with water from the tap. We can dance in a second, I promise him, handing over the water. But first, you need to drink. I want punch, he says, sniffing the water like I've given him poison. After you finish all of that, now drink. He takes a sip and must realize how thirsty he is because he drains the rest in seconds. I have to pee, he announces, hopping down from the stool. All right, buddy. I point him toward the bathroom. Aim carefully, please. He gives me a thumbs up, trotting off to urinate. I let out a sigh. Here's hoping Locke is having a good time because he's a lot of work. I don't know what kind of bullshit he was referring to earlier, but I'm fairly certain it has to do with his mom. You could have cut the tension in the room with a knife when I was there last week. Not that I'm on the best terms with my folks either, but at least you can't feel it when you walk in a room. At least I hope you can't. My family is great at hiding their dysfunctions. And I'm the best of all. West! I expect to see Locke sprint toward me, but it's Chels with Shay's brother Eddie. He's a head taller than all of us, with this Clark Kent dimple in his chin that makes me happy. I haven't seen you in forever. We've been dancing, I tell her. Where have you been? Getting to know each other, she says through the giggles. Isn't that right, Eddie? Eddie just nods with a big grin that tells me more than I needed to know. Where's your cute boy? Chels asks, detaching herself from Eddie. He's in the bathroom. Why didn't you go help him? Because it's not like that, I snap. She just laughs, stumbling over to the fridge. Lighten up, West. It is a party after all, and I think I have just what you need. She opens the door and rustles around until she pulls out a tray of tiny clear cups. They're filled with a rainbow of colors. I made Jell-O shots. She hands me a green cup, my favorite flavor, and taps her own red against it before slurping it down. I follow her lead, loosening the blob by running my finger around the edges of the cup before downing the squirmy, deliciously tart shot. Woo! Cheers, Chels, crushing the cup on the counter. She goes to hand me another one, but I wave her off. Come on, West. It's my birthday, and I need you to get on my level here. I hug her neck. If I was on your level, I'd be in orbit. What did I miss? Locke is teetering dangerously beside us, breaking away from Chels. I wrap an arm around his waist to keep him steady. Easy, buddy. Let's do a shot, the birthday girl declares. Yeah, Locke agrees. I'm not sure that's a great idea, I caution, but Chelsea's already handed him a blue-tinted cup. Within a second, it's gone. I'm not sure that's a great idea, I caution, but Chelsea's already handed him a blue-tinted cup. Within a second, it's gone. Yummy, he muses, licking the remnants off the plastic edges. Another, Chels says, and I have to step in. I think you've had enough, I say. She pouts. Come on, West. This is the last one, I promise, but only if you do one with us. Right, Locke? Locke gives me an enthusiastic nod. With another sigh, I accept my second green shot. Chels grabs a red, Locke chooses blue, and Eddie joins with a purple. Two friends, Chels toasts. Another shot down, and I'm starting to get dizzy. Let's go dance. Locke pulls me back toward the pulse of music, and I don't have the strength or desire to fight him. Chapter 15. Locke. Reminder. Alcohol is fun. My head is swimming, and the lights are flashing. Parts of my body are numb, like my cheeks and the ends of my fingers, while other parts feel as if they're on fire. Each time Wes touches my waist, waves of heat radiate through my body, feeding the flames. I don't want this night to end. Ever. Chelsea and Eddie are dancing with us, but their dance is different. West and I are attached by his fingers in my belt loops, but a distance remains between us. West constantly readjusting to keep friction at a minimum. That distance doesn't exist for Chelsea and Eddie as she folds herself against him, like two puzzle pieces coming together to complete a bigger picture. I want to dance like that. I want to dance like that with West. I step closer to him, but he counters and adjusts to keep the distance the same. I try it again, but he moves when I do. That only makes me want it more. I need to feel him pressed against me. Finally, I grab his hands, wrapping them around my back while slinking into the dead space. West's eyes widen when he realizes what I'm doing. Once his hands are in place, I move mine, sinking fingertips into his hips. The music slows, and we dance, eyes locked on one another. Chapter 16. West. Here's a list of... Holy shit. My hands are on Locke's ass. It's definitely not a bad thing, but not how I saw this evening transpiring. I shouldn't be doing this, but those stupid jello shots push me over the line of caring, so I go with the flow. Locke is locked onto me, and I study his face. The flashing lights catching his chocolatey eyes, warming him to sweet honey. His nose is wider than mine, but it fits his face nicely, with a line of light freckles running across it. There's a patch of scruffy hair just under his chin, and his lips are full, just waiting for someone to kiss him. Oh no, this is bad. I'm too drunk to fight the urge overwhelming me. My hold on him tightens, and he reacts in turn. He looks down at me as our bodies connect, noses nearly touching. His eyes are still watching me, but there's something else there now. Is it fear or excitement? I can't tell. I stretch to speak into his ear. Is this okay? He swallows hard, Adam's apple bobbing, then nods. I pull off my ridiculous hat, letting it fall to the ground. He tilts his head, eyes closing, as our lips meet for the first time. Chapter 17. Locke. West is kissing me. I'm kissing him. I'm kissing a boy, and it's everything all at once. My eyes are closed, but they crack as West pulls away. Are you okay? He asks, again. How could he be asking me that? Doesn't he see how happy I am right now? Or maybe he's asking because I'm not a good kisser. Oh no, I'm probably the worst. Great, now he's gonna tell everyone I'm a terrible kisser, and then I'll have to... Locke. I blink, and he's still looking at me. You still with me? I'm sorry I'm not a good kisser, I blurt out. He doesn't respond, just stares at me for a moment longer. Then he's laughing. A wholehearted laugh that makes his body shake against mine because we're still that close to each other. His arms don't let me go, but tighten as he pulls me into another kiss. The second kiss is different from the first. It's not everything. It's heat, surging through my body and melting my bones until my knees quake and my fingers tremble to cling to the source of this ecstasy. When he breaks away, I know I'm in trouble, but I'm too drunk to care. Chapter 18. West. The dance floor rages on downstairs, but we're not downstairs. I close the door to Chelsea's bedroom, joining Locke on the edge of her bed. The pile of pastel pillows sinks beneath our weight. My head is spinning, he says, rubbing his temple. Mine too, I admit, shoulder brushing against his. My shirt is slick with sweat, so I decide to shed it, discarding it to the floor. Locke is looking at me with wide eyes, and I realize that I'm probably sending mixed signals. Wait, no, I'm not. He kisses me, lips urgent against mine as warm fingers trace my chest. A part of me wants to stop this, because I know exactly where it's heading, and we're both too trash to be making these kinds of decisions, but that part of me is squashed by the rest of my body, which aches for Locke to keep touching me. Strong hands push me back onto the bed. Locke straddles my hips as he leans down to keep kissing me. I fumble with the buttons of his shirt, and he helps me unfasten them. It peels off, and then there's skin touching skin, and it feels so real and hot, and I can't even think straight right now. Not too drunk for a solid pun. After timeless moments in heaven, we come up for air. Locke looks down at me, chest heaving. I'm sober enough to know where this is headed. I lean over the side of the bed, digging through Chelsea's nightstand drawer until I find what I'm looking for. I offer it to Locke, waiting to see if he takes it. Here's a list of things that are hard. 1. Me. Chapter 19. Locke. I may be a drunk homeschooler, but I know what West is handing me right now. The plastic crinkles in my hand as I run a finger over the circular contents. My heart is hammering so fast I think it's gonna burst out of my chest. How did I get here? Am I really gonna do this? The world swirls under me. We don't have to, Wes says, brushing blonde curls out of his eyes. It's totally up to you. I'm faced with decisions, just like Jill said I'd be. The trouble is, I'm making said decisions with alcohol drowning my judgment and an incessant boner. So, what do I do? The tearing of plastic is my answer. Chapter 20. West. Here's a list of things I remember from last night. 1. I got hammered. That explains the headache and serious cottonmouth situation. 2. Chelsea ended up throwing up on the sofa, which is better than last year when she ralphed in some guy's mouth. 3. Locke and I... Cross out. Oh, shit. A light pours through the window, triggering pain behind my eyes. An obnoxious bird song drills into my ears. It takes me a second to realize where I am. I recognize the soft down blanket and fluffy pillows. My head is killing me. Not surprising, and details from last night filter slowly through the haze of my hangover. Someone moves to my left in the bed. Chelsea and I must have fallen asleep after the party wound down. It's not uncommon for us to share her bed when I sleep over. "Morning, Chelsea," I stage whisper, pulling back the covers. Locke's mouth hangs open slightly. a soft snore coming from him as he sleeps. Oh, fuck. It's all coming back to me now. The condom wrapper on the bedside table makes it all too real. I do a quick search of the immediate area, finding my underwear discarded under the bed. I pull them on, feeling incredibly exposed. I'm still looking for my pants when Locke stirs. I freeze, holding my breath. Please turn back over. Please turn back over. Please. He sits up in bed, eyes cracking open. Mornin'? I say. He blinks slowly. I imagine he's trying to make sense of things just like I am. Then the light comes on and his eyes bulge like a cartoon character. He scrambles to get out of bed but stops short, clawing at the blanket to cover his naked body. What? When? How? What the fuck? Whoa! I laugh, though I'd rather die. I didn't think you knew that word. Fuck, he says again, this time rising from the bed with Chelsea's sheets wrapped around him. Fuck, fuck, fuck. All right, let's not freak out here. I fold my arms to cover my bare chest, as if that'll help. We were both really drunk, but hey, we were safe, so it doesn't have to be a big deal. Not a big deal, he repeats. And I think he's broken or something because he just keeps mouthing the same words over and over again. Locke, it's okay. I step towards him, but he flinches. Easy, man, I'm just trying to help. Let's just breathe for a minute, yeah? His chest is heaving like he's about to hyperventilate. He stops muttering for a second and takes a few deep breaths. I bend down to retrieve his boxers from the floor, tossing them over. He pulls them on quickly, and then it becomes an Easter egg hunt for the rest of our clothes. Snippets of last night keep popping up, and my cheeks are burning by the time we're both dressed. I can only imagine what Locke is thinking right now. God, I fucked this up so bad. I can give you a ride home, I offer, but he's already shaking his head. I've got a ride. He holds up his phone. We walk down the hallway and descend the stairs, stepping over the two guys passed out on the bottom rung. All the while, I'm racking my brain for a way to fix this. The living room looks like a scene from Jonestown, bodies piled up left and right. I have to jog after Locke to catch up as he barrels out the front door. Hey! He stops just shy of the car, not turning to look at me. I guess I'll see you at school tomorrow. No response. After a moment, he opens the passenger door and they speed off. I run a hand through my tangled bedhead. In the words of Locke, fuck. Chapter 21. Locke. Reminder. Alcohol is terrible. My anxiety attacks always start the same way. With my hands. Just a slight tremble at first, but soon it balloons to full-on shakes. Then comes the temperature drop, sucking every bit of warmth from my body. Fingers and toes turn to ice, teeth chatter, and bones quake, even in this heinous Georgia heat. I try to combat most attacks with a hot shower. The water eases the symptoms, while the solitude allows me to try to wrangle the derailed train that is my brain. I stand under the spray, adjusting the temperature as high as I can stand it. Aunt Jill and Jack are still asleep, and that's for the best. I don't want them to see me like this, crying and shaking and ashamed. The poor Uber driver. He got the worst of it. I'm desperate to dodge the flashes of last night, but the more I want to forget, the more vivid each memory gets. Pulsing light and pounding music. A white t-shirt spattered with paint and a straight bill hat. Lips and teeth and blonde curls wrapped up in my fingers.
Pain and excitement and heavy breathing. There are 57 tiles in the shower. 58 if you count the cracked one twice, which I sometimes do when the thought of odd numbers makes my heart race. I trace patterns in the tiles with my mind. It helps keep me from drowning in my own thoughts. But counting isn't helping. And no matter how hot the water gets, it doesn't stop the trembling. No patterns I imagine can press down the details of last night. How it felt to be so close to West. And now I'm hard, which is literally just the cherry on top of this sundae of shame. I sink to the floor, wishing the water could just wash everything away. Jill stares at me from across the table, spooning a heap of marshmallow mateys, Jack's favorite cereal, into her mouth and chewing loudly. She chews 12 times before swallowing. My hands aren't shaking anymore. I finally got them under control about an hour ago.
Was there a pillow fight?
Jack asks while separating his cereal by the size and color of the marshmallow shapes. I guess we're both a little strange. I blame Dad and the color-coordinated organizational chart he used to keep on the fridge. What?
At your sleepover. I would want to have a pillow fight if I had a sleepover.
Jack inspects a red balloon carefully. No, I answer, hoping Jill doesn't notice the stammering. We weren't cool enough to have a pillow fight.
Ah!
Jack shovels a handful of the mateys into his mouth.
Jack, honey.
Jill slides over the television remote.
Why don't you finish your breakfast in the living room? I think there's a Petey the Pirate episode on.
Arr! He cries, which I assume means yes because he commandeers the remote and his breakfast booty and hurries into the living room. Jill keeps staring at me, and I just want to crawl into bed and die. Instead, I note the number of dings in the kitchen table.
So,
she says, pausing to slurp some of her neon-colored milk.
Want to talk about it?
About what? There's no way she knows what happened. No need to panic. 7 dings, 8 dings, 9 dings.
About why you can't look me in the eye. Or maybe why you snuck in here at 7 in the morning.
Not really, I say. I look down at my waffle. I can't do lactose, so cereal is out of the question. Mickey's smiling face is pressed into golden, crispy deliciousness. If I take a single bite, I'm going to throw up.
Was it at least worth it in the end?
I don't look up from my mouse-shaped breakfast. There's nothing from last night that I want to relive right now. I trace the ridges on the edge of my waffle.
Hello?
Jill cups her hands around her mouth.
Earth to land. Come in, Lan.
12, 13, 14. A marshmallow bounces off my forehead, falling onto my plate. Jill rears back and launches another cereal projectile, but I swat it away. She laughs, and I manage a smile. A short-lived smile.
I understand you're probably just relishing in your first hangover experience, but my otherworldly ant abilities are behooving me to think there's more going on here.
She pulls her chair away from the table, maneuvering closer to me.
So, spill it.
Jill isn't gonna let this go. I might as well tell her the truth. At least part of the truth. A very minuscule part that may satisfy her curiosity without blowing up my life. That should be safe. The party was fun, I say, cutting an ear off my waffle. He oozes syrup and it pools on my plate. My breakfast has taken a turn for the macabre.
And
I dance the night away. I don't take a bite of my Van Gogh waffle. I suppose it's cruel to let it suffer, but I'm already so nauseated. And I drank too much.
Sounds like a fun night.
Jill grabs the severed ear from my plate,
popping it in her mouth. That's not exactly how I would describe it. Yeah, my face is burning. Something tells me Jill knows more than she's letting on. She probably notices my trembling hands as I reach for my orange juice, and she definitely sees me mouth the numbers as I count the petals on one of the silk flowers in my mother's ridiculous centerpiece. She stares for just a moment longer before letting out a sigh. Your mom called me last night. The glass of juice slips through my fingers, tumbling to the floor. Not what I meant when I said spill it. Sorry. I get up and hurry into the kitchen to grab the already stained Winnie the Pooh dish towel hanging from the oven door. I cringe as I step in the juice on my way back, and it soaks into my sock. Crouching down, I sop up the citrus spill as best I can, while Jill continues to nibble on Mickey. Don't you want to know what she said? It doesn't matter. I'm grounded for the rest of forever. I lay the soiled towel on the table. Through the shame and embarrassment, anger burns deep in my gut, fueling me. But the joke's on her, I guess, because being grounded doesn't actually change anything. One has to have a life for it to be taken away. Seriously, I go to school, I pick up Jack, I come home. That's my day, every day. The only breaks in the monotony are the nights I have to pour her into bed after she's drank herself silly because she's still not over. I stop. A different heat flaring in my chest. This happens every time I try to talk about him. I've said too much about Mom's drinking. Jill doesn't know how bad it's gotten. She puts a lot on you. Jill's voice is quiet, her hand drifting to rest on my shoulder. I wish she'd let me help. The look on her face makes me feel worse. Everything is out of place when Jill doesn't smile. It sucks what little comfort I can glean from this not home. I need her to be my rock, my constant in this whole mess. She can be a real bitch sometimes, huh? I snort a laugh through the threat of tears. Jill grins, and my world is right side up once again. Before the accident, Mom would say Jill's personality lit up a room, but I think it's really her smile. It has this way of making you feel safe, like arms wrapped around you with a promise that everything will be all right. Her accident hasn't changed that trait. Maybe dimmed it, like an eclipse blocking out the sun's warmth, but it always passes, and the warmth always returns. I'm glad you're here, I tell her. She knows I mean more than just in the apartment. Me too, Lan. She leans forward to press her forehead against mine, and we put the world on pause to enjoy just a second of us. I want to tell her. I want to tell her everything that happened last night. But that means I have to tell her about me. About the thing we don't talk about why my hands are shaking right now and I can't seem to catch my breath no matter how hard I try. Still, I really am about to tell her when Jack runs in.
Come play with me, Jill.
Jill pulls away, running fingers along my cheek.
I've got to see to my duties as first mate,
she tells me, digging through the hand-sewn bag hanging from the side of her chair. With a flourish, she pulls on an eye patch.
Enjoy the last couple hours of peace.
Jack and Jill retreat to the Jolly Roger, and I'm left with a half-eaten waffle and a sock full of orange juice. Chapter 22. West. A list of guys I've slept with. 1. Nathan Mayer. First boyfriend, first kiss, first everything. He moved to South Carolina last summer. Broke my heart, but that's a story for another list. Ricky Roten. Second boyfriend. Second love, second week is when we broke up. Broke my bed, but that's a story for another list. 3. Jimmy Ortiz. Not my boyfriend. Not even a friend, really. We hooked up a few times before he got shipped off to basic training. First guy in uniform, but that's a story for... you get the idea. 4. Nope. Not even gonna write this one. 5. Locke. Whatever his last name is. I'll let you know as soon as I remember it. Okay, so maybe last night got a bit out of hand. I mean, sure. It was technically all my fault, but I really think it was an overreaction on Locke's part. Or maybe the sex was lousier than I remember. It's possible. I don't remember much. Oh my God! Chelsea groans as the door to her bedroom swings open. I've been staring at the pale pink wall for what feels like forever, and the crown molding is burned into my brain. Wasn't last night epic? Like, I hate to say it, but it may have beat my Sweet 16. And that was without the bouncy castle of fornication. She giggles, then winces, rubbing her temples. Oh, why did you let me drink so much? She collapses onto the bed next to me. Her tiara from last night hangs sideways, but she probably doesn't even notice it's there, lost in curls. I already had one person to babysit. I defend myself. I couldn't possibly take care of both of you. Since when is it my responsibility to watch out for everyone? I'm usually the one who's most fractured by night's end. Oh, yeah. Chelsea snuggles up to me. How'd your little boyfriend enjoy the party? I remember you two getting down like two white kids at a bat mitzvah. He's not white, and have you ever been to a bat mitzvah? I've been to 7. It's kind of a thing when your family is Jewish. Thank Yahweh, I'm out of cousins. I have to wonder if Chelsea really sees herself as Jewish, as she never attends temple, and her parents only go on holidays. We don't really talk religion. My family isn't religious at all. They just throw money at a random church around Christmas time in a brilliantly Scrooge-esque attempt at saving their damned souls. I myself find it easier to believe there's an alien overlord watching us flop around a fish tank than a benevolent force guiding us to mortality in the clouds. But I'm just 16, so who cares what I think? Where is he, anyways? Chelsea asks, lifting the blanket like she fully expects Locke to be hiding. He's gone. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. Things got a little weird. Did you suck his dick? Jesus, Chels! I fall back onto the bed so we're both staring at the ceiling. Just because I'm gay doesn't mean I go around sucking everyone's dick. I wasn't insinuating that about your fellow gays. Chels laughs. Just you. You're kinda a man slut. I resent that remark. You resemble that remark. She's got me there. Seeing as there's a definite possibility that's exactly what I did last night, I really can't argue with her. We were both drunk. I try to convince myself. I really don't remember what happened. That's a lie because the longer I stare at the fan, the clearer those moments become. My cheeks are a scarlet inferno. Well, I hope you didn't scare him off. He's a precious little baby. His skin isn't as thick as ours. You make it sound like I'm the big bad wolf preying on an innocent piggy. Chell sits up, turning to give me an incredulous look. You know I love you, West, like so much, but you've got this way of fucking things up. I catch her eye. You don't think I know that? Her shoulders deflate with a sigh. Look, whatever you two did last night, just don't let it get under your skin like Clay did. Okay? Clay. The name flares inside me like a forgotten ember, igniting in my chest and smoking out my lungs. Suddenly it's hard to breathe. No worries there. I managed to choke out before Chelsea lays her head on my stomach. Good. Her fingers find mine, soft and warm as they wrap around my hand. The two of us lie still, staring into nothing as the sunlight grows stronger through the windows. Chelsea has been my safe place since we met in 8th grade. Her room is my sanctuary whenever the world gets too loud or my parents are fighting or I just need to get away from the bullshit for an afternoon. We'll just lie here, not a word uttered between us, and yet somehow we always know what the other is thinking. It's been too long since we've done this. Are Mom and Dad coming home today? I ask, after who knows how long. Nah. She checks her phone. Mom's tour got extended for another week, which puts them home tomorrow. Did they at least wish you happy birthday? Dad did, but Mom was too busy with the book. You know, this one's actually not terrible. Anything's better than the last one. I mean, honestly, werewolves in Washington? How on earth does she sell that garbage? It was better than zombies in Zimbabwe. Got a lot of backlash for that one. Our laughter bounces off the ceiling. Chelsea's mother, Mom, as we both call her, is a horror novelist on the bestsellers list. Not that you'd ever know it by talking to her. She's probably the kindest, sweetest person I've ever met, but obviously she's repressed some dark shit and buried it deep down. I've kind of always expected to open the door to the basement one day to discover a pile of dead bodies or a medieval torture chamber. I get disappointed each time it's just boxes of old books and a dusty wedding dress. Well, at least we got to live it up, I offer. That we did. She yawns and stretches like a cat. Wanna grab brunch? The cleaning crew is gonna be here at 11. I thought you'd never ask.
Chapter 23. Lock. What makes a place feel like home? Jill's been giving me a pitiful look all afternoon. It's because there are only minutes left before my mother comes charging through that door to murder me. I've mapped out my response all day, debating whether I should argue or just accept my fate. A decision still eludes me. At 3:15, I hear the distinct sound of keys turning the lock, and the door swings open. Mom trudges in, wheeling her overnight bag behind her and hauling an armful of paperwork. She looks exhausted, but I quickly remind myself it's her own fault. She's about to rake me over the coals. I can't afford to get soft on her.
Hey, sis.
Jill calls from the living room. Jack's passed out in her lap. Mom walks right past us and into her bedroom, closing the door behind her.
Oh, boy, Jill whispers to me. The silent treatment. Always my favorite.
You don't have to stay for this. I can handle her on my own. I want to spare Jill from becoming collateral damage.
What kind of aunt/badass role model would I be if I abandoned you during your time of need?
The one who gets to keep coming over because she doesn't get murdered by my mother?
Don't you worry about it, Lan. She couldn't keep me out even if she tried.
Mom's door opens again, and we both clam up. I press my back into the couch cushion, silently hoping it'll engulf me and I won't have to deal with this anymore. She stops in the doorframe of the hallway, still dressed in her business attire.
Jillian,
she addresses her sister.
Would you mind giving us a moment?
Jill gives me one more encouraging smile before turning her chair.
Why, of course, Jennifer. I'll just go put this little guy down. He's tuckered out from all the fun we've been having.
Mom steps aside to let her pass, the two of them holding eye contact for as long as possible before Jill disappears into Jack's room. Now it's just me and her. She hovers beside the recliner for a moment, looking everywhere but at me.
I can't do this, Lachlan,
she says finally, walking around to sink into the chair.
I can't be worried sick about the two of you every time I leave this house, and now that's all I'm going to be.
Jack was fine, Mom. It's not like I left him with a stranger.
That's enough.
She cuts me off, then takes a deep breath.
I would have almost preferred a stranger. My sister is in no condition to be taking care of anyone. She can't even take care of herself.
How can you be so blind? I lean forward, temper flaring. Jill is perfectly fine, and Jack adores her, Mom. She wants to help us. Why won't you let her?
We don't need her help, Mom says. And I don't need you telling me about my own sister. I know her, Lachlan. She puts on a brave face, but she's not ready for this kind of responsibility.
I realize there's no point arguing. She'll never see past that chair. She'll never see her sister in another light.
I need to be able to trust you, Lachlan. How can I now it's been broken? We can't keep going as a family without trusting each other.
What do you want me to say? I ask.
Well, you can start with an apology.
No.
Lachlan.
I'm not sorry. So why would I apologize?
You're saying you don't care about this family?
What? No, that's not.
Because it's obvious you don't. If you think that...
Excuse me! My outburst propels me to my feet. Mom leans back as I continue. I don't care about this family! How can you even say that?
I need you on my side, Lan, she says. We have to stick.
And what about what I need, Mom? A hot prickling sensation stabs the back of my neck. Jesus, I'm 16. I need a mother. I need someone who's there for me. I need to be able to take a night to go out with friends. I need to be able to talk to someone, but I can't do any of those things because someone has to make sure Jack gets home safe, that he eats his vegetables, and that he's got clean underwear. And unlike you, I can't hide from my responsibilities by crawling inside a bottle of wine or working myself to death. That's not an option for me. But no, you're right. I don't care about this stupid family. I'm the problem here. Mom's on her feet now, too, closing the distance between us.
Do you think I like working 70 hours a week? Do you think I have a choice in the matter? I do it so I can support this stupid family, as you call it. So don't stand there and judge me for doing what I have to.
You always have a choice, Mom, I say with a sigh. I see you make it every day. You choose to run away from us 70 hours a week because you can't face the fact Dad bailed on you. A searing pain explodes across my cheek and my head jerks sideways. Mom retracts her hand, tears in her eyes, chest heaving. Realization sinks in and her face crumples. She takes a step back from me, fingers raising to cover her mouth. I don't say anything, only stare back at her. You're wrong about Jill, I say slowly, fighting back tears of my own. And you're wrong about me. I duck around the coffee table, not giving her the chance to respond. I make it to my room and lock the door behind me, sliding down the wall before pulling my knees against my chest. A pent-up gasp escapes my lungs, and hot tears fall with it.
Chapter 24. West. A list of people missing from class today. 1. Locke. I'm kind of freaking out about it because I haven't been able to get him out of my head since Saturday. 2. Who gives a fuck? Has anyone seen Locke? The roar of the cafeteria seems especially deafening today, but maybe that's just because I'm straining to hear what Shay is saying from across the table. Him all morning. Was that really him at Chelsea's on Saturday? I nod, hoping for more details. That's insane. I would never have thought he'd agreed to go. He's so shy. Yeah, until he's drunk off his ass. Pair him up with an unstable blonde, and it's a recipe for disaster. I'm sure he's fine, Chelsea says, mostly for my benefit. Maybe he's still sleeping off the hangover. His poor virgin liver must be hating him right now.
I really wish she didn't use that word, because the number one thought fanning the flames of my guilt is that I may have deflowered the poor kid. I press the thought out of my head. If I dwell on it too long, I'll combust. You fucked up so hard, West. Which monologue are you doing, West?
Huh? Shay raises a perfectly shaped eyebrow.
You're going to the auditions for Bromeo and Julie from the net, right?
Shit! I forgot all about the winter show. Mr. Rutan is going to be pissed if I don't show up for auditions. I'm one of his favorites, even though he keeps passing me over for that hack Dennis. I'll probably just do something from Midsummer, I tell her. It'll be a piece of cake, seeing as I played Puck over the summer at the Shakespeare Tavern student camp in Atlanta. 3 weeks of soliloquies and sonnets, and I'm leagues ahead of my fellow thespians. The tights weren't half bad either.
Lucky.
Shay pulls out a script, flipping frantically.
I'm freaking out over here. Then again, with my schedule, I might just pass altogether. Are you going for the lead?
Chels asks me, and I'm a little offended.
Of course I am,
I say, forcing Locke from my mind for a second. Why would you ask such a ridiculous question?
It's just...
Chels pauses, like she's hand-picking her words. That never bodes well.
This year's show is a tragedy, not a comedy. The lead has to be romantic and serious.
And
you're not good at either of those things.
God, stab me in the heart, why don't you? What are you talking about? I'm a stud.
Look, if this were a comedy, I'd say there'd be no question. You'd be perfect. But when it comes to serious things...
She trails off. I can't believe what I'm hearing right now. I toss a napkin atop my untouched lunch. What about when or the time... Well, you know, Shit. I'm coming up empty here. Maybe she's right. I haven't really done a lot of serious roles. Great. Now I'm nervous.
I'm not saying don't give it a shot.
Chels wraps an arm through mine.
I'm just saying, if you get it, it's gonna take a lot of work. But I believe in you.
I swallow hard, giving her a nod. A lot of good that does me.
Maybe I'll get to be your Julie, so you can kiss me over and over and over again.
Ugh, gross. She laughs, and I can't help but smile. That is, until Locke's stupid face pops back into my mind, and everything else fades away. Chapter 25. Locke.
Lan, I know life can get crazy, but if you ever need anything, give me a call. 470-455-8874. Jill.
I didn't get on the school bus this morning. Mom was already gone when I finally unlocked my door. After a night of a collective 10 minutes of sleep, my body started on autopilot. I made Jack's lunch, restuffed his backpack, and got him at the door. Now I'm wandering. Not lost, per se. What do you call it when you don't have any place to be? I end up on a MARTA bus, which is so much worse than the Orca ones back home. My seat smells like urine, and I've no clue where I'm headed. But anything is better than being in that not-home apartment trapped with my thoughts. At least out here there's room to breathe. Atlanta is so much different than Seattle. Everything's just so alien. Nothing feels familiar, and it's terrifying. I spy a sign for Piedmont Park through the window. It's as good a place as any to kill some time, so I get off at the next stop. The sunlight is bright enough to make me squint, and it takes a second for my vision to adjust. I backtrack along the iron fence running along the sidewalk, lush green hills rising just beyond it. The entrance isn't far, the fence becoming an iron gate that swings inward. A breeze moves the stagnant air, carrying with it the smell of grass and earth. Not exactly what I expect in the middle of the city. It's almost
familiar enough. The hill to my left is spotted with blankets, people enjoying picnic lunches, basking in the plentiful sunshine, or tossing frisbees in the air for happy dogs to catch. I lean against the thick trunk of an oak tree, taking a moment to soak in the life around me. Maybe if I try hard enough, it'll seep inside and fill this horrible empty hole carved in my chest. All night long, I tortured myself for not telling Jill what happened at the party. Plus, there's the whole situation with Mom. She's never hit me before. Honestly, I think I'm still in shock. A ghostly sting lingers on my cheek, flaring at random intervals, almost like it's taunting me, like I could forget what happened. After an hour of wandering the park and watching one of the impromptu kickball games near the activity diamond, I find myself on a bench, phone in hand. Only one person can help me make sense of the dissonant discord in my head. The phone rings 6 times before she picks up.
Lan?
Hey, Jill.
What's going on, honey? Why aren't you in class right now?
Mental Health Day. Listen, are you able to meet me? I really need to talk about something. Jill hesitates.
Lan, your mother asked me not to.
I don't care, I tell her. I don't care what she said. I need to talk to you in person. Please. Another pause has my heart racing. But then she says,
Okay, I'll be there. Wait, where am I going?
I'm at Piedmont Park. Just call me when you get here.
Right, I'll be there in half an hour. Lan, you sure you're all right?
No, nothing is all right. But telling her that won't make it better, so I lie for the first time in forever. Yes, I'll see you when you get here. I end the call with a trembling finger and watch as a new round of kickball begins. Jill meets me by the 14th Street entrance.
Have I ever told you how awesome it is to park in the disabled parking?
She asks, propping her sunglasses on her forehead so she can look at me.
I mean, all my life I've had to stand by, yikes, bad choice of words, eh? And just lust after these great parking spots until now. Now I get to just whip it on in there.
I don't know how to respond to that. Yeah.
Silver lining, Lan. That's the lesson here. There's always a silver lining if you squint hard enough. Or if you draw one yourself.
Right. We start down the walking path, shaded by massive oak trees. Jill doesn't say anything, just keeps alongside me. After 16 years, she knows if she gives me space, I'll open up eventually. The words keep getting stuck in my throat, so I distract myself, looking to the trees. They must be 100 years old, judging by the size of their trunks. Carved into the bark are countless engravings, layered without rhyme or reason. Hearts filled with the initials of lovers who probably don't speak any longer. A guy named Kenny saying he was here, and more than a handful of explicit words scratched out over time. What do the trees think about people scarring them on a whim? Do they feel pain? Do they consider it artwork? Do they wear them proudly or want to hide them under branches? Does it affect their ability to find jobs?
Lan.
I've stopped walking and am staring down at a clump of gnarled roots. Sorry, I say, catching up to Jill. She slows her pace.
You're a million miles away, Lan. Talk to me.
I know. I shake away my thoughts on the emotional response of trees. 23 more steps, and Jill stops beside a faded bench. She brushes off the leaves and pitches an empty beer can into the trash before patting the wood for me to sit. Once we're on the same level, it's easy to forget she's in that chair. I'm sorry, I start, pulling a leaf from the bench and tearing a piece off at a time. About last night, I mean. I didn't mean to get you in trouble with Mom. Jill waves me off.
Whatever. I can handle my sister just fine, thank you very much. I've been doing it for 30 years.
Still, it wasn't fair for me to drag you into that.
Lan, honey, is that why you needed to talk to me? You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. I'm a grown-ass woman. I make my own decisions, and you better believe I don't regret a single moment of helping you get out of that apartment and be 16.
That's easy for her to say. She wasn't the one making horrible mistakes. But what if I regret it? Her brow droops, disturbing the familiar constellation of freckles on her forehead.
And why would you?
My heart pounds against my chest like a jackhammer. I search for something to count, but I can't focus long enough to get past 3 pine cones. I try numbering my gasping breaths instead. A warm hand touches mine, fire meeting ice.
Jesus, Lan, you're a popsicle.
Sorry, I manage through chattering teeth. Jill just laughs.
You've got to be the only person I know who would apologize for their body temperature.
A breeze moves the branches overhead, their leaves spinning as they fall to the ground. I shiver, but it's not from the breeze. If I tell her what happened, then it's all out there. I'll be telling the truth, which I try to do whenever possible, but it also means telling Jill about me, and that thing I don't particularly like about myself.
Lan, you don't have to.
I can't go back to school. I cut her off. Maybe I can ease into this. Explain why it is I feel this way so I won't seem so crazy. Because lately, that's the only way I see myself. I can't face West again.
And why's that?
Jill prods, wrapping blazing fingers around my icicles.
Did you throw up in his shoes or something?
No, we had sex. The words just fall out. I don't have time to think about them. Jill's face falls blank, blue eyes vacant as she wraps her head around what I've said.
You and West.
I nod, looking away as my cheeks burn with a heat so intense it might burn the flesh off my bones. 1 pine cone, 2, 3.
Oh.
She doesn't let go of my hand. If anything, her grip tightens. We stay like this for so long I lose count of the joggers passing by and my left leg falls asleep. But I can't think of anything else to say, and I can't look at her on the off chance her face is morphed into a mask of strained tolerance, concealing her disappointment. When Jill finally breaks the silence, her voice is quiet, blending with the rustling of the leaves overhead.
I'm sorry, Lan.
Why is she sorry? She's the least of my problems. What for?
I don't know.
She pauses, and I finally look her way. Tears cling to the ends of her lashes, and black mascara streams down her cheeks.
I guess for a lot of things. But that's my can of worms. Do you want to talk about it?
Absolutely not, I say, then add, but I'm going to have to at some point, so it might as well be now. Jill nods, sniffling as she wipes her face on the back of her hand.
Right. I'm here for you, Lan. 100%.
Yeah. Silence blooms, and we remain frozen in place, the two saddest people in the park.
Was that your first time?
Jill asks me, and I can't believe I'm having this conversation. My tongue seems to have lodged itself in the back of my throat, so I just nod.
Were you two safe?
I nod again. Maybe a comet will fall from the sky and incinerate me? That would be awesome. Save me from this awkwardness and the urge to crawl out of my skin.
Did you consent?
Yes. I sigh, my free hand wringing the back of my neck. I mean, we were both really drunk, but I didn't say no.
And have you two talked about it?
No. Hence my being here and not in class.
Is West gay?
I nod.
And you?
That's a complicated question. Maybe that's why I'm terrified right now. If I face West, knowing what we've done, knowing what he is, I won't be able to lie to myself any longer. I'll have to say it out loud, those words I've dreaded since the day they first popped into my head. I'll have to stop lying to myself. And that's not something I'm prepared to do. I'm not sure. My second lie of the day.
Okay, let's forget the labels for a second.
She snags the bottom of my chin, pulling my face to eye level.
How do you feel about West?
I swallow hard. I hadn't even bothered asking myself that question. How do I feel about him? I mean, obviously Drunk Locke finds him attractive. But now I'm sober, my feelings won't even register. How messed up is that?
Lan, you know you can tell me anything.
Jill's thumb traces the back of my hand. It's a comforting gesture.
I mean it. You could tell me you punched a baby seal in the face, and while I may be incredibly disappointed, I would totally go to bat for you in baby seal punching court.
Wait, what?
Forget it.
Jill laughs, the remnants of her tears twinkling in the corners of her eyes. It's bizarre to see her cry, like I'm watching my favorite movie in a foreign language. Familiar, but unnerving. In this moment, I want to be honest with her. Truly honest. So I tell her the thing I don't want to admit, even to myself. I think I'm gay, Jill. I stare at the cracks in the sidewalk, letting the weight of the words sink into my skin. That night kinda put everything in perspective, and that's the problem. I don't want it to be true. Jill is quiet and moves her hand away from mine. It's like she's pulled my lifeline, leaving me to drown in waves of confusion and pain. Her teeth click together, fingers fidgeting in her lap. Maybe she lied when she said I could tell her anything. Maybe she'll be the first casualty in the long list of people my sexuality alienates. Better get used to it, I guess. I push off the edge of the bench, wobbling as my leg is still asleep. Sorry to make you drive down, I say, angling away from her. I guess I'll see you around. 2 steps are all it takes for Jill to catch me around the wrist. She almost runs over my toes with one of her wheels.
Where do you think you're going?
I thought you were.
You obviously weren't thinking.
She drags me back to the bench, managing to steer herself with one arm, which is impressive.
Now, sit your ass back down. I'm not done being supportive.
My ass sits back down, and Jill pulls her brakes up so she's right in front of me.
Lan.
She lets out a breath, wiping the thin layer of sweat from her forehead.
You are one of my favorite people. And I'm not just saying that because you're family. I'm not one for nepotism, but I want you to know you're still one of my favorite people. If nothing else, you've moved up a couple of notches.
Because I'm gay?
Kid, I wouldn't give 2 shits if you told me you were dating that tree over there. Okay, maybe I'd have a few questions about bark rash. Anyways, the point is I love you for you. And this is just another part of you I get to know.
Maybe I've psyched myself out because here we are, Jill and I discussing the thing I don't talk about, and the world isn't ending. My request for death by comet has been ignored, and not a single person has appeared out of thin air to thump my head with a Bible.
Have you, by chance, told your mom about this?
I stifle a laugh. Definitely not. Jill nods, smile vacant.
It may be wise to keep this between us, she says, quickly adding, just for now. You know, with everything that's happening.
Right, I agree. But the truth is, I wasn't planning on telling her. Like, ever.
Chapter 26. West. Here's a list of my bad habits. 1. Chewing my nails. This one drives my mother crazy, but that's half the reason I still do it. 2. Popping my chewing gum. I know, I'm that guy. 3. Reading the last chapter of a book first. The school librarian tells me there's a special place in hell reserved for my kind. Or maybe she meant the gay thing. 4. Skipping meals. Cross out. Texting while driving. It'll probably kill me one day. Would you please watch the road? I ignore Chelsea's bitchin', finishing the text message and pressing send. With a swoosh, it's sent. And surprise, surprise, we're fine. You need to chill out, I tell her, setting my phone in the cup holder. I think I've been driving long enough I can send a 2-sentence text message without careening into a gully. You've had your license for 6 months. Exactly. Oh my God, whatever. She holds her own phone in a death grip, like she's expecting to have to make an emergency call. It's an important message, I explain. I'm waiting to hear whether or not Dennis choked at his audition. Tammy T said she saw him leaving in tears, but Tammy S sings a different song of near perfection on his part. I need to figure out which Tammy is full of shit. They both are, Chels huffs. I don't know why you go through the trouble of trying to interpret their gossip when they're gonna post the cast list tomorrow. That's the only way to know if Dennis beats you again, so chill. I'm chill, I contradict her. But that's a bold-faced lie. To be completely honest, my unease isn't because of the auditions, even though they make an excellent excuse. I haven't been able to get my mind off lock, the homeschooled boy wonder, all day. I even fucked up my monologue, swapping a few lines around in my scrambled brain. But I recovered handsomely, if I do say so myself. And let's be honest, if it's not from Romeo and Juliet, Mr. Rowden is clueless when it comes to Shakespeare. I'm sure he didn't even notice. Right. Chelsea leans over to crank the volume dial. You're the chillest. Damn right. I raise my voice over the music. My phone vibrates and I jump to read the message. Stop sign! My foot slams the brake and we skid to a halt just past the white line. A Toyota clears the intersection and Chelsea and I take a second to pull our hearts out of our throats. Give it! She snatches the phone from my hand, shoving it into her bra. You can get it back when I'm home in one piece. Don't think I'm afraid to go after it. You wouldn't dare. She calls my bluff. I'm about to muster the courage to attempt the unthinkable when a horn blares behind me. Fine. We roll on as I envision Dennis plummeting down a flight of stairs. Chapter 27. Lock. Reminder. Just because it's in the refrigerator doesn't mean it's safe. Aunt Jill's house is small, but warm. Kind of like her. It's tucked away in this neighborhood built in the 60s, just outside of Smyrna. It's a single level, of course, and brick on all 4 sides with electric blue shutters because Jill said, and I quote, "This place needs a pop of color or I'm gonna kill myself." So the shutters got painted, Jill moved in, and the rest is history. She used to live in Midtown, in this incredible historic loft, but that was when she was able to bound up the stairs. It's just one of the countless things that had to change in her life. You know you have to go back at some point, right? We're sitting at her kitchen table / work desk, piles of photos and takeout menus scattered across the surface. I'm not sure how she gets anything done in this mess, but I guess everyone has their own system. I know, I tell her, straightening up a stack of pictures. And I will. Eventually. What about Jack? Mom's picking him up today. The edges of the pile are smooth now, and it makes me, well, happy isn't the right word, but close to it. She had to get off early to meet with his teacher. So, what's the plan?
Jill shoves her laptop out of the way, resting her elbows on the edge of the table.
Gonna hide out here until your mom gets worried enough she keels over?
I haven't thought that far.
Well, you're free to stay as long as you want, or until your clothes smell so bad I have to give you the boot. Also, I'm too busy to cook, so I hope you like old Chinese takeout.
It's probably better than half the dinners I've made Jack eat over the last month.
Then it's settled.
Jill claps her hands as if to signal the end of the conversation.
You're in charge of food. I've got a pile of emails waiting to be ignored while I edit these pages. Best of luck.
I don't know what's more concerning. The fact Jill works for a foodie magazine and eats partially moldy mushu pork, or that she's trusting me with preparing an already potentially fatal meal. The refrigerator opens, and it's a sea of white styrofoam. I crack open a box, and I swear something moves from under the noodles. Slamming the door shut, I look at Jill, who's typing furiously and muttering to herself. Maybe a pizza?
Oh my God,
she moans, fingers still dancing across the keyboard.
You read my mind, Lan. There's a great place down the street. Here.
She chucks her wallet at me.
Anchovies, pineapple, and prosciutto on my half, please.
Wait, where am I going? I fumble the red leather clutch, then bend down to scoop it off the floor.
Just down the street.
Jill waves in a direction like it's obvious.
Tell Antonio I want the usual. He'll know what it means.
Right. I'm still unclear as to how exactly I got in this situation, but I head for the door anyways.
Oh, Lan?
I stop halfway across the threshold.
If you even think about coming back without a 2-liter of Mountain Dew, you're dead to me.
Got it. And with those specific instructions, I'm on my way. Chapter 28. West.
Here are the top 3 things I love about Chelsea. 1. She's the baddest bitch in our class. I immediately recognized her skills in bitchcraft the first day we met. It was friendship at first sight. 2. Her family is hella chill. If I could imagine the complete opposite of my parents, it would be Herb and Beverly. It's why I call them Mom and Dad. They're the best. 3. There's nothing I can't tell her. Cross out, cross out. She's a great listener. I just wish I was better at sharing things. My phone is really warm when I get it back from the depths of Chelsea's bosom. It also kind of smells of sweat, which is off-putting. Then again, girls do sweat, I suppose. That's a reality most guys don't want to accept. She waves goodbye as I back out of her stupid, steep driveway. I'm thinking about going home, but there's nothing there to hold my interest. Plus, Claire and Dr. Douchebag are bound to be around, talking wedding plans with Mother. I'd rather blow my brains out than be in the same room as them, and who wants to clean all that up? My stomach rumbles. I ignore it. I hate to say it, but I'm bored. Maybe I can try calling Locke. Or better yet, I can drive off a bridge. There's got to be something for a teenager with too much of his parents' cash burning a hole in his pocket to do in this city. I could go to the movies, but I've seen all the good ones by now, and honestly, going to the theater without a makeout buddy is utterly depressing. Maybe a walk in the park? Then again, I'm not really in the mood to be chased by a homeless man who reeks of whiskey and BO. I could work on some math homework. Maybe Locke will want to meet up and... Oh. Right. Shit. I really fucked this up. The mall is sounding better and better to kill some time. I can utilize retail therapy to help me forget how much I hate me right now. Lenox Square, here I come. There isn't much I'll admit to liking in this messed up world. As a teenage boy, I'm obligated to be apathetic about most things. Add in a touch of sass from my gay, skinny jeans, and you've got a recipe for one snarky, discontented youth. But Lenox Square Mall is worth sacrificing my everything sucks outlook on life. I mean, there's a butt ton of malls around Atlanta, but none of them have the same feel as L Square. I pull up under the breezeway, climbing out of my car and handing the keys to the valet. How freaking awesome is that? He's cute. So's the guy standing at the little valet desk. Do they just hire attractive men to park cars? It seems like a waste of talent. It is, however, a welcome distraction to kickstart my afternoon of dissociative behaviors. How does one describe the feeling of stepping through the revolving brass door and into the cool, inviting breeze? It's like God himself is greeting me with a hug and an invitation to spend exorbitant amounts of my parents' money. What better pastime could I ask for? I emerge from the rotating entrance, stepping onto a polished tile floor as crowds of afternoon shoppers move in beautiful synchronicity. It's a dance, this ebb and flow, this rhythm and beat. It calls to me, a siren song of scintillating subtlety and capitalist undertones. Oh my God, those cupcakes look amazing. I stop myself from pressing my nose against the glass of sprinkles. Maybe just one of the little... Nope! Keep walking, West. There's a reason you could button your skinny jeans this morning, and it wasn't because of cupcake snack breaks. Take the stairs. That'll get your mind off icing and sprinkles and homeschooled hotties you blew it with. I hoof it up to the second level, taking the steps two at a time to get my heart pumping. As I crest the landing, I skid to a stop, nearly colliding with a boy with gray hair. Whoa! He catches me by the elbow, keeping me straight. Sorry, I huff, slightly winded from my Rocky Balboa impersonation up the stairs. Don't worry about it, the guy replies, releasing me once I'm sure-footed. Just try not to bulldoze any old lady. Wait a second. Wesley? The name makes me twitch. I blink, giving the tall boy a once-over. His navy suit looks familiar, the emblem on his left lapel triggering something. I overlap his unnaturally gray hair with brown, and it falls together like the last piece of a puzzle. Clay? Bingo! He wraps me in a hug, lifting me off the ground for a split second. Holy shit, dude! I didn't even recognize you. Where'd the rest of you go, Wesley? My cheeks burn. I don't want to think about Wesley. Not when I'm just getting familiar with West. It's actually just West now. I shuffle my feet. I expect anger to simmer beneath my skin, but the heat doesn't come. Oh man, Rising Creek just isn't the same since you left. He claps me on the shoulder. Where are you going to school now? Kennedy, I say, eyes darting left and right, searching for a way out of this awkward conversation. All right, West, exit stage left. No shit. Clay whistles, folding strong arms across his chest. He's really filled out in 5 years. 12-year-old Clay wouldn't have been able to lift me. Then again, I don't think anyone could lift. How's public school treating you? It's not so bad. I pull my gaze away from his radically different body and back to the warm familiarity of his eyes. It's kind of great, actually. Clay sniffs, as if the very thought of public school disgusts him. Then again, it probably does. He's always had a taste for the finer things in life. Why he was ever interested in spending time with a mid-pubescent me is beyond my imagination, especially since I was... I'll take your word for it. He's still smiling at me, this stupid grin like he's in on a secret. Hey, are you busy right now? I run a hand through my hair, buying time to figure out how I want to answer. I haven't seen Clay in years. Not since he was Stretch and I was his sidekick Pudge. Nope! Just thinking about it makes me want to puke. Come on, dude. Let's hang out for old time's sake. My, friend bailed on me, and I was thinking about catching that new Tom Cruise movie. You know, the one where he's the same character as in all his other movies, but this time he flies a plane? That's a bad idea. Full disclosure, I haven't really gotten over the feelings I had for Clay when we were 12 and best friends and the world wasn't so goddamn complicated. But I don't know how to say no, so I end up saying yes, and before I know it, we're standing in line outside the mall's AMC. The intoxicating smell of popcorn not helping the tight coil of knots winding in my stomach.
How have things been?
Clay asks, shedding his uniform jacket and hanging it over his shoulder. He looks like he could have hopped out of one of the store windows. Great, I lie. How about you?
Dude, it's been a crazy couple of years. Started playing baseball. That got me in shape. My old man finally decided he'd had enough and split. I get to go stay with him in Colorado during the summers. It's so chill out there, you'd love it. And Mama's as busy as ever. I don't even really think she noticed he left, to be honest.
When did you do this? I ruffle the spikes of his hair.
Last week, actually.
A hint of pink touches his cheeks.
My friend talked me into it. Needed a change, you know?
I know the feeling. My entire life has changed since the last time I saw Clay. Definitely. It's our turn at the kiosk, and Clay buys both of our tickets, even though I argue against it. He just winks at me and tells me to grab the popcorn while he gets our seats. One eternity later, I carry the gargantuan tub of popcorn and 2 sodas into the dark theater, my feet sticking to the floor every couple of steps. Squinting into the murky room, I finally spy Clay waving like an idiot from the back row. What the hell is he doing all the way up there? I try to avoid making a huge mess, carefully scaling the stairs to the last row. I unload my spoils before settling into the seat next to Clay. What's up with the nosebleeds? I ask, then take a swig of Coke Zero.
It's the best seat in the house,
Clay exclaims, munching on a handful of popcorn.
You don't miss a thing back here.
If you say so. The lights dim and the previews begin to roll. Clay's shoulder brushes against mine, and I notice the armrest is up between the two of us. Did he?
Dude, remember that time we snuck into that Paranormal Activity movie on Jimmy's birthday?
Clay is close. His hot breath tickles my ear. It's suddenly difficult to think.
God, what a terrible idea that was. I couldn't sleep for a week.
I remember that night all too well, and the subsequent bout of nightmares. My parents had to send me to therapy to get over it, I whisper back. Clay laughs like I'm joking, and I smile even though what I've said is 100% true. 3 years later, I went back to the same therapist for something completely different, but we're not getting into that. A trailer for some sappy love story is playing now, but I can't focus on anything other than the warmth radiating from Clay as he leans into me.
That looks like a good date movie,
he says, bobbing his head toward the screen. Yeah, sure, I snort. If you like straight white heteronormative bullshit.
Not a fan?
I just don't understand how they can make the same movie 1,000 times, and they wonder why no one comes to watch this stupid shit. Mark my words, if they made a semi-decent romantic comedy with 2 guys, that shit would sell out like that. I snap my fingers for emphasis. But no, you're right. That would be a great date movie for you and your girlfriend. Hope you enjoy it, followed immediately by your white wedding and birth of your 2.5 children in the burbs.
Jesus,
Clay chuckles.
How long have you been wanting to get that off your chest?
Sorry, I mutter. Glad he can't see my face flush in the darkness. Lack of diversity in romantic comedies is kinda my hill to die on.
You know, dude, you're sort of adorable when you're raging.
My heart jumps the express lane to my throat. The screen goes black as the intro for the movie begins, casting us into total darkness.
What?
As the title rises, Clay's face illuminates, eyes refracting every speck of light.
I said you're adorable,
he repeats in a low voice. This isn't happening. It can't be. I must have tripped running up the stairs and fallen into some sort of gay coma, filled with all the boys I hopelessly pined after in my formative years. I'm fully expecting Logan Lerman to walk in next, followed shortly by my second cousin Jesse. Hey, no judgment.
Is something wrong?
Clay asks, as if he didn't just drop the biggest bomb in the history of social bombs. You've gotta be fucking kidding. This isn't happening. He's pulling a prank, just like when we were kids. Only now, we're not kids. He's so close. I can't stop looking at that face.
Huh?
His eyebrows knit together in confusion. If this is a joke, Clay, I'm not laughing.
Dude, I'm not either. I'm sorry. I just thought that...
Thought what? His face is an inch from mine, eyes locked on me. I swallow. He finishes his advance, lips pressing firmly to mine. His kiss tastes salty and a little oily from the butter, but that all fades in a second because Clay is kissing me and nothing makes sense anymore. When his eyes open, he pulls away and watches me. I have no idea how he's expecting me to react, and I don't know what I'm feeling right now. I mean, my face is hot. My breath comes in sharp intakes. My already tight jeans are even tighter.
Was that okay?
Clay asks, voice low and earnest.
Yes.
I nod, as if that adds clarity to my answer. He cracks a smile, white teeth gleaming in the low light. Since when are you? I trail off.
For a little while now,
he replies, leaning in for another kiss. I pull away from his advance. Something isn't sitting right with me. Deferred anger roars to life in my gut. And you never told me? You were the first person I ever came out to, Clay. Why didn't you say something?
I don't know,
he whispers, shoulders sinking inward.
No, that's not true.
The truth is, I was terrified. Come on, Wesley. After you came out, I had to watch you get tormented and smacked around every day. I wasn't brave enough to go through that. Oh, poor baby! I scoff, fiery anger bubbling into my chest. Having to stand by and watch your best friend get the shit kicked out of him. How horrible! If only there had been someone who knew how it felt! Clay recoils from my words.
I'm sorry.
The hot emotion has bloomed into an inferno. Sorry? Oh, that makes it all better? Are you fucking serious right now? Shh! Someone hisses from up front. Go fuck a duck, I retort. Clay grabs my arm.
Wes, please.
I shake him off, rising from the cushy seat. I had to leave school, Clay. I had to leave you and every friend I had in this world because it wasn't safe for me to be myself. Do you know how that feels?
I want to talk about this.
Clay is on his feet too.
But maybe someplace else?
Thank God, says audience member number 1. I push against his chest. And you abandoned me! What the hell, man? Not a phone call, not a text message. You didn't care enough to know whether or not I was alive, and now you're kissing me? Shut up! Yells audience member number 2. It's Tom Cruise, people! What are you missing? I shout.
West!
Clay's fingers wrap around my wrist, pulling me to face him.
Come on, let's get out of here and talk through this.
Get off me! I shake free of his grasp. This was a mistake.
Wes, please.
He reaches for me again, and I knock him away.
I'm sorry.
In this moment, I completely believe he's telling the truth, but it doesn't change my mind. If anything, it only steals my determination. I reach for my cup of soda, swiping the lid off in a swift motion. With a flick of the wrist, I sling the dark liquid at Clay, soaking his jacket. What the fuck? He yells, but I'm already halfway down the stairs. Hot and heavy tears pour down my face as I race from the theater and through the crowds of shoppers.
Chapter 29. Lock. Note to self, don't let Jill pick pizza toppings. Is there a difference?
I'm squinting at Jill's laptop screen, struggling to pick out the inconsistencies between the 2 pages she's pulled up.
I count the number of tomatoes. There's 4 on each.
Oh my God!
She lets out an exasperated sigh, sinking her teeth into a slice of pizza before adding, "Swears at least 3 of them." "English, please?" She holds up 3 fingers, and I'm able to translate. "Why am I doing this anyways?" I ask, alternating between the 2 identical photos. "Isn't this why there's an editor?"
"I am the editor,"
Jill reminds me, wiping her hands on a napkin before pulling the laptop away.
"Time to learn, kiddo. Now, pay close attention."
She folds the keyboard behind the screen, producing her stylus from her pocket.
"We change the font here, here, and here. Then there's the slightly tilted image in the top left corner that we—"
The cell phone on the table buzzes, freeing me from the monotony of Jill's screen.
"Hey, Marco,"
she answers, pausing for a moment to listen.
"What do you mean, next Tuesday? I need them yesterday. Last week, actually."
I pull out my own phone, and Jill's increasingly agitated voice fades into the background. No notifications. I guess there really isn't anyone who cares enough about my absence to reach out. It doesn't surprise me, but the reality sits on my shoulders like a sack of bricks. It's getting late. Mom should be home by now, and is probably halfway through a bottle of wine. I would hope her being alone with Jack would serve as an incentive not to get plastered, but I'm not holding my breath. In fact, the more I think about it, the more anxious I get. Something horrible will happen if I leave him alone with her.
"Well, call me when you hear something."
Jill ends the call, tossing the phone onto the table haphazardly.
"Jesus, Lan. I'm working with a bunch of children."
"Jill?" She looks up from her work. Would you mind running me home?" There's hesitation on her face as her teeth click together. "It's Jack," I explain. I want to make sure he's okay." That seems to convince her.
"Yeah. All right."
She sets the laptop aside but doesn't move yet.
"Just remember, I'm here if you need anything, Lan. And I mean anything."
"Right." I nod. "Thanks, Aunt Jill." She doesn't correct me or give me the stink eye. I grab my tattered backpack from the kitchen counter. Maybe she's finally realized she's enough of a grown-up to be called an aunt. That's progress, right?
"Lan, honey."
I turn just in time to catch the cat toy before it collides with my face.
"Call me that again, and it'll be something much heavier."
Yeah. Forget I said anything. Chapter 30. West. A list of things I used to like about Clay. 1. He always had the best jokes, and he always told them in the middle of class so I'd burst out laughing and get in trouble. 2. He was always singing, like always, and it was usually something from the 80s, but oddly perfect for the situation. Example, the time he started into total eclipse of the heart during an actual school viewing of a partial eclipse. I punched him for that one. 3. He made me feel safe. Cross out, cross out. I've been driving for an hour, and I still have no idea where I'm going. Music is blasting as high as it can go, waves of bad suns buffeting my every thought. But they don't make sound loud enough to drown out what's running through my mind, so all I end up with is a headache. All I wanted was an afternoon of frivolous shopping to distract me from my problems, but no, this fucked up world had other plans. Why not dig up the most painful part of my past and have it kiss me and twist all my thoughts until they're brambles and thorns? God, I could really go for some ice cream right now. On the bright side, at least I haven't been thinking about Locke. Until now, shit. Well, there goes the bright side. I called Chels, but it goes straight to voicemail. Then I remember she's on her way to the Fox Theater with her parents, who surprised her with tickets to Hamilton. Her dad makes them all turn off their phones when they spend time together, weirdos. I couldn't make it 5 minutes alone with my family.
I don't know how she does it. Maybe if I talk to Locke, I'll feel better. Clear the air between us so I can focus on one identity crisis at a time. Yeah, that's gotta help. At least, it can't make things worse. Right? I take the stairs up to the 6th floor because it gives me time to think through what I'm gonna say to him. At least that's what I tell myself, but by the 5th floor, I still haven't come up with jack shit. Why isn't there a card for this kind of thing? Like a sorry we got drunk and fucked card. There's bound to be a market for it. I'll have to patent the idea. I'll be rich. Well, richer. You know what I mean. I'm at the door, apartment 623, empty-handed and slightly winded from the climb. My stomach growls as I knock. There's a shuffling noise inside, followed by a gruff woman's voice. "Jack, knock it off!" Then nothing. I knock again, and unsteady footsteps get closer to the door. It swings inward, Locke's mom looking at me like I'm an alien with 3 heads. "Who are you?" she demands, pulling her flannel shirt tighter around her body. She clearly wasn't expecting company. "West," I remind her. "I'm Locke's friend. Is he up for visitors, by chance? The flu's taken out half our class this week, so I figure he's probably out of it, but I wanted to make sure he was all right." I'm actually hoping it is the flu, and not that he doesn't want to talk to me. Just thinking that makes my chest tight. "What are you talking about?" his mom asks, crossing her arms. "Was he not at school?" "Oh, shit. Abort mission, West. Well, maybe I just missed him. You know, big school. I'm sure he was there. Good going, genius. You just ratted him out. How could this get any worse? Sorry to bother." "West?" Locke halts his progress down the hall, letting his backpack slide off his shoulder. I try to smile at him, but it's more of a grimace. I hope it gets the point across. I'm so fucking sorry. His mom pounces. "Did you skip school?" But it's me he's looking at, brow furrowed and betrayal filling his eyes. "Yes," he tells her. Dude, seriously, why wouldn't you lie? Get inside. His mother steps aside so he can pass. Now I'm standing in the middle of the hallway, wishing I was dead. "Was that it?" She scowls, door already halfway closed. I nod, and it slams shut. Her muffled voice drifts through the walls, angry yet hollow. I can't bear to listen, so I retrace my steps to the staircase. The rhythm of my heart matches my steps as I descend, oblivious to my surroundings. Somewhere around the 3rd floor, I pull out my phone, scroll until I hit his number. I type out a text. "Me. I'm so sorry." 4:36 p.m. I hit send. Not really clear on what it is I'm apologizing for. It's a list I don't like to think about, and it just keeps growing. I can't seem to keep myself from fucking everything up. I'm a disaster on 2 feet. The lobby is quiet when I finish my descent. I really need the world to be smaller, to shrink the cavernous guilt swelling all around me, so I find a corner and press my forehead against the faded wallpaper. Breathe, West. Just breathe. Today hasn't been my best day. In fact, I really can't imagine a day that's been worse, and that's including the time I shit my pants in the middle of my 4th grade math class. I had to wear a uniform skirt the rest of the day because that's all the office had on hand, and my parents couldn't be bothered to bring me another pair of pants. The skirt was actually super comfy. The repeated slams into a locker, not so much. Skirt day has nothing on today. The worst part is I don't know how to fix it. Who knows what Locke must think of me right now? I mean, I'm pretty sure it isn't good. If I were him, I'd want to punch me in the dick. But I'd like to think he's a better person than I'll ever be. I don't know how much time passes before I hear the soft ding of the elevator behind me. I wipe the end of my nose. As if this day isn't embarrassing enough, I've decided to add crying to the mix. Thank God my father isn't here to see this. I'll just make a quick exit and hopefully never come back to this building ever again. But it's Locke that steps out of the elevator, Jack propped on his hip, and blood running down his opposite arm as it holds his phone to his ear. He sees me, eyes widening.
Never mind, Jill. I think I just got a ride. Be there soon.
I sniff, blinking to clear any moisture from my eyelashes. Need a lift? He nods, not mentioning the tears.
That would be great. Chapter 31. Locke.
Lan, thanks for picking up the slack while I'm at work. Be sure Jack doesn't sit too close to the TV. I'll be home late. Love, Mom.
How did I get here? I'm not talking about the back of West's way too nice for a 17-year-old car, but more so about my life in general. This time last year, I was a happy, healthy teenager with a love for short stories and a family that never showed their imperfections. Now, I'm in the backseat of the car belonging to the boy to whom I gave my virginity, clinging to my little brother because he's the only thing that hasn't changed in all this time. Mom's in self-destruct mode. That much is obvious. And I don't know what to do about it. Also, West's car doesn't have a car seat for Jack, which just goes to show I didn't think this through. Careful, I tell West as he merges onto 285. I tighten my grip around Jack's waist. He's watching an episode of Petey on my phone. I've fastened the belt over both of us, but I'm still petrified with every passing car. Right, West replies in a soft voice. He's not his usual chipper self, but given the current circumstances between us, that's not surprising. Hey, you're not still blading, are you? Oh, I raise my left arm into the beam of light coming from the car behind us. There's a long gash from my elbow to my wrist. It's shallow, but still trickling. My shirt is stained red. I'm sorry, I tell West. He looks through the rearview mirror. Dude, why are you apologizing? Sorry, I repeat. It's a reflex. Don't worry about it, he assures me, eyes trained back on the road. Would it be weird for me to ask what happened? It would be weird if you didn't, but I don't want to talk about it now. I let out a sigh. Not with Jack here? He nods, not pressing the subject. I can't express my gratitude, but I try anyways. Thank you, I add, for driving us. No problem. We ride toward Jill's in silence. Jack nods off at some point and drops my phone onto the floorboard. I'll have to remember to grab it when we get there. What am I going to tell her? Well, aside from we can't go home? It's not fair of me to do this, just show up on her doorstep, but I honestly have nowhere else to go. Everything is such a mess. The car bounces as we pull into Jill's driveway. The sight of her van in the garage lifts a weight from my shoulders. Jack stirs in my arms as I unstrap us, sliding out of the car. West is out too, looking like he wants to help but doesn't know how. I've got him, I say, closing the passenger door with a bump of my hip. Right. He's shuffling his feet. Thank you. Again. Yeah, like I said, it's not a problem. He manages a small smile. It all comes rushing back in, the night we had together. Curls and smiles and kisses and warm skin, and I can't look him in the eye anymore, so I just walk to the door, knocking with my free arm. There's a rustling inside, and I hear the distinct sound of Jill's wheels on the tiled floor. West stands by his car, watching. Lan? I hear from the other side of the door. It cracks open, then swings inward with enough force it hits the wall. Jesus, Lan, why are you covered in blood? Shh, I hush. I don't want Jack freaking out. Give him, Jill demands. I pass the little guy over. She rests him against her shoulder, rolling backward to let me in.
Start talking.
I step inside, the door closing behind me. It's not as bad as it looks.
That doesn't put my mind at ease,
she whispers back.
Because right now you look like you took Carrie to the prom.
Huh?
Never mind.
Jill waves me off.
Give me a second to get the little guy settled, and then I want an explanation.
Okay. She disappears down the hallway, and I'm left standing in the living room, dripping blood onto the floor. My arm is throbbing now, but I'm in no hurry to do anything about it. I'm in no hurry to do anything, really. There must be something wrong with me. Some part of my brain that snapped because I should be more upset about what happened. Now I think about it, I haven't shed a tear. It's hard to cry when there are so many other things taking up space in my head. Headlights shine through the window, and I glance between the blinds to see Wes's car back onto the road. I hate the heat rising to my face, not because I don't want to feel this emotion, but because it means I care more about a boy than I do about my family imploding. Guilt crashes in, wrapping its ugly tentacles around my heart and squeezing until I can't breathe. I wish Dad was here. He could always help me make sense of the world.
Where the hell is my sister?
I didn't hear Jill come back. My guess is home, I reply. Moving on to her second bottle? Jill's teeth click. They sound like a clock ticking. 1, 2, 3.
Let's take care of that,
she says finally, pointing to my arm currently ruining her floors. I follow her into the kitchen, where she's rooting through cabinets in search of a first aid kit.
Rinse it off in the sink,
she tells me. I follow her instructions. The water stings as it washes the dark stains from my skin, swirling pink before vanishing down the drain. Once my arm is clean of the dried blood, I sit at the table where, just a few hours ago, we shared the strangest pizza I've ever eaten. That moment feels worlds away, lost in a blur of shouting and pain. Jill is next to me now, sorting through the bandages and ointments. She takes my hand, pulling my arm straight. The sharp twinge yanks me from my thoughts.
You want to fill me in here?
I don't answer right away, or even wince as she cleans the cut with an alcohol wipe. Everything is coming through a filter right now, dulling my senses. I don't know what to tell her because the truth will cause more pain, and Jill is the last person I want to hurt. But if I don't tell her, then next time, I may not be lucky enough to get out with just a scratch. Something warm falls on my palm. Jill's hands are still, holding onto my arm with gentle pressure. Another drop, and I realize she's crying, her tears raining on me. Jill?
I let this happen.
Her words tremble.
I didn't know it had gotten so bad. Or maybe I just didn't want to see it.
I'm at a loss, so I count falling tears. 6, 7, 8.
I'm sorry,
she exhales, brushing away the ones that still cling to her cheeks. I don't understand, I tell her.
I know, sweetie. Your mom is just...
No, I cut her off. Mom, I understand. It's you I don't get. Why are you claiming responsibility? I didn't mean it as an insult, but the way her lip quivers makes me think it came across harsher than intended. I'm sorry. A knock on the door renders me silent. Jill doesn't move, so after the second round of knocking, I pull my arm away and go to the door. It's West, looking sheepish as he offers me my cell phone. Figured you might need that. Sorry. Thanks. I take it without really looking at him.
No problem.
He hesitates, hands sinking into the pockets of his jeans.
Hey, I know it's probably horrible timing.
He shifts his weight from one foot to the other. But I was wondering if we could talk about the other night.
along with the usual heat in my face. Fire flickers in my gut, making me want to say yes. I resist. It's really not a good time. Right. His head shakes back and forth. I shouldn't have asked. Jesus, I can really be a fucking idiot sometimes. Ha. Just don't mind me. Have a good night. Oh, I guess that's not. Anyways, I'll see you later. He turns and starts down the sidewalk, still muttering under his breath. An ache pulses in my chest, and I can't bear to see him leave. Wait, I stop him. He looks back to me, hope bursting to life in his eyes. Give me a half hour. I've got a mess to sort out. Okay, he agrees quickly. I'll be here. 8:30. He hurries off without another word. It's like I can't tell him no. Chapter 32. West. A list of ways to keep myself distracted when I'm upset. 1. Clean all the things. Busy hands, busy mind. 2. Facebook scrolling. Other people's lives are so much more interesting when yours is going to shit. 3. Making pointless lists. I've never been so thankful for leather interior in my life. Blood just wipes right off. I'll add that to my list of things to keep in mind if I ever become a serial killer. Traffic outside the racetrack gas station is light. Used wipes pile on the floorboard, the result of my efforts to get rid of Locke's DNA. My stomach growls despite my squeamish work, but I tell it to shut the fuck up. If there's ever been a day stranger than this one, I can't think of it. My phone chimes from the front seat, and I take a break from my bio-clean to look. A Facebook notification. New friend request, Clayton Derrick. I stare at the picture, a brown-haired Clay smiling back at me. The nerve of this boy! I guess a 52-ounce shower of Coke Zero wasn't enough for him to get the message? Almost 5 years of radio silence, and he expects me to just accept it and move on? Tough fucking cookies. I close the app with a huff and toss my phone onto the passenger seat. Grabbing a fresh wipe, I go back over the already spotless back seat and put Clay out of my mind once and for all. He did seem really upset at the theater. Nope. You are not going to placate him, West. You don't care. You don't care. Man, these carpets need to be vacuumed. After scavenging enough quarters out of my cup holder, the loud whoosh of the vacuum hose drowns out my thoughts. I pull out the floor mats. I vacuum the ceiling. I even get the trunk. But all too soon, my vacuum time ends, and the thoughts come rushing back in to fill the void of noise. I'm thinking about that kiss, and his stupid face, and the fluttering in my chest when he looked at me with, fuck, I don't have time for this. It's almost 8:30. I roll into the driveway, 5 minutes late. Locke sits on the front porch with a fresh white bandage wrapped around his arm. I'm dying to know exactly what happened, but that's mostly because I'm a nosy little bastard. I'm trying to rein that in a little bit. He gets into the passenger seat, handed me the phone I'd forgotten I tossed over there with a prepossessing smile. I stow it in my pocket, definitely not dwelling on our hands touching. How's Jack? I ask, unsure where to start this conversation. Still asleep? Locke answers. He keeps pressing his thumb into each finger, one after the other, in the same pattern. But he'll be all right. I nod, putting the car in reverse. That's good. Do you drink coffee? Not really. Ouch. I don't know if our friendship will ever recover from that blow. What's worse than someone who doesn't like coffee? Well, I guess we could. Coffee is fine. He interjects. All right, this is going well. Maybe I should just do us both a favor and swerve off the road right now. That'd solve a few issues.
Strange question.
Locke starts, looking into the back of the car where he's probably checking to see if his blood seeped into the carpets.
But was your car this clean before?
No. I'm a bit of an emotional cleaner. I just had to get some of that out of my system. It's been a weird day.
Agreed.
I'm feeling like a piece of shit because this was a terrible idea, and I'm pretty sure he's going through some awful family stuff right now, and this is so selfish of me to want to talk about what happened between us when there's so much more important.
I'm sorry,
he says, silencing my debilitating internal monologue.
About the other night?
Oh, okay. I guess we're talking about this. Yeah, I am too. I never intended for that to happen, just so you know. He nods, eyes straight ahead. Is he avoiding looking at me? Why does it bother me so much? And for the record, I joke, because it's my only defense mechanism. I don't really remember a lot of it. I'm guessing he probably doesn't either. That's been the one saving grace in this whole debacle.
I do,
he replies. Well, fuck.
It was nice, he continues. All things considered.
I really don't know how to respond to that, so my face just burns while we ride in silence. Locke doesn't let me suffer for too long before he breaks it. He turns to look at me for the first time tonight.
I know you wanted to talk about the party, but can I ask you something?
For some reason, my pulse takes off. Why do I feel like I've fallen into a trap? Yeah, of course. There's a hesitation in Locke's words, like he's knitting them together.
How did you get so comfortable with yourself?
And,
the gay thing.
Oh. The question triggers another flood of memories I'm not prepared for. Just like with Clay, a few words and I'm 12 years old. It wasn't always easy, I say slowly, struggling to reclaim control over the rampaging reminiscence. I had to change schools after I came out. Most of the people I considered friends stopped talking to me. Even my best friend. Stupid Clay and his stupid face and that stupid kiss.
Why?
Locke asks. Who knows? It was middle school. No one wanted to talk to the kid who kept getting his head stuck in the toilet or the word fag carved in his locker.
What about your family?
They didn't care about the gay thing. Or about me getting bullied, honestly. My father told me it builds character. My mother said I was exaggerating. It wasn't until I came home with a black eye and bloody nose that they even considered letting me transfer to a public school. He nods, like I've satisfied another question that remains unspoken. A new school helped, I continue. New friends helped even more. But honestly, what really made a difference was when I realized I can't change what other people think about me. I can only control how I think about myself. From that moment on, I decided my opinion of myself was the only one that mattered. I don't tell him my opinion of myself is pretty shitty right now. That's neither uplifting nor helpful, so I keep it to myself. It's my cross to bear alone, I guess. Locke is quiet, not surprising, as he stares out the passenger window. I want to help him, which is totally unusual for me. I don't really like serious topics, so the fact I'm going out of my way to bring one up is kinda crazy. Do you want to talk about what happened tonight? He looks at me again, then back down to his fidgety hands.
My mom hasn't really been herself since my dad.
He stops, swallowing hard.
Since he passed away back in May.
That answers a few questions. I check them off the mental list. I'm sorry. That sucks. How did he die?
Cancer?
There's no further explanation. Double suck. He nods in agreement.
She didn't mean for this to happen.
He raises his bandaged arm.
My mom, I mean. At least I'm choosing to believe that. I don't really know this new person she's become.
Seeing your dad go through that must have been hard on her, I offer. I can't imagine having to make excuses for my parents. Sure, they aren't exactly parent of the year material, but they at least don't physically harm me. Was it a surprise?
Mom said he was diagnosed right before Christmas. Locke explains. Stage 4? Not much could be done at that point. Then he just disappeared one day. Mom didn't tell me about the cancer until after he died. I don't remember the last time I saw him, you know? I can't even pinpoint the last thing I said.
Wait. I pull into a parking spot in front of a Starbucks, but I'm in no hurry to get out. What do you mean he disappeared?
He left in the middle of the night. Wrote Mom and me both notes and bounced. I only found out he'd been in Atlanta when we came down for the funeral.
Here. I unfasten my belt so I can turn toward him. Why here?
This is where my parents grew up.
Locke mimics me, carefully pulling the belt around his damaged arm.
Where they met. He was staying with a friend of theirs from college.
That's kinda messed up. I lean my head back against the window.
I'm actually grateful he did it. I don't think I'd have been able to watch him wither away. It was more an act of mercy on his part.
Sounds more like cowardice to me. Shit, did I really just say that? Locke's looking at me like I've just slapped him in the face. Jesus, I'm sorry, I didn't.
It's fine.
He cuts me off, but his expression says otherwise.
It's just, I don't really talk about him. Still haven't gotten over it, you know?
Yeah, of course. That's totally normal. Locke lets out a weak laugh.
I don't know if normal is the word I would use, but I'll take it.
There's silence between us again, spreading over me until the back of my neck prickles. I don't like silence. I try to avoid it whenever possible. What are you gonna do now? I ask. He sighs, dark eyes falling back to his hands.
Same thing I always do, I guess. Figure it out. Jill will let us stay as long as we need to, but I know Mom will come looking for us. No clue what'll happen then.
I feel helpless. I also feel protective of him, which is weird because I usually only get that way with Chels, and that's because she's my favorite person. Is there anything I can do to help? He shakes his head.
No clue. Nothing I can think of. You already saved the day once tonight. I'd feel bad asking you to do it again.
Saved the day? I've never saved anything in my life. Ruined things? Sure, all the time, but save them? It's new territory. Well, don't hesitate to send out the West signal whenever you need a hand. He's laughing again. This time full on, which is awesome because Locke frowns too much. That joke may have been archaic, but at least it did its job.
I'll try to remember that,
he tells me with a smile. Good. I'll keep an eye out.
Chapter 33. Locke. Note to self. Shakespeare isn't for the faint of heart, or the skittish in nature. Going to school seems wrong, given my current situation, but Jill is adamant and I don't have the energy to fight her.
For a middle-aged woman on two wheels, she can be terrifying sometimes. Shay catches me after math class, fulfilling her friend obligation by asking me how I enjoyed Chelsea's party and if I met anyone while I was there. I tiptoe through my answers, keeping it vague and jovial. No need to think about that night if I don't have to. Even though West and I stayed out talking in his car until midnight, I wouldn't say things are normal between us. By the time lunch rolls around, she's exhausted her questions and we fall back into the rhythms of our usual, comfortable silence. It's strange, my relationship with Shay. She's the type of person who doesn't have to work at making friends. People just naturally gravitate towards her. At least, most people. I think my internal compass must be abnormal because I don't feel the same gravitational pull toward Shay, which, in retrospect, just makes her that much more determined to be my friend. Is spite really the best foundation for friendship? Guess time will tell.
Yes! Yes! Suck it, Dennis!
I jump as Wes slams a sheet of paper down on the table, scattering the tater-tot house Silent Steve constructed. He doesn't express frustration, just sweeps the wreckage clear and starts another stack. Maybe I should help him?
I told you there was nothing to worry about.
Chelsea placates him, taking the seat across from me.
And I guess we know that Tammy T is the more trustworthy of the Tammys. Didn't she get caught cheating on like 3 of her finals last year?
Shay pipes in.
She's the most trustworthy socially.
Chelsea clarifies with a sneer, as if it's common knowledge. It seems she might be immune to Shay's charm as well.
Congratulations, West,
Shay offers, batting a cherry tomato around her salad.
I ended up not auditioning. My schedule is just horrendous right now. I'm guessing you got the lead?
Hell yes, I did. He hops atop the bench, brandishing a bound script and adopting a horrible British accent.
If I profane with my unworthiest hand this holy shrine, the gentle fine is this: 2 blushing pilgrims ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a gentle kiss. Thank God this is an adaptation.
Chelsea laughs, flipping through a script of her own.
If I had to sit through 6 weeks of rehearsal and listen to that garbage, I'd have to pull a Juliet and down a bottle of drain cleaner. The doors of breath seal with a righteous kiss.
West leaps from his perch, arms outstretched to Chelsea.
A dateless bargain to engrossing death. If you try to kiss me...
She stops him with a finger to the lips.
Your death will indeed be engrossing. Now sit down.
What part did you get? I ask Chelsea, immediately regretting it as everyone turns to look at me.
The nurse,
she says, like it's a curse word. Shay grabs the cast list, scanning through the lines.
Oh, Gwen Chang got Juliet. That's awesome. She's super talented. Apparently.
Chelsea huffs.
Don't be like that,
Wes tells her, tickling the back of her neck.
The nurse is such an important role. Says Romeo.
She fires back. But there's a smile creeping on her face that makes me think she's really not that upset. Will you come see the show? It takes me a moment to realize West is looking at me, waiting for an answer. Oh, yeah, of course. When is it?
It's right after we get back from Thanksgiving break,
Shay tells me.
We can totally go as a group. It'll be so much fun.
I just nod along. I can't think about anything beyond getting through today. I'm in survival mode. It dulls everything around me, letting me focus on keeping myself together.
The script is terrible, by the way.
Wes keeps flipping through the pages.
Whoever told Mr. Roughton his talents lay in adaptations should be shot. I can't believe the school is okay with this,
Chelsea adds.
Jesus, it's destroying one of the greatest pieces of literature in the world, second only to a certain series about sparkly vampires. We're not getting into this debate again, Wes sighs. Leave the vampires out of Shakespeare. But why? Chels whines, wrapping an arm around West's. You have to admit those books were good. No, actually, I don't. He pulls away from her. You said it yourself. Your favorite thing about those books is that your mom didn't write them. Even Vampires in Venezuela was better than that teen porn schlock.
Chelsea's about to argue when I interrupt. Wait a second. They both are looking at me now, but I try not to focus on that. Your mom writes the monstrous anthropology series?
Ugh.
She rolls her eyes.
Don't remind me.
Your mom is B.F. Deal.
Yes,
Chels sighs.
and it's always a big fucking deal.
West giggles.
I see what you did there.
I love her books. I lean forward, no longer interested in my lunch. I've read Abominable Alaska like 12 times.
Really?
West's eyes narrow into slits.
I didn't have you pegged for a horror romance type.
I ignore him, my hands beginning to shake with excitement. Would I be able to talk to her? Like, meet her? Oh my god, do you think she would sign some of my copies? I think I loaned Beelzebub in Baltimore to Amanda. All her stuff got donated when she...
Whoa!
Chels seizes my hands, pinning them in place.
You need to ratchet that down about 37 notches.
I blink. They're both staring at me, perplexed. Do I have something on my face?
I have one condition,
Chels tells me, slowly letting go of my hands.
If I introduce you, you have to promise to keep your heart from exploding all over her. Believe it or not, she can't stand the sight of blood.
Irony, West chimes. I can do that, I say, smiling wider than I would have thought possible. Does that mean I get to meet her?
I'll see what I can do,
Chels offers, but she's grinning too, which means my chances are good.
Better make it quick,
West stage whispers to her.
He already knows where you live. You might come home to him wearing your mom's face or something.
Chapter 34. West. A list of things that excite my mother. 1. Fox News. Gross. 2. When I showed her how to get her stock reports on her phone. You'd have thought I'd given her a kidney. 3. Belittling her children's achievements. Cross out. Hostile takeovers. She just loves crushing spirits. That's right, you're looking at the one, the only Romeo. Thank you. Please hold your applause until you see how awesome I am. Mother doesn't even look up from her laptop. That's wonderful, Wesley. So proud. Really? I ignore the name slip, plopping onto the armchair across from her. Because you don't look it from here. Constipated, maybe, but not so much proud. Let's be honest. I hadn't really expected a huge response, but a smidgen of congratulations would be nice. I worked my ass off over the summer to get ready for that audition. Not that she'd ever know that. That would require her actually paying attention to me for longer than it takes to condemn what I'm wearing. She releases an exasperated sigh and half closes her MacBook. What do you want from me, Wesley? Shall I leap for joy, run across the room, fling my arms around you, and tell you you're the greatest thing since Sean Hannity? Well, it wouldn't hurt. I'm proud of you, she repeats, raising the screen of her laptop once more. That should be sufficient. Your father will be thrilled. Sure, I snort. I'd sooner believe he gave up golfing. Mother doesn't respond, simply continues the staccato rhythm of her typing. It's always like this with her. Most of the time I feel the need to schedule an appointment through Mother's assistant if I want FaceTime with her. She's busy, I get it. But I often fantasize what it would be like to have an actual mother, instead of the soulless number-crunching titan of industry I've been saddled with my entire life.
With nothing further to bother her with, I leave Mother to her work. My stomach is practically eating itself at this point, a side effect of my neglect. Maybe I'll find a snack. That will make everything better. Unfortunately, an unpleasant surprise waits for me in the kitchen. "Look who's decided to grace us with his presence," Claire teases. She and Blake lean over the counter, flipping through a stack of bridal magazines. She brushes a lock of sandy hair from her face. After I hit my growth spurt in 8th grade, people would ask if we were twins. She's got the same curls, the same eyes, and even the same great ass, if I do say so myself. "Where have you been?" Claire continues, taking a break from the glitz of celebrity weddings and photoshopped brides. "You've been a literal ghost since Saturday." "I've been haunting the attic," I say, opening the fridge and frowning at the contents. "Didn't you hear the moaning? Oh, wait, that was coming from your room last night." She doesn't react, but Blake coughs. I wish he was choking. She ignores my inappropriate comment, dragging me by the wrist to the countertop laden with lace and glossy pages. "Come take a look at these. We're trying to decide between a traditional veil and train or a more modern design for my dress." She narrows the stack down to 2 pages, holding them out to me. "Which do you prefer?" I stare at the options without absorbing any of the details. I couldn't care less what she's going to wear. The marriage won't last a year, especially if she finds out her betrothed is a piece of... "Neither," I say, a yawn escaping through the word. I go back to the fridge, rummaging around the drawers until I find Mother's hidden baggie of peanut butter cups. Hell yes! She prefers them chilled and only eats them during times of intense stress. She won't miss a few. "You're no help," my sister huffs, turning back to Blake. "I'm going to go ask Mother again," she announces. "You two play nice while I'm gone, please." I almost choke on my chocolatey treat because I'm laughing. Blake shoots me a look, but it just makes it that much funnier. Claire leaves the room. I turn to follow, but a strong hand catches my shoulder, digging into my skin before spinning and slamming me against the wall. The bag of candy drops to the floor. "Can you at least try to be less obvious?" Blake seethes in my ear, breath hot and moist. My stomach churns, bile rising up my throat. I force it down. There's no way I'm giving this douchebag the satisfaction of seeing me cower. "It's not really in my nature." I strain to keep my voice level. "Then I'll just have to shut you up myself." His forearm presses into my throat, blue eyes narrowed to loathsome slits and his nostrils flaring. "You like that, don't you, faggot?" I claw at him, gasping. His free hand drops to my crotch. I swat it away. Tears form in my eyes. I can't breathe. Everything blurs at the edges until it's just Blake, only him, taking over my senses. "Don't fight me," he taunts, lips snarling. "You didn't fight me last time." He kisses me. I gasp for air as he releases the pressure on my throat. He shoves his tongue in my mouth, pressing his body into mine, smothering me. He's snuffing me out, suffocating me. I push on his chest, but he seizes both of my wrists, pinning them as I struggle. I shut my eyes, tears spilling over. My insides burn with hate. Hate for Blake, hate for my sister for picking such a terrible fiancé, hate for a life where this is happening right now, but most of all, hate towards myself because I know this is all my fault. "Stop," I mumble against his lips. Guilt and this stupid fucker's mouth are swallowing the word. When he finally breaks away, a cocky grin spreads across his face, and his fingers wrap around my neck once more. "Not a fucking word to Claire," he whispers, "or you'll wish you were dead." Too late. He shoves me, and my head hits the wall hard enough to see stars. Blake simply brushes the wrinkles from his shirt, returning to the counter littered with stacks of magazines. I'm coughing, rubbing my throat to try to ease the pain. Claire comes back in,
but I hightail it out of there before she can see the tears or the possible handprint on my flesh. My head is still spinning by the time I make it upstairs. I still feel him, squeezing the air from my lungs. Except it's not just him. It's everything all at once. I'm the world's biggest fuck-up. I've ruined my sister's marriage before it's even started. I sparked a fight between Locke and his mom that ended with him bleeding all over my back seat. I got him drunk and possibly took his virginity at his first ever party. My life is out of control. I'm out of control, and I can't keep feeling this way, or I might do something I regret. I make a snap decision. I do the one thing that gives me a sense of control. The door to the bathroom slams behind me. I lift the lid of the toilet, sinking to my knees. It doesn't take much. I'm already nauseated from Blake touching me. With a single jab of a finger, I vomit the sweet, burning mix of peanut butter and acid. I'm in control. I'm in control.
Chapter 35. Log. Reminder. Jack picks up on your vibes. Keep them positive. Stop thinking about Mom. West. Everything.
Why aren't we going home?
Jack asks me as we walk hand in hand from the bus stop a couple of blocks from Jill's neighborhood. I've been anticipating this question all day, but I still haven't formulated an answer. I don't want to lie to him. I hate dishonesty. But how do I explain in a way that won't terrify him? Especially when I'm terrified myself. Jill wants us to stay with her for a little while, I say eventually. It's the truth, so I don't feel bad saying it. It's all the truth that Jack needs to know.
For how long?
I don't really know right now, buddy, I tell him. But we'll have fun, don't worry. He nods, and we continue in silence.
I miss Mommy.
His words shove little splinters into my heart. I know, buddy. I give his tiny hand a squeeze. Me too. What am I gonna do? I ask Jill once Jack's finally crashed. Mom has been blowing up my phone all day.
That may be my fault,
Jill admits, still at the table, working. She drags her stylus across the screen. I count the strokes to stay calm. 7, 8, 9. What did you do?
She called me today,
she explains, pausing only to sip her sweet tea.
And I may have told her you and Jack were here with me and that.
What? I cringe at my own volume, hoping it didn't wake Jack. Why would you do that? Now she's going to just show up here any minute.
You didn't let me finish. Rude. I also told her I was going to sick Atlanta's finest on her if she so much as thought about bringing her unstable ass around here.
I allow myself a second to breathe. Not that I think my mother would heed Jill's warning. She thinks of Jill as a helpless little mouse. But maybe, just maybe, she'll listen. This is such a mess.
I know, little Ann, I know.
She sets her tablet down.
Listen, you've got to figure out what you want to do here. If you want me to call the cops right now, I'll do it. I mean it. I'm not afraid to go full-on cops and fight my sister in the front yard. I'll support whatever decision you make, but I can't do this for you.
Do you hate her that much? I ask. Jill flinches, teeth clicking 4 times before she responds.
I don't hate my sister, Lan. Is that what you think?
I just shrug. Can I say that I don't hate her at this point? It wouldn't exactly be the truth. Jill crosses her arms.
Well, you're a little shit for thinking it. No, I don't hate Jenny. In fact, it's because I love her so much that I'm willing to do any of this. I know she doesn't want to hurt you kids. She loves you so much after what your dad put her through.
Jill stops, hand raising to cover her mouth like she's just let something horrible escape. He left all of us, I tell her. But you don't see me hurling wine bottles now, do you?
She only shakes her head in response. And I know she's hiding something from me because she won't look me in the eye. Obviously, there's more to the story. I lower myself into the chair across the table. Something about Dad. Tell me what it is. More teeth clicking proves I'm right. She's keeping something about my father a secret. Jill? She flinches again, eyes coming back from 1,000 miles away.
You don't know what you're asking, Lachlan.
Oh, man. I can't remember the last time she called me by my real name. It's foreign on her tongue, but I don't let it waver my resolve. Help me understand, I plead with her. Mom is killing herself. I need to know why.
There's nothing to be gained here, Lan.
Jill's eyes dart from me to her hands. She rings in her lap.
He's dead. It's best to leave him that way.
That's not fair, I say through clenched teeth.
Life's not fair.
Anger boils in my gut. With a swipe, a stack of magazines scatters to the floor. Just tell me already, fuck! My chest heaves as I tug at the end of my shirt. I don't have the patience for all this pacifying nonsense. Mom is all Jack and I have left, so if there's something you know that can help us all get through this alive, I want to hear it, now! Jill's eyes are wide, and I'm mortified, but she nods.
All right, just promise me something first.
What?
That you won't do anything stupid after I tell you.
What's that supposed to mean? Okay, sure, I agree, even though I have no idea what I'm agreeing to.
Right.
She nods, then says it again to herself.
Right. You're gonna want to sit down.
I do as she says, but I'm on the edge of my seat. Literally. No amount of counting can distract me from the memories of my father that soon will come seeping in, but I have to do this. Jill takes a steadying breath before beginning.
When your father left Seattle for the last time.
You mean when he ran away? I clarify. I don't need you sugarcoating things for my sake. I know the kind of man my father was. Jill's eyes narrow.
You don't know shit. Now shut up, I'm talking.
I lower my head. Sorry.
Like I was saying, when he left Seattle to come back here, it wasn't because he was sick.
What are you talking about? He died from a brain tumor.
Yes.
Jill agrees with me.
He did, but it wasn't until he was back in Atlanta that he found out he had cancer.
Then why?
Lan, you're killing me here.
I bite down on my tongue.
Did your mother ever mention who your father was staying with while he was away?
I don't answer.
Jesus, Lan, I'm asking you a question. Talk.
Yes, I tell her. She said it was a friend from college. I always figured it was another woman.
Well, the friend part was right, Jill says. It was your father's best friend from school, Jordan Thaxton. The two were thick as thieves back in the day. It nearly killed Jordan when your parents moved away. He and Jim were inseparable, always together, and more times than not they were getting into trouble.
Jill pauses, brushing crimson bangs out of her eyes.
When your mother found out the two of them had been having an affair almost the entirety of their marriage, she told...
I'm sorry, what? Shh, Jill urges me.
Do you want Jack running around here whacking your shins with his pirate sword? I mean, I don't care if he hits mine, I can't feel it.
I don't hear the rest of her rambling. My pulse pounds like a snare drum, drowning out her words. Wait, when did I stand up? Are you telling me my father had an affair with another man?
It's a bit more complicated than that.
And how's that?
Just sit back down and I'll explain it.
Sit down? I squawk an octave above my normal voice, like a deranged parrot. Sitting down isn't going to solve anything, Jill. You of all people should know that. I immediately wish I could take those words back and swallow them down until they dissolve alongside the horrible pit in my stomach.
Are you done?
Jill asks, arms folding across her chest. My heart twinges. That's exactly what Mom used to ask me when I would throw a tantrum. She'd just
cross her arms and wait for me to finish. Jill reminds me so much of her, it hurts. Yes, I say, sinking into my seat.
I'm glad,
she says, reaching for her glass. She drains the rest of her tea before continuing.
I'm sorry I had to be the one to tell you all this, but if you really want to know what's going on with Jenny, your mom, then I'm going to have to tell you all of it. Can you handle that?
I nod, though I'm not sure of the validity of my answer.
I told you about when your parents first met and the party at Georgia Tech. But there's more to that story than I let on. You see, that wasn't just the night they met. It was also the night you were conceived.
I cringe, but stay silent. It's not like I didn't know Mom was pregnant during her wedding. It was pretty obvious in all the photos. But still, thinking about it makes me queasy.
Oh, stop it, you baby, Jill chastises. They were both pretty fractured by the end of the night, so I'm sure it was quite a surprise to them when they woke up. Neither of them really spoke to each other again until a couple weeks later when Jenny found out she was pregnant. She was terrified. Your father was even more so. Jenny wanted to get rid of you, but he fought tooth and nail to convince her otherwise. You see, Jim's family weren't exactly the most tolerant people back then. Well, I guess they still aren't.
That's an understatement. Both of my uncles on Dad's side are pastors at Southern Baptist churches. One's in Alabama, the other isn't far from here.
Your uncles were just starting their ministries at the time, so you can bet your father wasn't planning on coming out anytime soon. So, instead, he did what he thought was the right thing and married your mom. Don't get me wrong, Lan. Jim loved your mother. Loved her more than she deserved sometimes, just not like she wanted him to. And God, did he love you and Jack. There's nothing he wouldn't or didn't sacrifice for you three. But love is tricky, Lan. It sneaks up on you, blindsides you so you never see it coming. That's exactly what happened to your father. While he was in town for business, he and Jordan met up. The two hadn't seen each other in 5 years, but picked up like they'd never missed a day. A conversation that lasted until the morning ended with a kiss, and Jim realized that he was in trouble.
How do you know all this? I ask, my voice barely audible. How do I know it's true?
Because he told me,
Jill answers, voice shaking. She clears her throat, then continues.
Your mother refused to see him, so he called me. Jenny always holds a grudge to the bitter end. After your father told her about the affair, she told him to leave and never come back.
So I was right. I find myself laughing, though there's no joy in the sound. He was a coward. He just left Jack and me.
I'd hoped you'd be more understanding, given the circumstances.
I'm nothing like him, I correct her.
You're alike in more ways than one.
The statement crushes me with honesty.
Jim told me it was leaving you two that really killed him. That his body refused to live in a world where he couldn't be with his kids. They were so bittersweet his last few weeks. Him and Jordan tried to make up for a lifetime of missed opportunities, but every day Jim was away from you and Jack, the harder it got for him to go on.
Jill pauses to blot her face, and my own eyes are stinging. I don't picture him, no matter how much I want to. It's too painful.
He was a good man,
she sniffles.
He was your mother's favorite person, Lan, and she loved him too fiercely. That's why she's in such pain, why she can't talk about him. It just hurts too much.
My arm throbs as if on cue. For a moment I can see Mom's motives, laid in front of me all clean and neat.
She's grieving so much more than a husband. She's grieving their love itself and a lifetime of heartache. A thought springs to life, spreading across my consciousness like a brush fire. It's all-consuming. What happened with Dad? That's why you said I shouldn't tell her about me and West. She clicks her teeth.
You're too smart for your own good.
Suddenly, it's all starting to make sense. Mom sees him every time she looks at me. Sees the man she loved for 16 years who could never return her feelings. Who left his family because, with us, he could never be himself. No wonder we're not on the best terms. I'm ruining her life, just like he did. This is so messed up.
Life's messy, kiddo.
Jill reaches for me, but I shy from her touch.
And it only gets messier. The important question is, what do you do with the mess? Do you wallow in it, or do you scrub your way out?
She's already so far gone. My chest hurts just saying the words. What can I do?
I wish I could answer your question, Lan.
Jill's voice cracks, and I can't bring myself to look at her.
I wish I could answer all of them. Chapter 36. West. A list of things I've outgrown. 1. My Hawaiian shirt phase. Thank God I came to my senses somewhere around 10 years old. No more looking like the guy's father plays golf with on Sunday. 2. Comic books. Not that I don't love staring at ridiculously ripped guys in spandex all day. I just don't care that much anymore. The real world doesn't have heroes like that, so why get my hopes up? 3. My eating disorder. Cross out. Straightening my hair. It just causes way too much damage.
I can't believe I did that.
I haven't had a relapse since my birthday when I ate 3 slices of that amazingly gooey chocolate cake. Now all those months are down the toilet, alongside 3 peanut butter cups. But it's fine. It was just a one-time thing. It's not like I'm gonna go off the deep end again. This isn't 8th grade, and I'm not a gross, chubby 14-year-old anymore. I'm hot. I don't need to keep doing it. I keep telling myself that, but it doesn't seem to help the ridiculously strong urge to run to the bathroom right now. Are you all right? I blink. Chelsea is staring at me the way my sister used to. I'm fine, I say, but my throat is sore, and my voice is hollow, and nothing about me sounds convincing. The rest of the lunch table hasn't seemed to notice my lack of exuberance today, but I'll chalk that up to Shay entertaining them with a story about Principal Pierce's latest pantsuit/camel toe sighting. Are you gonna make it through rehearsal today? I said I'm fine, I snap, then cringe as guilt swells in my chest. Sorry, just not really feeling like myself today. I'll say. Chelsea stabs a chicken nugget, dangling it in front of me. You're probably just hangry. I know how you get. I'm not hungry, I mumble, swatting her fork away. My stomach betrays me with a gurgling sound, but I cough to cover it. I'm in total control. I just have to keep telling myself that. Locke has settled onto the bench across the table, white bandaged arm propped beside his tray. Shay pokes it with the end of her spoon. What happened to your arm?
Just an accident.
Locke answers quietly with a horrendously fake chuckle.
They really shouldn't let me near a kitchen.
Shay laughs, then falls right back into her story about the old lady's vajayjay. I'm feeling extra shitty now, because Locke is here and I know it's all my fault he's hurt, and the dark circles under his eyes are probably from not sleeping in his own bed, which is, again, my fault. Everything is my fault.
Hi.
Locke looks right at me, which is strange because he doesn't usually look you in the eye.
Hey, I have no clue why he's talking to me. I single-handedly ruined his life. God, why am I such a piece of shit? Are you free this afternoon? Oh, I kinda have rehearsal. That's right. Locke nods to himself, gaze dropping to the table as he mumbles something I can't hear. Sorry, he says louder before chewing on his bottom lip. Ooh, why does he have to be so damn cute? No, we can hang out after if you want, I offer. We should be done at like 5-ish. You can come watch rehearsal, and we can grab some pizza afterward. I don't want to be in the way. Locke fidgets. You can always help with the set, Chels chimes in, confirming that she's been eavesdropping this entire time. They're always looking for guys who can help lift shit. They'll just eat you up. Perfect. I force a smile. You'll actually be doing us a favor. What do you say? He looks back up, dark eyes finding mine. Do I get to paint anything? Chels laughs. Buddy, you can paint the whole damn thing. Chapter 37. Locke. Being open with others can help you start your path to healing. Don't shy away from these moments. Try it. Just try it. Painting is soothing, covering old with new, changing the way people see things. It's a type of rebirth. I find it poetic. Plus, the brushwork keeps my hands busy, so I don't feel the need to fidget. There's still counting going on in my head, but it's the fun kind, not the obligatory kind. 36, 37, 38. The sound of my brush is intensely satisfying as it smooths the glossy white paint over graffiti-like markings on the plywood wall. I'm up on a ladder, but for some reason today, I'm not plagued by my fear of heights. We used these last year for Mr. Roughton's reimagining of West Side Story, Chelsea explains, dipping my brush in the paint bucket before handing it back. The sun is starting to sink toward the horizon, and she wraps her sweater. I use that term loosely, tighter as a chilly breeze blows by. Imagine that. Another version of Romeo and Juliet. The man is beyond obsessed. Shouldn't you be running lines with the rest of the cast? I ask her, dabbing at a particularly bright gang sign. It'll take several coats to cover, but I'm up for the challenge. Don't have to. She leans on the unpainted half of the wall, pulling out her phone. Apparently, our esteemed director had an epiphany overnight, and now my character only communicates through interpretive dance. I laugh, but Chels just gives me a sour look. I'm sorry. I hand back the brush. I assumed that was a joke. I'm not the best with subtlety. I don't blame you. She twirls the brush in her free hand, in no hurry to reload it. I laughed myself before I realized he wasn't kidding. Now I have to figure out how I'm going to perform a soliloquy with my hips. Shouldn't be too hard, right? Does she really want me to answer that? I'd imagine the task would be incredibly difficult. Eventually, she hands me back the brush and I continue my work. 45, 46, 47. So, did Wes take your virginity? My foot slips on a rung and the brush falls from my hand as I cling to the ladder. Hey, watch it! That almost got on my shoes. The ladder wobbles but remains upright as I hold on to it with a death grip. My heart is racing, but whether from the adrenaline of nearly falling or the panic of her question, I'm not sure. Prying my hands loose, I right myself on the third rung. Are you gonna answer my question? I look down at Chels, her warm brown eyes watching me and a mischievous smile playing on her face. Would she have felt bad if I fell? What was your question again? Chels lets out a sigh.
Did you cash in your V card when you and Wes decided to bump uglies in my bed?
My cheeks are on fire as I look down at the ground. I want to paint over them so they can't give away my thoughts. I don't see why that matters.
So that's a yes, then.
I keep my mouth shut.
Shit!
Chels bends down to retrieve the fallen paintbrush.
That means I lost a bet. Thanks a lot, Locke.
Another bet? I'm starting to think my fellow classmates have a gambling problem. What bet?
It's nothing.
Chels hands up the brush.
Just a little friendly wager between me and that bitch Tiffany. You know, the one with the overbite and lazy eye.
It doesn't ring a bell. Then again, I don't really pay close attention to the rotation of classmates who cycle through our lunch table. But that doesn't matter right now. I need to know why people are talking about my personal business. How did you know about that?
About what? The sex? Oh, honey, Wes and I tell each other everything. That's our agreement. No gory detail is spared.
She gives me a wink and adds,
Don't worry. He had nothing but good things to say about you and your not-so-little friend.
I want to die. Instead, I just keep dragging the brush across the same spot of plywood, trying to talk myself out of diving headfirst off this ladder. The whole experience was embarrassing enough without the thought of other people knowing.
I could always lie,
Chels says, pulling me out of my head. She spoke so quietly, I almost didn't catch it. Huh?
I just hate it when Tiffany is right.
She looks up to me.
And you kind of look like you're about to toss your cookies, so maybe I can just say you two didn't get past second base.
That's a lie. As much as I hate to admit it, I can't lie. Not even about this, the most sensitive of subjects. My family was destroyed by lies. I don't want to be responsible for adding to the mess. It's fine, I tell her, stepping down off the ladder. Pay Tiffany what you owe her. Chels just rolls her eyes.
You're such a buzzkill sometimes, Locke.
Sorry?
But you're also kinda incredibly sweet.
She sighs, straining on tiptoes to pat the top of my head.
So, it's impossible to be mad at you.
After her grin fades somewhat, she turns back to the wall.
You know, I think we've made excellent progress.
We both admire our work for a moment. The silence between us teetering towards comfortable. Chels? She looks back to me, brow raised. Can I ask you a question?
Duh. What's up, Buttercup?
If you... I swallow the intangible lump in my throat. If you had to lie about yourself for a chance at keeping your family together, would you? The playful smile has fully faded now. Chels adapting a rare, serious tone.
Why do you ask? What's going on, honey?
It's nothing. Sorry, just forget I said anything.
Okay, sure.
Chels agrees, a smile that doesn't touch her eyes returning. Then she places a hand on my shoulder and I can't help but flinch.
But in case you're curious, my answer would be no. I don't think I would. I mean, I love my family, but think about it. Are you really a part of the family if you can't be authentic? A family that's real would never ask you to hide or change something that makes you who you are. And if they do, maybe you're better off without them.
Things just got a little too real for my taste, but I nod a thanks. My family may not be a family anymore, but isn't a fake one better than none at all? That's the question I keep asking myself.
Did I miss something?
West is walking down the sidewalk, backpack half hanging off a shoulder.
Nothing too exciting,
Chels answers, wrapping her arm around mine.
Just me and Locke becoming besties. Sorry, West, but I'll no longer be requiring your services. You've officially been replaced. About fucking time, West retorts. I was getting tired of your bitching. I do not bitch. Chels pulls away from me to lay into West's shoulder. Ow! Jesus, woman, I'm kidding. I count the number of times Chels slaps him. 7, 8, 9. Enough! I'm about to report spousal abuse over here. They'd never believe you. Chels lands one final blow. You're not that good an actor. I'll have you know I can pass for straight just as often as I want to. Right, and I can pass for Demi Lovato. You do have her eyes. West catches her hand, sweeping her up in his arms and dipping her in a grand gesture. I've always thought that. Fuck you! Chels laughs, struggling to escape his clutches. West sets her upright. Will my fake wife be joining us for pizza? Nah. She glances back at me. I've got to go settle a debt. West gives her a strange look, but shrugs it off. See you losers later. Locke, can I count on your height and freakishly good painting skills tomorrow?
Yes.
Good.
She flashes those perfect teeth.
It's a date.
With that, Chels hurries away, leaving behind a lingering smile and the smell of cherry lip balm.
I think she's taken a shine to you,
Wes says, jabbing an elbow into my ribs. Lucky me.
Chapter 38. West. A list of reasons I absolutely, positively, without a doubt, do not have a crush on Locke. 1. Too tall. I mean, he's like 6'2" or some ridiculous height. And I definitely don't think about how nicely my head tucks into his chest or how he can reach things on the top shelf. 2. Don't know him. Like at all, now that I think about it. Except, he's an amazing older brother. And he's a good teacher. And he reads really bad horror romance novels. And he misses Seattle. And his family life sucks. And 3. Holy shit, I have a crush on Locke. Cross out, cross out, cross out, cross out. He's left-handed. But what can I do about that? My slice is staring at me, 2 of the pepperoni perfectly spaced into eyes. I can't believe my dumb ass suggested to do this, but then again, Locke asked, and I've already done enough to the poor kid. If he wants an afternoon out eating pizza, then God damn it, I'm going to give it to him.
Is there something wrong with it?
I tear myself away from the tantalizing cheesiness.
Huh? You haven't touched your slice.
Well, neither of you. I point at the whole piece sitting on Locke's brightly colored plate.
This is my 3rd.
Oh, right. Shit. How long have I been drooling over this stupid, crispy, gooey, delicious-looking triangle of sin? Yeah, I answer, finally lifting the pizza and folding it down the middle. Sorry, I was, praying?
I didn't know you were religious.
Locke sips his Coke through a crazy straw. The thing is ridiculous. Just neon loops and twists and completely unnecessary. Where did that come from? Did he bring it from home? I'm not really. Just never hurts to try it out, you know?
My family hasn't been to church in a while. Not since we moved.
I've been holding this pizza for an awkwardly long time, so I take the tiniest bite. A string of cheese makes me look like an ass as I try to lasso it into my mouth. Locke is distracted by his phone, so I subtly dispose of the bite into the napkin in my lap. The last thing I need right now is ammunition in my self-destructive cannon. So, did you want to talk about something? I ask him, picking off my crust, bit by bit. Locke shifts in his seat, stowing the phone. To say he looks uncomfortable would be dumb, because he kind of always looks that way, but it's especially true tonight. His fidgety behavior sorely evident. He's chewing on his words, so I just give him time to get it together while I figure out what to do about this fucking pizza. Maybe I can stuff it in my backpack?
Do you ever feel awkward?
My pizza plans are halted by Locke's random question. I guess. Then again, I kind of stopped caring what most people think of me a while ago. Awkwardness dies when you don't give a fuck.
I mean, around me.
Locke clarifies, eyes locked on the shaker of pepper flakes between us.
Since we, doesn't that make this awkward?
Oh, now it's starting to make sense. Well, now that you mention it, no, not really. I mean, we were both super wasted, but it was consensual. Why would I feel awkward? Oh God, I didn't call you daddy, did I? I swear that's not a normal thing for me. He shakes his head, the warm brown color of his cheeks darkening in what I imagine is a deep blush.
I guess it's just me.
He sure is acting weird. I mean, it's like he's never had sex. Oh, wait. Shit. Oh, sweet fuck. It's true, isn't it? Locke squirms in his seat, and suddenly it's all so clear. Dude, I mean, I knew there was a good chance of this, but was that your first time? He doesn't look up, just nods, hands clenched together. Wow, I say, because there's nothing else that really sums up what I'm feeling right now. I mean, wow. I try to sort through the hazy details of that night, but there wasn't a single red flag that would have made me think I was sailing into virgin territory. He was everything I needed. Sorry, Locke says finally, then continues to stammer.
I didn't mean to let things get so out of hand. I really appreciate you being so understanding. I'm sure it wasn't good, and I didn't really know what I was doing, and there were certain times I'm pretty sure I said some really embarrassing things. At least, I think I said them. I do this thing where I think I say something, but really I just thought it, so people look at me weird, as if... And I'm laughing now, which shuts him up quick. I don't mean to let it keep going, but the more I think about it, the funnier it gets, and the louder I laugh. Stop, I say between fits of hysteria. Stop, stop, stop! He actually covers his mouth, like he wouldn't be able to keep himself from rambling otherwise. I'm sorry, I say, catching my breath. I don't mean to laugh. It's just that you're adorably naive and so sweet and have nothing to worry about. Trust me. The parts I can remember were really, really good. Like, really good. Know what I mean? He's blushing even more now, lips forming soundless words. For the record, it totally wasn't my intention that night either. I just wanted to thank you for giving enough of a shit to tutor my dumb ass, so please don't feel awkward. Or at least not so awkward you don't want to be around me. Because that would suck. I'll do my best,
Locke mutters, scratching the back of his neck. But seriously, I slide my desecrated pizza out of the way, leaning my elbows on the table. How is it a handsome, sweet, charmingly quiet, gay... Oh, wait. That's probably it, right? You said before it was complicated? He leans back into the booth, almost like he's afraid of me.
Maybe it wasn't as complicated as I first thought. I came out to my aunt.
What? I make a big deal out of it because it's something that should be made into a big deal. That's so awesome, Locke. Look here. Another foot soldier to help carry out the homosexual agenda.
Yeah.
His smile is timid, but present. He throws a glance over his shoulder.
It went really well.
Dude, that's awesome. So proud. I want to get you cake.
Thanks.
Who would you tell next? I ask him. Your mom? He recoils like I've struck him.
No, definitely not.
Gotcha. I try to recover. Say no more. I know how hard it can be. Except I don't. At least not firsthand. My parents barely gave enough fucks to bat an eyelash when I came out. They were more interested in finding out which Ivy League school's LGBT social justice committee I'd chair. I can be queer as long as I'm also successful.
I think Jill is enough right now.
He looks up at me.
She's all I have at the moment.
Way to go, West! Just dig up all the fucking painful memories tonight. Could you chill for like a second and stop trying to drive the boy to an emotional breakdown?
Well, I'm always here,
I tell him, cringing at my own cheese factor. You know, if you need someone to talk to. Not that your aunt isn't cool or whatever. It's fine.
Thank you, West. I really appreciate it.
He smiles at me, and my stomach is fluttering, but not from the pizza.
Of course,
I shrug, wanting to shake this feeling. Anytime. Locke sinks his teeth into a third slice, while I get back to plotting a disappearing act for my own.
Chapter 39. Locke. Note to self. You matter. Don't let yourself tell you otherwise. I haven't seen Mom in almost a week. My heart skips a beat when I see her face pop up on my phone, signaling her call. Jill must feel the shift in my mood because she asks,
"What is it, Lan?"
"It's her again," I say, as my mother stares at me with a frozen smile from a different life. A life when she had a husband's love, 2 perfect children, and only an acquaintance with alcohol instead of a full-blown affair. A life when I wouldn't have thought twice about answering. But that life no longer exists, and its replacement is a convoluted disaster. Should I answer? The phone ceases the vibration, only to start again. Same caller.
"Do you want to speak with her?"
Jill's beside me now, her work abandoned. I don't know.
"You have no obligation."
That's not exactly true. She's still my mom. Nothing changes that. As much as I hate to admit it, I miss her. And that ache is enough for me to swipe my finger across the screen.
"Lachlan?"
Her voice sounds through the speaker before I can raise it to my ear. "Yeah," I say. Hearing her doesn't alleviate the twisted brambles in my stomach, just winds them tighter till it's hard to breathe.
"Honey?"
There's a sigh. Then her words slur.
"Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Things got out of hand. I never meant to hurt you."
My finger rolls down the line of nearly healed, pink skin curving down my arm. The sound of glass shattering still echoes through my head.
"You know that, don't you, sweetie?"
My lips are stone, and my tongue is lead. Yeah, I stammer. It's the first lie I've told her in God only knows how long. I know.
"Good."
There's a sniffle, and everything becomes surreal. Mom doesn't cry, not even at Dad's funeral. Although with the recent illuminating backstory, I know now there was a reason behind that. "Are you okay?" I ask her.
"I just miss you two,"
she answers, over the sound of wine refilling her glass.
"It's time you came home."
Jill is watching me with wide eyes. Can she hear what Mom is saying? "I'm not sure that's best, Mom." Silence. Time stretches out, endless and terrifying, with only the sounds of her breathing to remind me she's still alive. "Mom?"
"You know, I didn't want to see it."
Her voice morphs into something dark and uncharacteristic.
"I told myself it was just paranoia, that God couldn't be that cruel. My child would never be the same. You'd never leave me like he did."
My words get caught.
"Like father, like son."
The call ends with a beep. A gasp finally clears the impenetrable wall in my throat. Lan? Jill's fingers rest on my arm. I can't answer. Mom's face fades from the screen. Her words should destroy me, but there's no pain. There's nothing to fill the distance that keeps growing between us. She's gone.
Chapter 40. West. A list of things I'm good at. 1. Actin'. It's easy for me to be someone else because I kinda hate myself most days. 2. Making lists. BuzzFeed, here I come. 3. Hiding mental breakdowns. Cross out. Dance Dance Revolution. Not that I'd tell anyone. Lady and gentlemen, don't adjust your televisions. What you're about to see is 100% real. I reveal the sheet of paper from behind my back. Holy shit! Chell snatches the test from my hand, holding it up to the sunlight. You got an A on your math quiz? Hell yes I did. I beam, dusting off a shoulder. Ms. Moritz even accused me of cheating. How fucking awesome is that? Chels hands me back my moment of academic brilliance. She's spattered in flecks of colored paint, her ratty white t-shirt tied at the waist so that her navel shows. I've always envied her body image. I never leave home without at least 2 layers, even during the sweltering summer.
Congratulations,
Locke adds, looking significantly less speckled than Chels. They've been stranded in the back parking lot all week, painting while I'm in rehearsal. Now the set is nearly done. At least it would be if Mr. Roughton would quit changing his mind every 5 minutes. I should tell you the same. I grin, carefully folding the paper and stowing it in my backpack to rub in my parents' faces later. It's all thanks to you and your awesome math brain. Hey, that brain is more than just a mathlete's wet dream. Chels wraps an arm around his shoulders, pulling Locke under her wing, which is ridiculous because she's a foot shorter. It also does a passable job at tedious manual labor, like painting lockers on backdrops and lifting heavy shit. Of course, I chuckle. And here I was trying to shove that marvelous cerebellum into a box when it should be free to reupholster that ugly couch Mr. R is trying to use. Gross! Chels releases her hold on Locke, who puts a comfortable distance between them. Isn't that the one Mary Sincox got knocked up on last year? The very same. But at least we know those stains aren't from her and Trent because the poor bastard didn't pull out. Chels is cackling, and Locke just shoves his painted hands in his pockets, looking moderately uneasy. Hilarious teenage pregnancies aside, I chime, shaking away the latest random urge to wrap my arms around Locke's waist. I think this momentous occasion deserves to be celebrated.
What did you have in mind?
Locke asks. Well, my old people have a banquet to attend this evening, and Claire and What's-His-Face are visiting his family, so I've got the place to myself. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Chels gives her best Cheshire Cat grin. Locke doesn't get it. You know me so well. The pool house is the perfect spot for us to hotbox. Not only is it far enough away from the house that there's zero chance of any aromas wafting in, but my parents wouldn't be caught dead in here. They only use it for storage and a place for the pool boy, sadly very unattractive, to deflate the floats during the winter season. Add an old sofa and 2 beat-up recliners from Goodwill I snuck in a couple of years ago, and voila! Instant hideout. Chels and a boyfriend, or 2, have been the only ones I've let in on my secret. Now, Locke's here too. I'm still not really feeling the whole nurse thing. Chels passes the joint to me, fumes hanging in the air. Why not? I take a hit, holding the hot smoke in my mouth till it cools. My eyes water as I exhale. I think it'll look dope, right, Locke?
Locke looms by the window, watching the breeze blow a flurry of orange and yellow leaves into the pool. He seems nervous. Like, more so than usual, that is. "Locke," I say again. "Huh?" "Come here." Chels beckons, and after a moment of hesitation, he does. She drags him down to the couch, curling her arm through his. "I'm starting to like this one," she tells me. "Maybe even more than I like you, West." "Those are dangerous words," I warn, passing the joint. "Don't let her fool you, Locke. She'll just use you up and drop you like a hot potato as soon as someone younger, fresher, and gayer shows up." "Someone gayer than you, West? That's impossible." Chels leans ahead on Locke's shoulder, offering him the smoldering joint. He just shakes his head. "I'm all right." "Suit yourself." She puffs another cloud. There's a nice fogginess to the air now. My head is swimming, and for the first time in weeks, my stomach is unclenched enough that I might consider eating something other than saltine crackers. Chels strokes Locke's arm with her index finger, and a flash of jealousy flares in my chest. "Easy, West, it's just the weed talking." "So, West, what did I miss in rehearsal today while I was sweating over those fucking backdrops?" "Not much," I say, kicking my feet up on an old cooler. "Me and Chang had to run the kiss scene, which was hella weird. You know Chang is like a crazy intense actress, so she was really trying to get into it, and I just kept thinking about where to put my hands and praying she didn't try to slip a little tongue on me. Super awkward." "I thought you said you didn't feel awkward," Locke says. Then his eyes widen a little, like he didn't realize he was talking out loud. "That's usually the case," I answer. "But when it comes to this, I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but I can't seem to get into Romeo's headspace." "Actors." Chelsea uses air quotes to make sure even deaf eavesdroppers know she's being sarcastic. "Mock me all you want." I fold my arms, turning my nose up. "But I'm an artist who needs to embody his work. If I can't feel the character, I won't be able to give a believable performance." "And what a shame that would be. With a title like Bromeo and Julie from the net, I think believability is the least of our problems." Chels detaches herself from Locke, holding the joint between her lips as she rises. "I'm a school nurse who gives advice through interpretive dance, for fuck's sake." Duly noted. I can't argue the point. The script is a hot mess, but I feel the need to defend myself. Chelsea's the only one who understands me. That can't change. Seriously, though, Chels, this is my thing. Like the thing I always tell myself I'm good at. The thing that sets me apart from everyone else. And it's my first shot at a lead-in role, so I can't fuck it up. Now, use that beautiful lady brain of yours and help me think up a solution to this Chang conundrum. We pass the joint back and forth a few times in silence. It doesn't seem like either of us are going to be struck with inspiration, and the munchies are starting to set in. "You could rehearse with a boy." Chelsea and I exchange looks. Neither of us said it, so that only leaves... We turn on Locke, who's staring at his phone with a neutral expression. "What did you say?" Chelsea asks. "Huh?" Locke looks up at her. "Did you say something?" "Oh." He scratches the back of his head, gaze on the ground. "I was just thinking, it may be easier for him to relate if he tried rehearsing the scene with a boy. That way, the emotion can be real, and he can draw from that when he's doing it with Chang." "Ha!" I snicker. "You said doing it with Chang." Chels slaps me on the shoulder. "Would you look at that? Not only is he a mathematical genius and painter, but now we can add directing onto the growing list of talents." It's a pretty good idea, I guess. But that might just be because I'm stoned. I stand up, swaying slightly as I walk to the mini fridge in the corner to grab a Coke Zero. "Don't listen to this dumbass," Chels says, throwing me under the bus.
It's a brilliant idea, and I think we should try it out right now. But, Chels, I start, doing a 360 to confirm my suspicions. There's no one for me to rehearse with. Sweetie? Chelsea's eyebrow cocks. What do you call this? Locke's eyes meet mine as she presents him like she's some game show bimbo. My heart is in my throat. No, I say, much louder than I intended. I mean, there's no rush. We can wait until tomorrow, and maybe Jared can come over. He's been dying to kiss me since last summer, so he'll totally be down. What are you talking about? Chelsea asks, standing to slap my shoulder a second time. You're not kissing that skis. Locke, honey, would you be a pal and help him out? Chelsea, stop pressuring him. Yes? I stop mid-sentence. Wait, what? I want to help, Locke says, joining us. Jesus, I keep forgetting how tall he is. I'm not really good at it, though. The lines, I mean. You'll be fabulous. Chelsea pulls him beside me. Let me go grab my script. I'll be right back. She hurries out the door towards the house. I need to put a stop to this. I snuff out the joint. We don't have to do this, I tell Locke, reaching for his arm, but then thinking better of it. It's a great idea, of course, and it's probably going to work wonders, but that doesn't mean it has to be with you, you know? Locke is quiet, which is all kinds of frustrating. Why exactly am I fighting this so hard? It's not like I don't want to kiss him. Hell, it's been all I can think about for days now. How it would feel to kiss him again, without the fuzziness of alcohol. It's okay, he tells me finally, a faint smile playing on thick lips. I want to help. You've been so great to me. If I can do something to repay it, I'm going to. Have I been great? I question his judgment. In my own opinion, I've been decent at best. At worst, I'm the reason his home life fell apart. Not exactly what I'd consider being a great friend. Then there was the sex thing. Are you okay? The question sounds strange coming from his mouth, because it's usually me asking it. I'm fine, I say, more for my own benefit than his. I am fine. This is fine. I just have to keep telling myself that. Hide it, West. Chelsea comes back, script in hand. All right. She flips a few pages in before handing it over to Locke. He looks nervous. I'm gonna be your audience / romance thermometer. If the heat isn't there, you're gonna put me to sleep. Got it? Locke nods, and I just roll my eyes. Locke, you'll be playing Julie. In this scene, she and Romeo are meeting in person for the first time after chatting for a few weeks online. They don't know they're both students at rival schools. They don't know their relationship will be seen as betrayal to their respective friend groups. Right now, there's only infatuation and, for the briefest moment, a glimpse of love. She pauses, then lets out a heavy sigh. Understand? I think so. Locke swallows hard, pages trembling in his hand. Chelsea takes her place on the sofa, excitement radiating from her grin. All right, action. I've always wanted to say that. With a sigh of my own, I take Locke's paint-spattered hand, his vibration ceasing at my touch. His skin is warm and his palm is smooth. I recite from memory. These hands, I know them. For once they did type out the words that caused my heart to flutter. I feel unworthy to be touching such saintly beauty in human form, but if my touch does offend, then perhaps my lips, two pilgrims blushing, can balm the wound with a kiss. I look back to Chelsea, but she's pretending to snore in her seat. What a bitch. I'm doing my best up here. You don't give yourself enough credit, Locke says in a stiff and shockingly monotone voice. Just by holding my hand, you show your devotion. Whether to sainthood or to me is yet to be discovered,
and isn't holding one palm to another like a kiss in itself. I suppose that's true. I smirk, doing my best to catch his eye. My pulse races. This is worlds different than when Cheng and I practice. Kudos to the idea, Locke. But don't saints also have lips? Aye, they do, Pilgrim, with which they use for prayers and blessings. Well then, your saintliness, let lips do what hands do. I pull his hand till he faces me, bodies parallel to each other. I pray that you kiss me. Grant my prayer, lest faith turn to despair. Saints, do not move. Locke looks up from the script, dark eyes finding mine. Granting the wishes of those that pray. Then remain still while I grant my own prayers. Chelsea's eye is cracked as she watches, sure not to miss what's supposed to happen next. My palms are sweating, which is also something that doesn't happen when I'm standing in front of Gwen Cheng. I look back to Locke, and he's lowered his script, his fingers intertwining with mine. I swallow. He does the same. The distance between us disappears, my body folding into his in an instant. He's way taller than Gwen, so I tilt my head back slightly. We kiss, slow and soft. Warmth blooms in my chest, sinking until it finds a home in the depths of my body like smoldering coals. I break away, exhaling as my mind scrambles to think of the next line. My prayers are answered, I stutter, any resemblance of character gone. Sin taken away by your lips. Locke raises the script. Did you spread that sin to my lips now? Sin from my lips? I can't bear the distance between us. My fingers grip the fabric of his shirt, pulling him closer again. Then I must take it back. The second kiss is urgent. Lips parting to make room for breath and tongue and teeth and something else entirely. Romeo fades, his motives morphing into mine, thoughtful actions replaced by instinct and passion. The script falls to the floor in a heap of pages, and there's only me and Locke and this kiss that transcends everything. When we separate, neither of us looks away, holding each other in a moment that stretches on forever, rife with possibilities both terrifying and exhilarating. Chelsea's on the edge of the sofa. Holy shit, I'm so wet right now. And just like that, I'm back to reality. Locke releases me, and I'm surprised I don't float away. He takes a step back before retrieving the script from the floor. That was so hot, Chelsea reports. Like, I might need to change my panties. I don't know if I should be flattered or disgusted, I say, slapping the sides of my legs because they're gelatinous. Both are legitimate, she says through a grunt as she crawls from the weathered couch's clutches. But in all seriousness, if you kiss Gwen with even half of that intensity, she's gonna need to freshen up during intermission. That is the last thing I want to think about, I cringe. Thanks so much. My pleasure. Chelsea smiles at us. Trust me, it really was a pleasure watching the two of you. Any chance we could do that again so I can record it? Fuck you, I laugh. Locke hands her back the script. Was that good? Good? Chelsea repeats. I've got half a mind to tell Mr. R he needs to recast this shit show. Then again, I don't think the school is ready for a male-on-male Romeo and Juliet. Hell, we couldn't even do Rent without changing the storyline to be about diabetes instead of AIDS. What's Rent? Oh, honey. Chelsea looks at him with such pity. You're adorable and I love you, but you need to up your gay game. Leave him alone, I say, coming to his defense. Your stereotyping is part of the problem. Yeah. She brushes my comments off as her phone chimes a reminder.
Crap on a cracker. I'm late for family dinner. Listen, you two, try not to have too much fun. Or better yet, have all the fun you want. Just please record it for me. For educational purposes, of course. Goodbye, Chels. I wrote my arm under hers, escorting her to the door. Wait, I need you to come grab something out of the car. I raise an eyebrow, but she just stares me down, so I don't argue. I'll be right back, I tell Locke. He nods, already sorting through a stack of old copies of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution my father insists on keeping. The walk to Chelsea's car is quiet. Not a good sign. Silence on Chelsea's end usually spells trouble. She opens her door, but doesn't get in. Just uses it as a barrier between the two of us. "You're a terrible actor," she finally says. "Okay," I respond, crossing my arms over my chest. "Hurtful? Oh my God!" She rolls her eyes. "Not on stage, dipshit. You're the next Neil Patrick Harris up there. I'm talking about real life." Shit. I hate talking about real life. It never ends well. "What do you mean?" I play dumb. It's my best defense. "There's something going on," she says, eyes narrowing with suspicion. "For a while now. I know how you are, but the tough guy bullshit is getting old. So, this is me saying, I'm here if you need to talk." I avoid her gaze, looking down at my shoes. Maybe I'm not that great an actor. Or maybe everyone else in my life isn't looking close enough to catch the real West slipping through. "I wish you trusted me enough to tell me," she continues, words seeping through the cracks, spreading across the walls of my mind. "But there's nothing I can do about that. I just don't want to see you get hurt. Or worse. I love you too much for that." She's tearing up, which just makes me feel even more shitty. "I love you too," I mutter. And it's true. I do love Chels. Maybe even more than my real sister, but I can't bring myself to admit what's going on. Not even to her. So what does that say about me? "I'm gonna go now," she announces, wiping her face with the back of her sleeve before climbing into the driver's seat. The door closes as the engine purrs to life, and she lowers the window. "Text me." I nod as she starts to pull down the driveway. Just for a second, I wish I had told her everything. Chapter 41. Locke. Note to self. Your feelings are valid. Don't squash them. Our kisses keep replaying in my mind. Unlike the night at Chelsea's, this memory is sharp and focused. There's no alcohol to dull the edges, only crisp moments of his lips moving in tandem with mine and fingers sinking into skin. I'm still blushing when West walks back into the pool house. He doesn't carry anything as an excuse for his time with Chels, but I don't question it. Obviously something is going on between them. It must be nice to be so close to someone. He stands by the door, distracted by something he doesn't mention, and staring at the same spot on the floor. I watch him, taking a moment to better acquaint myself with the way his hair curls at the end, and the pattern of freckles kissing the lines of his cheeks. I can't help but get lost in those oceans through which he sees the world. My troubles can't find me adrift on that sea. "I'm sorry." He breaks the silence, attention still singled out on that spot. "What do you have to be sorry about?" I ask. "So many things," he answers. I'm sure that's true for most people. That fact doesn't change his demeanor. This West is different from the one I've come to know. No smile, lewd jokes, or dramatic flair. This West looks a little like me, drowning in his own thoughts. "Sorry." He shakes his head, finally breaking the trance. Look at me, being moody. It's just the weed talking, I promise.
His laugh is fractured, like it's seconds away from breaking into a sob. It's fine, I assure him, hands finding my pockets. I count the coins from my change at lunch. 3, 4, 5. How are things? Wes asks me, flopping down on the couch.
At your aunt's, I mean.
They're good. I cross to the opposite end of the sofa. It's tough on Jack, being away from Mom, but I think it gets a little easier every day. Wes nods, but he doesn't say anything else, eyes growing distant once more. So, how's the rest of the show going? I ask, casting a lifeline of distraction.
Can we actually not talk about it?
West says quickly.
Or me in general?
He shakes his head again, bouncing curls.
I talk about me a lot, but I hardly know anything about you.
There's a reason for that. But I don't have the power to deny him what he asks. What do you want to know?
I don't know.
West shrugs, settling into his cushion.
Just basic shit. Favorite color, favorite food, what you want to do when you grow up, that kind of stuff.
Blue, Chinese food, novelist, what else?
Novelist?
West repeats, turning towards me.
That's awesome. What kind of books do you write?
Short stories, mostly, I admit, a different heat rising to my face. A little bit of everything.
Interesting.
West leans forward a little, pulling one leg under the other.
What made you want to write books?
I'm a lot better on paper than I am in person. And I'm not that great on paper either, but I don't tell him that.
That can't be true.
Wes laughs, this time wholehearted.
You're awesome in person.
Another flash of heat. I can't even tell where they're coming from now. You and Jill might be the only ones who think so. The way he's looking at me right now, crinkles at the edges of his eyes, the faintest of smiles curving the ends of his lips, and his eyes lingering. Not in a lurking or gawking way, but with a gentle consistency that lets me know I have his full attention, thrusts a new image into my mind. A Locke who doesn't fidget when someone is speaking to him. A Locke who isn't afraid to kiss the boy he likes. A Locke who can face all the crap that keeps coming his way and not waver. That Locke is a stranger to me.
This is exciting.
West bounces in his seat.
You can totally get them to cast me when they turn one of your books into a movie. I'll be the guy who starts out as the nerdy best friend, but plot twist is the one the girl ends up with at the end.
His face twists as he finishes the thought.
Actually, scratch that, I wouldn't be interested. Maybe something actiony.
Yeah, I stammer, because I'm still lame Locke and can't decide if I want West to back the heck up or if I want to curl up next to him. Totally.
So, do you have anything you're working on right now?
I nod. But they're all back at my mom's. Everything is. I was in such a rush to get Jack out of there, I didn't grab my laptop. I've been doing my homework on Jill's all week.
We should go get it then.
He says it as if it's common sense and not the worst idea in history. I don't think that's such a good plan.
Come on.
West is out of his seat, jingling car keys.
We can be in and out in a flash. What time does she usually get home from work?
Late?
See, it's fate. She won't even know you were there.
He may be right. I need to grab some of Jack's things, too. It may help the transition, but what if she's home? I don't think I can face her right now. I might break apart. West smiles, and suddenly, I'm considering it. Under one condition. You'll go in with me? I ask him.
Dude, totally. And that's not the weed talking.
Okay. So I guess we're doing this. It's weird how a building can feel foreign after such a short period of time. There's no one at the front desk, which isn't a surprise, so we just walk right in. The lobby seems too bright, like they finally got around to replacing all the burnt-out bulbs, and they've changed out the square of carpet with the blood stain from that stabbing last month, just when I was getting used to the stark change in color. My favorite battered chair in the corner of the lobby is gone, replaced with a display cabinet filled with plaques that don't mean anything to me. Where will I run off to now to work on plot points after Jack's put to bed and Mom's passed out? I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore. Even the elevator is missing the familiar rickety rhythmic sound that makes you mutter a silent prayer each time there's a catch in the cables. My not home feels more alien than ever before. You doing all right? West asks as we ascend to my floor. Fine. I checked my phone for the 10th time since we got here. It's still early. She won't be home. There's no way. Without further conversation, we reach our desired height, stepping out into the musty hallway. At least this hasn't changed. To the left of our apartment, Dia de los Muertos decorations cover Miss Rose's door. Most people assume they're left over from Halloween. On the other side, Mr. Rickard's door still has that hole from when he drunkenly fired his crossbow through it last month. It about gave Ms. Abernathy a heart attack as she walked her schnauzer down the hall. Not that anybody would miss her. She's kind of mean and horrible. The woman, not the dog. The dog is sweet. I stand in front of my door, twisting the key in my hand like I'm waiting for some divine force to possess me with the desire to step inside. But inside me is only sorrow and fear of the place I still haven't been able to call home. Do you want me to go in? West offers. You could just tell me what you want me to grab. It'll let me live out my fantasy of committing blue-collar crime. It's such a sweet thing to offer, but I shake my head. This is something I have to do, and I'd prefer to do it alone. Would you mind waiting out here? Sure. He leans a shoulder against the wall, watching me. Just holler if you need anything. I'll be your lookout. He cranes his neck to peer down the hall. I nod. Then I count the number of places where the paint is peeling off the door. There are 17. If I don't go in now, I'm not going to at all, so I turn the key and push the door in. West gives me an encouraging thumbs up. The apartment is spotless, which I assume is because there isn't a 6-year-old running around hurling nautical plush animals and trying to poke his eye out so he can get a real eye patch. There's also silence, which sets my mind more at ease. If Mom was here, she'd have the television in her room blaring, and she'd be more than likely passed out in the bed. I move through the living room, pausing to grab Jack's toy sword and sticking it into the open part of my backpack. There's not a lot of room in there, so I'll have to travel light. I swing my bedroom door open, and I'm caught up in all the little moments in time. Not so much for the room. We've only been here a few months. But for the history in the things. The pictures and framed movie posters on the walls. The old wooden dresser we swore wouldn't make the move because it was so heavy. The remnants of Dad's book collection I managed to save from Mom's purge of his stuff. Jill has been so great to take us in. But these memories are my life. Maybe even my home. Much more than this apartment will ever be. I want to take them all with me, but time is ticking and I can't linger, so I'm forced to grab what I need. My laptop, some clothing essentials, and finally, the picture from my desk of Mom, Dad, and me at 4 years old. Although my backpack is full, I still manage to cram in some of Jack's pajamas. I'll grab his blanket, too. It should help him get to sleep a lot easier, which would be a godsend. But the blanket's not in his room. I check under the pile of toys, by the television, not there either. Where could it be? Maybe Mom's room? She did keep it in the bed with her the week Jack was in the hospital with bronchitis. Said it was like having him there. If it's in her room, it's like I'm taking that piece of Jack away from her. Like I'm stealing away one of the last parts of her humanity. I swallow down my feelings. Her bedroom is dark as I step in. Blackout shades drawn and lights extinguished like when she's suffering from a migraine. I flip the overhead on and start to scream. I start to scream. Chapter 42. West. Locke's scream kickstarts my heart, and it's pounding as I burst through the door. I don't see him, but there's muffled noise coming from the door to my left. I push through it to find him kneeling by the bed. Blood. It's everywhere. Bright red and staining the white sheets and Locke's shirt. My head swirls. There's so much of it. More than I've ever seen before. Locke clutches onto his mother's arm, wrapping a colored cloth around the slice on her wrist that's still dripping red. The puddle on the hardwood floor is spreading. A metallic smell fills my nose. Locke. He doesn't look back at me, just keeps working. It's not fair, he mutters under his breath as his shaky hands work to tie knots. You don't get to leave us too. You don't get off that easy. I'm dialing 911 because I don't know what else to do. The operator picks up. We need an ambulance at apartment 632 at Briarwood, I tell him. Please hurry. I don't remember if I hang up after they say someone's on the way. Shock has rooted me in place. Is she? I ask. She's still breathing, Locke says, finishing the knot in the patterned cloth. Circus animals spattered and saturated in blood. I don't move. I can't, really. Help's on the way. He ignores my words, clinging to his mother's arm. It's not fair. Chapter 43. Locke. Mom isn't awake today, but I'm here anyways, sitting bedside in this incredibly uncomfortable chair. My homework spreads across the hospital bed. I hope she doesn't mind. Then again, if I'd been unconscious 14 days, I'd like to think somebody crowding my space would be the least of my worries. The room is quiet, tucked away in the corner of Northside's third floor. There was another patient sharing it earlier this week, but they were wheeled out suddenly yesterday, and no one has taken their place. I wonder if their family is celebrating or mourning, or maybe a completely plausible mix of both. You shouldn't have to watch the people you love rot in a bed. Is that what my life will be like now? Just waiting for the day the heart monitor goes silent and I'm officially an orphan? This definitely isn't as glamorous as Annie makes it look. I got an offer to join honors classes in the spring, I say to Mom, partially because the doctors say there's a chance she can hear me, but mostly because I miss being able to talk to her, even though we haven't really spoken in months. They also recommended I dual enroll my senior year too, get a jump start on college credits. She'd be thrilled if she were awake. At least I believe she would. It gets harder each day to remember her voice, but I imagine her telling me how proud she is. Once I've run out of things to tell her about my day, I just start rambling about anything that comes to mind. Maybe there's a quota for the number of words heard to unlock that part of her brain again. Or maybe I'm talking to a vegetable. Either way, I talk. Jack and Jill are close as ever. I set aside my laptop, abandoning my latest chapter to stretch the pain in my back. He still asks about you, every day, but don't worry, I won't let him see you like this. I know you wouldn't want that. I'm holding her hand now,
stroking the bandage that still covers her attempt to escape us forever. Once, twice, 3 times. Even though I don't know if she can hear me, even though I know I'm practically talking to myself, the next words get stuck. I force them through the thickness in my throat. I'm gay. Sorry. Not about the gay part, but about Dad, I guess. I almost understand the drinking. Almost. I just can't believe. I stop, my words once again sticking at the blockade in my throat. I guess I'm in denial. You did always say I was stubborn. Can't get anything through my thick skull, but this? How could you do this to me? Or Jack? This isn't the first time I've asked these questions. The emotions tend to overwhelm me as the days end. It's not that I'm really looking for answers, just a chance to voice the pain. I do hope she hears me, if only to suffer my anger. A part of me, small but persistent, hopes you don't wake up. I cringe at my own words. I hate that they're true. If only to spare Jack the pain of knowing you were ready to leave us behind. Tears start to pool in my eyes. That was a really shitty thing to do. I don't feel guilty for the profanity because she isn't awake to scold me. Sometimes you make me just... A knock on the door silences my one-sided conversation. It's probably a nurse coming to check her vitals. It's Margaret's turn, then Jana after her. I've memorized the schedule by now. Locke? Comes a soft voice. But it's not Margaret. It's Shay Park, pushing through the heavy wooden door, a sweater over her cheerleading uniform. She must have just come from practice. Her sneakers are suspiciously white. I'm surprised to see someone wearing a sweater, honestly. I was starting to think Georgia didn't have seasons, just one perpetual summer. What are you doing here? I ask, then bite my tongue because that probably sounded rude. Shay doesn't seem to mind my tone.
I wanted to check in on you. Haven't seen you at the lunch table in a while.
I haven't really been hungry. She nods as if she understands more than just my answer. She crosses to the foot of the bed, bringing with her a pleasant vanilla scent. The silence between us is still comfortable, despite my recent absence from school. I sort through my assignments, rearranging them by deadline, then by class, and because I can't help myself, I do it again in reverse order.
She's beautiful,
Shay says after a while. You should have seen her before my dad left, I find myself saying, unsure why I'm being so open about things I never speak about. She was a completely different person.
I'm sorry.
Shay sympathizes. For once, I don't question it. Plenty of people have said the same thing, offering condolences at school as if Mom's already dead. But Shay's different. She's always different, kind, compassionate, and way too freaking nice. The kind of person you don't believe exists until you find them. Or, in my case, they find you. Thank you, I respond, stowing the newly organized papers into a folder in my backpack. It was nice of you to visit. Shay nods again, still staring at my mother. There's something odd in her expression. A layer of sadness hidden behind the normally bubbly joy. It's unnerving, like seeing a shadow through frosted glass, all shapes and no sharpness.
I know it doesn't make sense.
She steps to the opposite side of the bed.
You ask yourself 1,000 questions. You think, if only you were there. If only you could have done more. If only, if only, if only.
She takes Mom's uninjured hand, her fingers curling around it gently.
But logic can't explain the reasons behind our actions. Regret can't turn back time, and no amount of love.
Her free hand pulls on her sleeve.
and I catch a glimpse at the thin scar carved across her wrist.
Can erase what's left behind.
I wonder if I'll ever truly know a person. Even Shay, poster child for angels on earth, has dark secrets. Secrets she hides under kindness and smiles and cheering.
But it can help rebuild what's been broken,
she adds, brushing the hair from Mom's forehead.
And it can make it easier to remember there are always things worth living for.
I'm crying again, and no amount of blinking stops the tears from spilling down my face. Shay doesn't seem to mind. It's my fault, I tell her, confessing to the crime that's slowly eaten away at my sanity over the past weeks. It may as well have been me holding the knife. My phone vibrates beside the stack of homework on the bed. It's another text from West. It's not the first of the day, but I can't even think about talking to him. Shay's beside me now, keeping a comfortable distance because she knows how I am about touching.
You can't think that, Locke. Your mother's decisions are her own and no one else's.
That doesn't make me feel any better. I flip the phone face down so I don't have to feel guilty about ignoring West.
Maybe not, but it's true.
I turn to her, wiping my face. So, what do I do? She smiles, that wonderful smile, the kind that triggers those little fluttery feelings in your stomach.
You do the hardest thing in the world. You keep on going.
Chapter 44. West. A list of things I've used to distract me over the last 2 weeks. 1. Jogging. Every night, just before I go to sleep, I'll go and go until I can't take another step, and then I collapse into bed. Deep sleep, no dreams. No dreams, no nightmares of Locke's mom, cold and lifeless. 2. Clay. Don't judge. I've been spending a lot of time with him. The catching up has been good. The dates have been fine. The sex has been passable. 3. Avoiding mirrors at all costs. Cross out, cross out, cross out. New clothes, because everything's hanging off me lately. My number one problem with mirrors, they don't lie. No matter how long you stare into them, no matter how much you wish it would, the image doesn't change. It only reflects the truth, harsh and inescapable. Mirrors have become my enemy once again. I look at my latest text to Locke, sitting on red. He hasn't responded, but that doesn't mean I stop trying. Maybe it's selfish of me, but I need to talk to him. He's the only one who helps me feel like I'm not spiraling. How can you breathe in all that? Chelsea's looking at me with disgust from across the lunch table, and I can only assume she's talking about my multi-layer outfit. Even with the sweater, jacket, scarf, and hat combo, my hands are ice and there's a constant shivering sensation just waiting to make my teeth chatter. It's cold outside, is my lame response. It's 72 out there. That's practically beach weather up north. Well, we're not up north now, are we? I snip. What I don't tell her is I can't get warm, no matter what I do. And I don't want her or anyone else to see how my collarbones stick out. My head pounds, and I can barely form my thoughts into coherent sentences. Maybe just a bite of something. My stomach twists at the thought, so I toss it away, just like I'll do with my lunch. Nope, Chelsea answers. Thank God for that. I don't know if I'd make it north of the Mason-Dixon line. No sweet tea, no thanks. She takes a swig from her Chick-fil-A cup for emphasis.
Hey, are you still coming over to run lines?
I've got plans.
I haven't told her about Clay yet. I mean, I think she knows, but I've been trying to keep him a secret. I can't say why. Would these so-called plans happen to involve a certain boy you keep sneaking off with?
That's none of your business.
Cool your jets, would ya?
Shells flicks a tater tot at me, but I swat it away.
Jesus, you've been moody lately. Is it your menstruation cycle or something?
Maybe I'm just sick of you being in my fucking business 24/7.
Oh.
The playful smile fades from Chelsea's face.
Okay then. Tell Clay I said hello.
She doesn't give me a chance to apologize, only scoops up her tray and leaves. I can feel sympathy radiating from Shay at the opposite end of the table, but I'm not in the mood for her or her saccharine niceness, so I stand, grabbing my untouched lunch.
West?
Shay rises along with me. I turn from her, making a beeline for the trash cans by the door. Unfortunately, Shay's an athlete, so she has no trouble catching up with me.
What do you want?
I ask as I dump my tray.
I'm going to take Locke his homework again today.
She stacks her tray on top of mine.
Did you want to tag along? He could use some friendly faces around that place.
Go to the hospital? Where his mom is lying in a vegetative state? Where I'd have to stand there and pretend it isn't my fault she's there in the first place? I mean, I know I didn't make her a nut job, but who's to say I didn't trigger all this bullshit when I dragged him to that party?
West?
Shay waits patiently for my response. I've got plans, I manage, tugging on the edges of my jacket. Sorry, next time.
Of course.
She's still smiling, even though I turned her down.
See you around.
I nod as she heads back to the lunch table. I pull out my phone again, staring at the stream of unanswered texts. Locke is far better off without me in his life. I should just keep it that way. It's just been a completely shit day, so I'm in a particularly awful mood when Clay shows up at my house, right on schedule. Hey, he sheds his uniform jacket, throwing it over the computer chair by my desk. How was your day? I silence him with lips, pulling his tie so he's half bent to meet me. I need to push all these thoughts out of my head, and to accomplish that, I have to fill my senses with Clay. Alrighty then, he says, breathless as we separate. What's gotten into you? I just really need to forget today. I'm already fumbling with his shirt buttons. So don't ask how I'm doing. Don't compliment me on my haircut. Just get on the bed. Yes, sir, Clay laughs, giving me a mocking salute with that crooked smile that used to mean something to me. We do an awkward shuffle across the room, stopping only to discard random pieces of clothing. By the time we hit the sheets, we're both down to underwear and socks, but then it's just socks. He has this thing about cold feet. He's gentle at first, trailing down my body with kisses and touches so light it makes my stomach flutter. Then he reaches his destination, taking me in his mouth as I gasp and run fingers through his weird silver hair. My plan works, because I'm not thinking about ruining Locke's life or about snapping at Chelsea or the look Blake gave me 3 days ago that made me want to peel the flesh from my bones. And I'm really not thinking about how much I wish it was Locke's mouth on my dick right now. I jolt at the feeling of teeth. Sorry. Clay grins sheepishly. Then he disappears again, pushing my legs back until my feet hang above my head. After he's satisfied with the prep work, there's the tearing of plastic and the shock of cold lube. Then pressure, followed by familiar pain. Slow, I tell him, eyes squeezing shut as I focus on breathing. He needs the reminder. Clay does as he's told, pressing into me with careful restraint. I let out a breath, relaxing as the pain ebbs with each passing moment. You're so beautiful,
Clay whispers, leaning down to kiss me. He's tall enough it doesn't prove a difficult task. Shut up, I reply. I don't need him telling me those lies that go down so easy when you're skin to skin. Especially not now. I didn't really mean to start having sex with Clay. Then again, I don't really mean to make a lot of the terrible decisions in my life. They just kind of happen. After that night with Locke in the hospital, everything was so fucked up. And Clay had been trying to get back in contact with me since our pseudo-date/soft drink shower incident. And you could say I was feeling more than a little vulnerable. He struck, and I caved. While Locke was probably sleeping in the chair beside his mother's bed, I was out on the town with Clay. Spending time with him brought up all those feelings I thought I'd gotten over years ago. With every kiss, every touch from his hands, they resurfaced. A little dusty, but still hella strong. For a split second, I was 12 again, pining after the boy of my dreams. Except this time, everything is real. A little too real, to be honest. Like waking up from a deep sleep and finding reality is too sharp and sounds too loud. It just doesn't feel right.
West,
Clay's breath is labored.
where are you, dude?
Huh?
You're miles away. Want me to stop?
Jeez. I'm so distracted I can't even enjoy my distraction. Come on, West, get your head in the game.
No, keep going.
Clay eventually finds his rhythm, and I'm trying to keep myself in the moment. My toes curl as he hits certain spots that push me toward the edge, but when I close my eyes, it's Locke who's so close to me, breathing heavy as he kisses my chest. Another thrust and a moan escapes.
You like that, don't you?
I must be imagining things because I could have sworn that sounded just like...
Of course you like it, little faggot.
The voice fills my ears. And suddenly it's not Clay or Locke, but Blake's body bearing down on top of me. Gone is the familiar space of my bed, replaced instead by a shadowy room and silken sheets. And the smell... Oh God, I can smell Blake on me. I try to move, to do anything, but I'm trapped, reliving that horrible moment. Stop! The word sputters over my lips. But Blake either doesn't hear or doesn't care, his pace frantic as he moves inside me. There are tears now from pain, and a hand clamps over my mouth to keep me from crying out. Claire could be in the other room. She could walk in at any moment. Why isn't she coming in to save me? Get off! My bedroom comes rushing back. Clay is too close, and I can't breathe. Get the fuck off of me! I manage to kick him, sending him tumbling off the bed.
What the... Are you okay?
He asks from the floor, dazed. I'm trembling, but no longer from pleasure. Tears pour down my face as I gasp for air. I still feel Blake on my skin, his touch burning like red-hot coals. The memories come crashing in. Flirting during the family vacation on the beaches of Rimini, Italy. A passing smile, a provocative word, a lingering touch. I encouraged him, only to get back at Claire for ratting out my little problem to our parents. After she told them, Mother made me spend the first month of summer vacation seeing a shrink every day until I could convince him I was eating again. But it didn't stop at flirting. Before I knew it, we'd gone too far. Then we were alone, and Blake made it very clear no wasn't an option. He proposed to my sister the next day by the sea, and I swore to take this secret to my grave.
West?
Clay is beside me now, hand on my back.
What did I do?
Nothing, I tell him, wiping my face, as if that's gonna fix any of this shit. I'm sorry, it's not you.
Then, what is it?
To my grave. I can't go back on my word now. It's all I have. It's just been a really shitty day. I'm so sorry. Everything just sorta snuck up on me. His eyes are warm pools. Not rich honey, like locks in the sunshine, but so much different than Blake's. How could I have ever confused the two?
You sure?
Yes, I nod and kiss him, pushing him back on the bed, determined to pick things back up where I'd dropped them.
We don't have to,
he tells me as I straddle his hips. I want to, I assure him, guiding him back inside me. I don't think about Blake again as we press toward completing the task that can't be stopped at this point. With a gasp and final thrust, Clay collapses back onto the sheets, panting. I remain still, relishing in the short movements he makes. Then his hand wraps around me, and with a practiced motion, I finish too, leaving us chest to chest and sticky. It's strange. Despite what I feel towards Clay, whatever buried crush I may have had for him through the years, he's not the one I want lying in my bed. If I keep my eyes closed and just listen to his breathing, I can imagine its lock underneath me. I want that so much it hurts. After a few minutes, glowing in the afterlight, Clay plants a kiss on my forehead.
I can't believe it took us this long to do this.
Yeah, I run fingers through my sweat-damp hair. It's fun, right? I sound like I'm trying to convince myself.
I feel bad we didn't do it sooner,
he says, grinning at me.
Totally accepting the blame, by the way. I'm an idiot of infinite proportion.
I was going to say moron, but I guess idiot will do in this instance. My fake laugh is almost convincing.
I'm serious,
Clay says, propping himself up on his elbows.
I want to apologize for ditching you like I did. It wasn't cool, especially now I know what I was missing out on. You didn't deserve that.
You're right, I say. What I don't say is that while 12-year-old me didn't deserve it, but the West of today has probably earned much worse. I've done terrible things, both to myself and to other people. Now here I am, using a boy who might even love me to distract myself from the things I don't have the courage to face. So, just what is it I deserve?
Is it okay if I hop in the shower?
Clay asks, grabbing his phone from the pile of clothes on the floor.
Sure.
I pull the sheets over me, suddenly feeling exposed.
Want some company? No thanks.
Clay chuckles. He shows no shame in standing stark naked.
I need to get going, and I don't know if I'll ever want to leave if you're in there too.
There's a different heat flickering in me. Not passion or lust, but something else entirely. It does nothing to help the fact that Clay isn't the boy I want anymore.
Maybe next time?
He adds, turning to walk into the bathroom. Right. Next time. Just how long is this gonna last?
Chapter 45. Lock. West.
Hey, hope everything's okay. Maybe we can talk soon? You know, if you want.
7:22 p.m.
I'm sure they'll call if something changes, Jill says, gathering dinner dishes from the kitchen table and setting them in her lap. It's the same thing she's been telling me for weeks, but I still have to visit Mom. I won't give up on her, no matter how much everyone is trying to make me. I can't leave her there, I say,
hoping for the 1,000th time she'll understand. Dad wouldn't have wanted her to be left alone. Lan. Jill sets aside the stack of plates. Honey, your father wanted more than anything for you to lead a happy life. Now tell me, how can you do that if you're just as confined to that hospital room as she is? Happy? I repeat the word, attempting to understand it. He wanted me to be happy? Well, isn't that a nice sentiment? It's a shame he never got around to explaining just how I'm supposed to do that. Nope, he just decided to run away from his family, from the people he supposedly cared so much about. He tossed us aside like garbage, like we never mattered at all, like we... The words stick in my throat, sorrow and anger swirling together to form a knot. I try to swallow it down, but it doesn't budge. Breathe, Locke. Breathe. Jill only watches me, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. They do little to quell my rage. Her cell phone plays its chiming ringtone but goes ignored. The knot finally budges, and I gasp before finishing my tirade. And you want me to believe that man, the coward who couldn't tell his own son the truth, wanted me to live a happy life by abandoning the woman he left behind to rot in a hospital bed? Is that what you're telling me? Stunned silence is the best way to describe the situation. Jack's television show echoes from the other room. I grab my jacket from the back of the chair. I'll be at the hospital. Text me if you need me. Jill's phone goes off again, and she grabs it with a shaky hand. I shrug on the jacket, zipping it quickly. I'm halfway out the door when Jill's voice brings me to a halt. Lan? She's wheeling toward me, phone still pressed to her ear. It's your mother. I ask Jill to wait in the lobby, at least until I see her. She agrees without hesitation, holding Jack's hand to keep him from running after a gurney. He's fully expecting to see dolphins and sharks being carried in, not heart attack patients and dead bodies. The hospital is the same as when I left it yesterday, and the day before that. It's strange how unchanging this place is, despite the revolving patients and staff. I wave to the nurse at her station as I pass, arriving at room 1342. The door is closed, but I don't open it. Not yet. I count the number of times I reach for the handle. 1, 2, 3. Something isn't right. An electricity hangs in the air, new and unsettling. It warps the sense of familiarity I've grown to have for this place. The worst part is, I know there's only one thing that's changed. The heavy door swings open, the brightness of overhead lights foreign and unexpected. They aren't the only thing that's different. Mom sits up in her bed, hands bound to the rails on either side. A young doctor stands over her, shining a light in one eye, then the other. He asks something I can't hear from across the room. She nods, her gaze locking onto me. The doctor notices, turning to address me. Lachlan. He smiles, and I suppose he probably knows me, though I don't remember him. I approach the end of her bed, and he extends a hand. I'm Dr. Redding. I'll be overseeing your mother's recovery. He's young for a doctor, but I don't care about that right now. How is she? I ask. Don't talk about me like I'm not sitting right here. I flinch, not from fear, but because a part of me was convinced I'd never hear her voice again. Ms. Jones, please. She huffs, tugging at one of her restraints before throwing her head back into the pillow. She's stable, Dr. Redding tells me, holding his chart so it all seems very official. She woke up a few hours ago and was proving more violent than we would have hoped, hence the restraints. Violent? I repeat. They're mostly for her own safety, the doctor continues. I assure you, She'll need to stay with us for at least another 72 hours so we can monitor her and assess her mental state. Does she know? I stop, swallowing so I can say the words. Does she know what she did? Her memory is a bit foggy at the moment, but that's completely normal given the circumstances. He leans closer, dropping his voice. At this time, she doesn't remember anything that's happened the last few months. These memories should return, but it's important we let her come to the conclusion herself, or else there may be complications. Right. So I'm not supposed to tell her she went and tried to off herself because she couldn't stand being our mother anymore? Fine. I guess we'll talk about the weather. I understand, I say. Good. He pats me on the shoulder like I'm a child, then turns to Mom. Miss Jones, I'm going to be back in a few hours to check in. Until then, I want you to rest. Got it? Oh, darn, Mom scoffs. Here I was wanting to go bike the Tour de France. Whatever will I do? The doctor chuckles, giving me another shoulder pat before he leaves. Now it's just me and Mom. Maybe I should go get Jill. They say I've been out for a few weeks, Mom says, watching me. Are you and Jack all right? A streak of gray hair rises from her forehead, serving as a time marker. She'd be mortified if she knew it showed. We're fine, I tell her. It takes me a moment to realize I just lied. I don't like how easy it came. We've been staying with Jill. I guess it's too much to hope you may have called the office to tell them what happened to me. Jill called, I explain. They seem to be understanding. Mom laughs. It's a cruel sound. I'll bet there's a pink slip waiting with my name on it. Oh, God, what am I gonna do? Let's not think about that right now, I tell her, coming around to the chair. My chair, beside her bed. I'm just glad you're awake. She smiles at me, and I wrap my hand around hers. For a moment, with just a simple glance, I have the best version of my mother back. I breathe in this moment, letting it fill every part of me. It's been far too long. I'm so sorry, she tells me, her voice breaking as tears begin to fall. I didn't mean to leave you two. My breath catches, because that's exactly what she was trying to do. She just can't remember it right now. Will it come back to her? What's going to happen when she remembers taking that blade and... It's all right. I give her hand a squeeze. I know that. She blinks the moisture from her eyes, letting out a sigh. We just can't seem to catch a break, can we? And suddenly, it's all too much and I really need to leave this room. I'm going to go get Jack. I pull away from her grip and fear flashes across her face. I'll be right back, I promise. Hurry back. She gives a faint smile. The walls are closing in on me as I clear the door, the resounding thud signaling the shattering of my world. I keep it together, passing the elevator because tight spaces aren't happening right now. I duck into the stairwell, my breaths coming in gasps. Mom's awake. I should be thrilled. I should wrap her in a hug and never let go. But the longer I look at her, the angrier I find myself as all the pain she's inflicted sinks into my skin. I'm not angry at her, necessarily. More at the whole situation. What am I supposed to do here? Eventually, she's going to remember what she tried to do. What happens next? Will she do it again? How am I supposed to live like this? Maybe I should have just let her. No. Jesus, Lan. She's here, and she's getting the help she needs. Right now, I need to find Jill, so she can help me get my head on straight.
But before that, I need to get it together. I'm not in this alone. Moving to the corner wall, I rest my forehead against the cool concrete. It centers me. Once I've gathered myself, I continue down the stairs, each step echoing until I hit the main floor. It doesn't take long to make my way back to Jill.
How is she?
Jill asks. She's parked beside Jack, who's passed out on a bench. A nurse hurries by in green scrubs. I watch as she goes. There are 2 more following her. 4, 5, 6. Awake, I say. She doesn't remember the last couple months, and she definitely doesn't know I took Jack and left. The doctor said it should come back to her.
Well, that's not good.
Jill clicks her teeth. A welcome sound in this place of foreign noises. No matter how much time I spend here, it'll never be home. I told her I was coming to get you 2. Are you up for it? I couldn't be in there alone with her any longer.
Of course, Lan.
Jill scoops Jack off the bench with a bit of difficulty. Let me, I tell her, taking my brother and propping him on a shoulder.
Lan?
He mutters, groggy. It's me, buddy. I scratch his back the way he likes.
Where are we?
Jill and I start toward the elevator. We're visiting Mom, I say. The button on the wall illuminates with a press. She's been asking about you.
Really?
Really. The doors open with a chime, and we step/roll in. Our ride is smooth, and before Jack can bombard me with his 100th question, we're back in the room that's no longer caving in. He practically leaps out of my arms onto the bed.
Mommy!
And for another brief glimpse, Mom is her old self, all smiles and love and light.
Look at my little captain,
she laughs, wrapping her legs around him since her hands are still restrained.
How you've grown. Soon you'll be pillaging the 7 seas. Does this mean we get to come back home?
Jack asks.
Of course it does, sweetie.
Mom misses the true meaning of his question.
Just as soon as Mommy is all better.
Jill stays at the foot of the bed, just watching. Her face is alabaster, pale and unmoving.
I've missed you.
Jack lays his head on Mom's chest.
I've missed you more, my Jack.
She kisses the top of his head.
Tell me about your time with Auntie Jill.
Jack launches into the kind of story that doesn't really have an ending, just more and more details until eventually you forget what you're talking about. At some point, I return to my chair, kicking a leg over the side so it dangles. Jill fiddles to release one of Mom's restraints so she can wrap Jack up against her. Jill is laughing at Jack's story, and Mom looks happier than I've seen her in forever. I can't help but feel hopeful, like maybe there's a chance things will work out for the better. After everything that's happened, it's time we catch a break. This could be it. Our chance. It all comes to a halt with a single question.
When do you start your honors classes, Lan?
Mom asks, stroking a now sleeping Jack's hair. He passed out almost an hour ago, and his soft snores make my heart happy. I've got to talk to my counselor, I answer. He told me to come in next. I sit up in my chair. Wait a second. I look to Jill, who perks up. Mom, I never told you I was starting advanced placement.
Of course you did, Mom says, brow furrowed. You told me.
I told her yesterday, while she was unconscious, and she wasn't supposed to be able to. Oh God, that's not all I told her. Mom blinks a few times, like she's trying to flush something from her eyes.
You told me about next semester. She speaks slowly. That you'll start earning college credit. I scramble from my chair, going for Jack. Then you said, you're gay. I freeze. My mother's eyes locked on me. Jill watches, wide-eyed. Oh, fuck. And you said you didn't want me to wake up. Her voice drops, taking on the bitter tone I've grown accustomed to. How could you say that? Mom, please. I reach for Jack, but she's clawing at the bandages on her wrist with her free hand, chest heaving, and face twisted in emotions I can't even begin to imagine. What? When did I? You don't remember everything right now? I try to stay calm. I can explain, I promise. Don't say promise. She cuts me off, then laughs. A crazed, sharp sound. Your father used to promise me things too, you know. He promised he loved me, that I was the only one for him, that we would be together forever. Promise after empty promise. Jenny. Jill comes closer, placing a hand on the railing. You need to stay calm. And you. Mom reels on Jill, her arm catching the opposite restraint to keep her from lunging out of the bed. Now you poison my children against me, just like you poisoned Jim. Jill doesn't move. What are you saying? Don't play innocent. She sneers, jostling Jack hard enough to wake him. I know what you told him. I know you kept his secrets, that it was you who convinced him to leave me. I never told him to leave, Jill retorts. You did that yourself, Jenny. Mommy? Jack rubs the sleep from his eyes. Why would you do that to me? Mom ignores him, her volume rising. My only sister, telling my husband to abandon his family. I never. Shut your mouth! Mom yells. Jack falls out of her lap and begins to cry. I jump to scoop him up, cradling him against my chest. Her eyes cut to me, desperation washing over her features when she realizes he's gone. Give him back, she pleads. You can't take him again! Jenny! Jill snaps to catch her attention. You're frightening him. No, Mom mutters, tears welling in her eyes. She tugs at the restraint, but can't unfasten it with one hand. No, please don't take him. Jack, it's okay, sweetie. Don't cry. Hush. Jack continues to weep. I take a step for the door. No! Mom lurches against her restraints, the bedrail creaking from the stress. Jill grapples with Mom's arm, but she shoves Jill off. The chair tips sideways and Jill tumbles to the floor with a yelp. Give him back! Mom screams, struggling until veins throb in her forehead. My feet don't move. Like shock has melted my shoes to the floor. Lan! Jill pulls herself upright on the frame of the bed. Go get help, for Pete's sake! I somehow find the strength to lift my legs, clearing the door into the hallway. Help! I shout. A nurse down the hall sticks her head up from the desk. Help! I say again, and she springs into action. 2 more people in scrubs rush past, and I press Jack into me with enough force I'm afraid I'll break him. No! Please! Jack! Mom's voice echoes down the hall, clear and vibrating. But it's nothing compared to the sound of my splintering heart. Chapter 46. West. A list of reasons I can't tell Chelsea about Blake. 1. She'll freak out. I mean, the woman squeals about the smallest thing. Imagine what'll happen if I tell her something that serious. I'll have to peel her off the ceiling. 2. She might try to tell Claire, and that cannot happen. 3. I'll have to face the fact I was raped. Cross out, cross out, cross out. She'll cry. And that might kill me. I'm sorry, I'm the worst person ever. I hand over my signature apology item, the candy bar bouquet.
Chelsea just stares at the cluster of Kit Kats and Butterfingers, unimpressed. No good? Damn, I should have sprung for the apology cake too. She cracks. You're the worst, she says, accepting the bundle of sugary treats. I think I've already established that. Get in here. She moves aside, letting me step into the house. Fair warning, Mom and Dad are home. They're gonna wanna talk to you and shit. Oh, how awful, I say with a chuckle. People who actually want to connect with me on an emotional level. How will I ever survive? Chelsea smacks me with a candy bar. Ow! They're called Kit Kats, not beat me with a bats. Come on, crybaby. She passes me, starting up the stairs. Once they spot you, I'll never get you back. I follow up to her bedroom, flopping down on the bed while she unwraps a piece of my apology. I knock a few of the throw pillows off onto the floor. There are still a million. We break the Kit Kat in half. She takes a bite, and I just hold mine until the chocolate starts to melt. The sweet smell turns my stomach. You're starting to scare me. You know that, West? Why's that? I prop myself up on an elbow, setting the gooey chocolate back into the wrapper. Is it that I'm too attractive? Because I've been having that thought Do you think I'm stupid or just naive? She interrupts. I don't think there's a right answer for that. She's not laughing. West, can we be serious? For once? I swallow. Yeah, sure. Chelsea lifts her phone, the flash going off before I can react. What the hell? I question. Look at this, she orders, turning the screen toward me. I drop my gaze to the bedspread. You can't even do it, can you? She slides the phone over, so I can't ignore it. I wince. The boy in the photo resembles me, but his angles are sharper, cheeks curving in ever so slightly. Dark circles surround his eyes, and his skin has a pale, almost translucent complexion. Shit. This is why I've avoided mirrors. You're right. I fake a laugh. I'm getting too hot. I think this is a major problem. Chelsea takes back her phone without a word. Her teeth sink into her bottom lip, which is her deep thinking tell. She's looking at me like I'm a stranger, which hurts more than I thought it would. It's like she's trying to read my mind, which is ludicrous, because she's the only person on this stupid planet who actually gets me. I watch her, the silence lengthening until it's painfully sharp, pressing against my ears like needles. I'm about to say something when she finally speaks. Do you remember when Jeremy dumped me last year? Yeah. I sit up. Why would she bring him up? The fucker stood you up on Valentine's Day. I wanted to key his Mustang, but you wouldn't let me. Forgive me for wanting to keep you out of prison. Chelsea smiles, but it dissolves and she's serious again. How about what you told me that first night? Do you remember? I'm trying to recall, but it's so difficult to bring anything up through this brain fog, so I end up shaking my head. A sad smile plays on her lips. You told me boys were fickle and stupid, that Jeremy was king of the Neanderthals, and that he definitely got dropped on his head as a baby. I grin, those memories flooding back in like a dam bursting. Chelsea reaches over, wrapping her warm hand around my frozen fingers. But before all the tears and all the screaming and us burning Jeremy's things out back, you took my hand just like this. You looked me dead in the face and told me that it was okay to cry. You told me to get it all out, that you'd stay beside me no matter how long it took. That doesn't sound like me. I swallow the lump building in my throat. You knew I wasn't going to do it on my own. I was too stubborn, too proud to let someone else see me hurt. But you gave me the strength to let go of all that, and it was so freeing. West, I can't describe how much I needed you in that moment. I like to think of myself as this goddess, the baddest of bitches, but you reminded me it's okay to be human sometimes. I guess it is true. I did tell her that. Chelsea's always been so strong, but she was totally gonna keep on without processing her emotions. I've been through enough therapy to know that's never a good idea. You'd think something would have stuck by now. I don't know what's going on with you these days, Chelsea continues. And honestly, I don't think I need to. But I'm not just worried about your health, West. I'm worried because I'm starting to see the same habits in you. And I know what kind of headspace I was in. I don't move, just stare down at the bedspread, eyes burning with tears I refuse to shed. So I'm here to tell you. 2 fingers hook my chin, lifting it up until I'm forced to meet her gaze. It's okay to cry, West. Be a little human. You can let it all out and I'll stay beside you, no matter how long it takes. Chelsea doesn't falter. Her warm brown eyes hold me suspended. I'm teetering on the edge. If I tip one way, the floodgates will open and all my secrets will come rushing out too fast to stop them. It's an offer almost too good to pass up. There's nothing I wouldn't give to tell Chelsea the truth, to bring her into the part of me I keep sectioned off. But what would that do to us? Am I so cruel as to put my burdens on her shoulders? Maybe I should just fall back, take the plunge and let the murky waters of my secrets drown me. They rise higher and higher every day. I can't decide. Can't push myself in one direction or another, so I just do what I do best. I have to go. I slide off the silken bed and away from my best friend. Once my feet hit the floor, I'm gone. I don't look back as she calls, "Wes, wait!" I don't stop. Not until I'm in the car, and then only long enough to crank the engine and stomp the gas until my tires squeal. Chapter 47. Locke. Note to self. Keep breathing. People like Shay are the only reason I still believe in God. She finds me outside of Mom's room. An hour has passed since they cleared Jill to take Jack back home, and I told her I was staying. Thankfully, Mom didn't injure her too seriously. Physically, at least. Just a bruise here and there. Emotional damage? That's yet to be determined. Locke? Shay crouches down to my level, her perfectly penciled eyebrows furrowed. I've been counting the floor tiles over and over to control my urge to scream. My pulse quickens when she interrupts me. What's going on? If I talk about it now, I'm going to lose any grasp on the composure I've managed to wrangle. I just shake my head, and my lips start to tremble. She sits beside me, but not too close. She knows I need space. Everything is so twisted up inside me, and all I can hear is my mother's desperate voice ringing in my ears. Although I can't fathom speaking, a question that's battered my insides all night slips out. How do I get through this? My voice is hollow, empty, like the waiting room. How does anyone? Shay doesn't answer right away. I think she must not have heard me, but then... Remember the day we met? You were sitting outside the office, waiting on your class schedule, and I noticed you were reading one of my favorite books. I give her a nod. She was the first person who acknowledged my existence.
She struck up a conversation about monstrous anthropology, and we ended up talking for half an hour about fan theory. That's the thing about Shay. She makes you feel so comfortable, so welcome and warm. You'll tell her anything. It's dangerous.
Do you want to know why Zombies in Zimbabwe is my favorite in the series?
No offense, Shay, I start. But I'm not really in the mood for small talk.
Humor me.
I let out a sigh, raising my gaze from the floor to eye level. Why?
Remember when Veronica is trapped in the tombs after being separated from Timothy and the rest of the search party? At that point, all hope seems lost. She falls into this desperate state and hurls herself down the air shaft, hoping to be spared the pain of starving out.
I give another nod to let her know I'm following. Everyone who's read the book would know that. It was the climax.
But after she does it, after she resigns herself to giving up, what happens? She survives the fall. Lying there, broken and dirty, she feels the slightest breeze, sees the tiniest glimmer of light in the pitch black. And it's those minuscule things, those brief glimpses of hope, that give her the strength to dig her way out of the darkest moment in her life.
I'm zeroed in on her, transfixed by the details she recalls from the story.
For someone like me,
she continues, pulling up the sleeve of her sweater so I can get a good look at the faint white scar on her left wrist.
You can guess how that story resonated. I can tell you from experience, your mom is in the darkness. But, just like Veronica, all she needs are those little things. Just that glimpse of hope to bring her back into the light.
But what can I do? I ask as a shiver shoots up my spine. She pretty much told me she hates my guts.
That's the thing you have to realize.
Shay places a warm hand on my knee.
Just like Veronica, your mom is alone in the dark where no one can reach her. Whether or not she digs herself out, it's her decision. The only thing you can do is try to make it as easy as possible for her to see the hope.
So, you're saying there's nothing I can do? She sighs, but her smile doesn't fade.
What I'm saying is, she'll need someone waiting for her when she reaches the end of her tunnel. Even if it's only to lift her body out of the dirt, she deserves that much.
More tears are falling now. Why does it have to be me? Shay doesn't answer right away. Instead, she stands up, offering me a hand. I take it, and her strength surprises me as she hauls me to my feet. She holds my gaze for a moment, her delicate features pensive as she takes her time forming the words.
It's easy to give up, Locke. Take it from someone with experience. It's infinitely harder to stand by and watch it happen. But you're here, and she's still here. And sometimes that's all you can be.
I'm not sure I can do this.
Why would you say that?
The back of my neck pricks, hot and itchy. I can't lie, so I tell her. I talked to her while she was asleep, I mean. They said it could help. Said there was a chance she could hear me. Well, they were right. One of the last things I said to her was, I wished she wouldn't wake up. Another silence. This one 10 seconds longer than the last.
Healing is a long process.
Shay's hand is on my shoulder now, steady and comforting.
You'd be surprised what dulls over time.
I know she's right. That maybe with the assistance of time and medication, Mom will get better. But what about me? I'm still going to be the same person who thought these things about his own mother. How do I live with that?
You look like shit, Locke.
Shay says with another smile. Can I take you home? I cast one more glance back to the closed door of Mom's room, then take her up on the offer. Chapter 48. West. A top 3 list of things I hate. 1. Traffic. It's horrible in Atlanta, and living on the north side of the city means I see the worst of it. 2. Decaf coffee. What's the point? 3. Lion. Cross out. Skee ball. Which is weird because I'm like freakishly good at it. Traffic is bad for people who don't want to think. It just gives you endless time to dwell on your horrible mistakes and wonder why you can't seem to get anything right, no matter how hard you try. Somewhere between insanity and boredom, I call Clay. He doesn't pick up the first time, or the second, or the third. I'm about to hang up for the 4th time when he answers. Geez, West, what is it? He sounds annoyed. Great. Now I'm chasing away one of the only people who will even be around me right now. Sorry, I apologize. Hating myself a little bit for how much I missed his voice since just this afternoon. I just really needed to talk to someone. There's a lot of background noise as Clay speaks. Are you okay? I'm honest with him. No, not really. Hang on. The other end goes quiet for so long, I think he's hung up. But then he's back. Sorry, I couldn't hear anything. What's going on? Once again, I find myself standing on the precipice. Do I trust him with my life, or just keep silent? You still with me? Yeah, I breathe, taking a second to gather myself. Listen, I really need to see you. Can we meet someplace? Tonight's not a good night, Clay interrupts. He sounds annoyed again. I'm sorry, I say, wishing I was anything but needy. Forget I said anything. He lets out a sigh. You're kinda making me feel like a dick here. It's not intentional. Someone calls his name on the other end. I pretend it's not another boy's voice. I gotta go, Clay says quickly. But I'll see you tomorrow. We can talk through it then, okay? Okay. The line goes dead without a goodbye, and suddenly everything is worse than before. It was probably just a friend I heard calling Clay's name. He's probably doing a project for school, that's why he couldn't talk. Maybe they're on the same debate team. They probably have study sessions every night leading up to the big meet. Maybe Clay pictures his face when he's kissing me, just like I picture Locke's when I'm kissing him. And when they're alone together, Clay probably makes him feel just like I felt this afternoon, lying with him under the sheets. I turn the volume on the stereo as loud as it goes, wiping my face. I can't go home this early. I might run into Blake, blissfully planning his nuptials with my sister while simultaneously making my life a living hell. How he finds the time for his residency, there's no telling. So, I'm here, wandering the L Square Mall because there's no place else for me to go. The sights and sounds are familiar, yet new at the same time. They numb my senses, allowing me to forget about Clay and Locke and all the things I don't have space for in my head. A pair of jeans catches my eye in the window, my sorrows not detracting from my need to spend ludicrous amounts of money on things I don't need. There's a hoodie I like next to it, so I detour my walk of self-pity into the store. It's a little crowded for my taste, but I manage to find the advertised jeans, grabbing my size and the next size down because they probably won't fit. I grab a couple hoodies, too, before finding the line to the dressing room because I need as many distractions as possible. A guy about my age stands outside the curtain, tapping his foot impatiently. There's an earring dangling from his left ear, his dark jacket unzipped and hair streaked with blue and silver.
The shade of silver looks familiar. I stand next to him, waiting for my turn.
It may be a minute,
the boy tells me, motioning toward the curtain.
He takes forever.
It's fine, I mutter, not really in a hurry to go anywhere. Honestly, I'm just surprised I haven't tried to toss myself down the escalator at this point.
Hurry up, babe,
the boy calls over the catchy music playing through the speakers.
We're going to miss our movie. Almost done,
a muffled voice responds.
Keep your pants on. Then pull yours up and let's go.
The boy makes eye contact with me, then rolls his eyes in an exaggerated gesture. I can't help but crack a smile.
He's worse than a girl, I swear. He knows I hate to miss the previews.
They're the best part of the movie, I commiserate.
Exactly,
my new friend agrees.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks so. Hey, nice hoodie. Where'd you grab that?
I point to the display.
Oh, man.
The boy raises to his tiptoes to see.
I'm going to have to check those out. Babe, I'll be right back. I swear to God, if you aren't out in 3 minutes, I'm leaving you.
The guy gives me a sly wink, then heads over to sort through the pile of hoodies. I feel bad for his boyfriend, being rushed. I like to take my time when it comes to trying on clothes. They're an investment and should be carefully considered. Your clothes say a lot about you. The curtain draws back, and Clay steps out, holding an armful of... Who the fuck cares?
I think I'll get these...
He stops dead in his tracks, eyes wide.
West?
This is my fault. How could I assume the universe would grant me even a smidgen of happiness? No. Once again, I find that just when things can't get any worse, they do.
I can explain. Hey, babe.
Earring guy is back, holding up 2 hoodies.
Blue or red?
I set the clothes I'm holding down on the shelf beside me, turning away from the 2 of them before my expression betrays the pain stabbing me in the chest. My face burns as I clear the entrance of the store, trembling hands finding the railing that runs along the 2nd floor. The metal is cold to the touch. The cool sensation tethers me. It's fitting that I should be Clay's side piece. It seems to be my lot in life, to never be first choice. I'll always be an afterthought, a convenience. A hand on my shoulder makes me jump. Clay stands an arm's length from me, his hands sinking into his pockets. The other guy has disappeared. I wonder what lie Clay told him to get this alone time.
Let me explain,
he starts, but I don't let him finish. I can't hear it. My arms fold over my chest to keep their trembling hidden.
I was trying to break it off with Seth,
Clay continues, looking back over his shoulder.
But I just haven't found the right opportunity.
The right opportunity? I echo, a cold and alien laugh bubbling out behind the words. Maybe before you came over to fuck me earlier? Shh! Clay's hands shoot up, trying to control my volume. I'm cackling now. Not because I find any of this humorous, but because something's broken inside. Some peeled back part of myself I'd finally revealed, only to be dealt a shattering blow. What was it, Clay? I spit his name, bitter on my tongue. Could you just not help yourself around your old sidekick Pudge? Now he's not so pudgy. Now he's killed the person he used to be. Now he's grown out of his awkward weight and managed to get into a pair of skinny jeans.
West, stop.
He steps closer. Don't fucking touch me. I back into the railing.
Please, just calm down.
You're gonna miss your movie. I interrupt, taking a steadying breath. Don't want to keep your boyfriend waiting now. He just stares at me, hurt flashing behind those warm eyes. I drop my gaze to the floor, pushing down all the other things I want to say to him because I don't think I'll have the strength to turn him away if he gets the chance to explain.
I really didn't mean to hurt you, West.
There must really be something wrong with me because I scoff at him. Go fuck yourself, Clay. He looks like he wants to say something else, and I find myself holding my breath. But he walks away after a moment, leaving me huffing and puffing and red in the face.
The intrusive people who stop to witness the spat continue about their business while I just want to crawl under a rock. I have to get out of here. No place is safe anymore. My feet don't seem to comprehend what I want, so I stand, staring at my reflection in the glass across the way. I'm Wesley again, and no matter how long I look, all I see is the tubby little kid who loved his best friend. You're not that person anymore, West. My head is spinning as I descend the stairs, and I almost collide with a woman pushing a stroller. Sorry, I mutter, managing to stay on my feet as the woman gives me the stink eye. I don't care about that, though. I don't care about anything anymore. The patterned tile is swirling underneath me, squares changing shape. I make it to the doors, heading for the parking deck and my car and anything that'll put distance between me and Clay and the person I used to be. Even as I walk, I can't get Clay's stupid face out of my head. I really shouldn't be surprised by what he's done. He was a shitty friend back then. Why should I expect any different now? He's the same after all this time. I should have seen that. Shouldn't have let myself feel those things again, no matter how briefly. Even if Clay was just a substitute, that doesn't mean my heart's immune to pain. Jesus, my head hurts too. It distracts from the constant churning of my stomach. The autumn air is crisp tonight, but it doesn't do anything to alleviate my spinning head or the pain behind my temples. It swells as I fumble my keys, threatening to blot me out and take everything along with it. Fuck me, I sigh, bending over to retrieve them. Everything goes dark. Chapter 49. Locke.
Lan, don't forget to eat. If you don't like it, shove it up your ass. Love you, Jill.
Shay drops me off at Jill's just before 10 o'clock. I thank her for the ride, and, of course, she refuses the cash I try to give her for gas. She's almost too nice.
Get some sleep.
She hands me a red folder through the lowered window of her Mazda.
Miss Cox said she'd be more than happy to give you an extension on your paper if you want it.
I take the homework from her. The one silver lining in all this? Jill always says there's at least one.
Wise words.
Shay smiles, shifting into reverse.
Sleep. Worry about all that tomorrow.
I nod, watching her as she carefully backs out of the driveway. Once she's disappeared around the corner, I go inside. Silence greets me. Jack must be sleeping because there aren't any pirates on the TV. The night suddenly comes crashing down on me. Those few precious moments where I'd glimpsed life returning to normal, choked out by flashes of Jill on the floor. Mom struggling against restraints. Jack's head buried in my chest.
Lan?
A light illuminates the kitchen, and I hear the sound of Jill's wheels gliding across the tile. It's me, I say, shrugging off my backpack and tossing the red folder onto the couch. She's sitting at the table, probably trying to catch up on the work she's put aside for me and Jack. I haven't even told her thank you. She put her entire life on hold to take care of us, to make sure we've got a safe place, without batting an eyelash. You can say it's because we're family, but that's not it. She loves me and Jack. Loves us like we're her own.
How is she?
Jill asks, not looking up from her work. Sedated, I reply. Her doctor says they'll start a psychological evaluation tomorrow. Jill nods, her fingers moving silently over her tablet. Are you all right? I ask.
A little banged up,
Jill says, rubbing her shoulder for emphasis.
But no worse than the time I went bull riding in Austin. Now that's a story.
I cross over to the table, wrapping my arms around her from behind, and rest my chin on the crown of her head. I wasn't talking about that. It isn't long before Jill begins to shake, Tears, hot and steady, fall on the exposed skin of my arms. I stop counting after 9. This isn't something I want to quantify. There have been so many tears lately, more than I've known in my lifetime. I guess I haven't thought of this before. While I've been busy worrying about losing a mother, Jill's been losing her only sister. Her only family, now that I think about it. After Gramps passed away a couple years ago, it was just the two of them. We stay as we are, 2 fractured pillars, leaning on each other for support. I was supposed to always take care of her. Jill's voice trembles. To be there when she needed me. It's been like that since we were kids, back in the group home. And for the first time, I couldn't do it, Lan. I just lay there, helpless on the floor, when she needed me. That's not fair. It doesn't matter. She sniffs, wiping both cheeks, and then pulls on my hands until I come around her, kneeling so we're at the same eye level. I've always been the big sister. Even after my accident, I haven't stopped being the one who tries to solve everyone's problems. But this? She trails off, her lips trembling once more. Jill, you've been so good to me and Jack. I give her hands a squeeze. You're the only reason we've survived the last few weeks. You're my silver lining right now. I need you. I expect her to perk up, if only slightly, but fresh tears begin to stream. I did this to her, she whispers, closing her eyes. That's not true, I assure her. If anyone, it was Dad, the selfish bastard. A sob breaks through Jill's lips. He wasn't what you think, Lan. I know you're angry with him, but it wasn't all his fault. Then whose? I ask, wary of the answer. More secrets, more lies. I don't know if I want to hear anymore. It's mine. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm the one who made him leave. Mom's shouting rings in my ears. She'd said Jill was the reason he left. I pull my hands away from her, falling back on my ankles. What are you talking about? Jill dabs her eyes with her sleeve. Taking a steadying breath, she starts. Your father told me about his relationship with Jordan before he told Jenny. Before anyone, I think. Why would he do that? What did Dad have to gain from confessing his adultery? He was my closest friend, Lan. There are more tears now, and her voice thickens. I don't think we really ever meant for it to happen, but it did. I can't explain why, but there was this connection between the two of us. We'd talk every week, sometimes for hours. And before long, he was telling me about Jordan. To listen to him go on about it, the love between them, I don't think I could even begin to describe what they felt. It wasn't so much something you could hear, but more could feel, pouring out of every word. And when he told Jenny, the way she depicts Dad makes it difficult to keep the picture clear in my head. He has warped my dad over the last 6 months, memories twisting and taking harsher, sharper shapes. It's my mind's way of defending itself, I think, making it harder to tolerate people bringing him up. It tries to spare me from the pain. They both came down, Jill continues. While I was being taken into surgery after the accident, it shook them both to the core, seeing me like that. In the end, it was the shock that led Jim to out himself to her. I would have told him he was an idiot had I been able. Jenny didn't speak to him until they flew home. She tried to make it work. They both did, but after a few weeks, she just out of the blue tells him to pack his things and leave. He called me right away.
I remember being laid up, wishing more than anything I could run to the airport and go talk some sense into both of them. But that wasn't happening, and no matter how much I wanted to, I was stuck in that bed, thousands of miles away from the two people I loved more than anyone else in the world. Jim told me what happened. Jenny was kicking him to the curb. He was ready to argue, to fight it out tooth and nail, because he did love her in his own way. And of course, he was crazy about you and Jack. But when I heard what she'd done, I knew the truth. Jenny wasn't just kicking him out. She was letting him go. I think she knew, deep down, this day was coming, and once it arrived, she'd have to say goodbye to the only man she'd ever really loved. A clean break. That was the easiest way for everyone. I know my sister, so I did what she'd want me to do. I told Jim he needed to leave. I told him he deserved a chance to be happy with Jordan, and that Jenny couldn't ever really be content if he was there.
So he saw his opportunity and bolted, I say, through teeth I never intended to clench.
It destroyed him to leave, Jill tells me. Say what you want, but I know it was leaving the three of you that killed Jim. No matter how happy he and Jordan were, it wasn't enough.
It's a nice story, I say, rising to my feet. But it doesn't change anything. What does any of it matter? Dad is dead. Mom will be too if she doesn't get help.
I don't know what good it does.
Jill blots again, her pristine eyeliner smearing something awful.
I don't even know why I'm telling you all this. Maybe it's because I still feel responsible for what happened. At the end of the day, I'm the reason he left you, Lan, and now your mom...
Bullshit! Jill's head springs up.
What?
You're taking too much credit, I say, arms folding across my chest. It wasn't like you held a gun to his head. He had a choice, and he made it. If anything, this is Mom's fault, but who cares? We can argue technicalities all day. It's not going to change the fact I'm minus 2 parents at the moment. There's a faint smile on Jill's lips. What? I ask. If there's a reason to smile right now, I want in on it.
It's nothing.
She rolls forward, and I drop my arms so she can wrap a warm hand around mine.
I just have to catch myself sometimes. You sound so much like Jim. I forget for a second it's not him I'm talking to.
I pull away from her grasp, taking a step back. She means well, but the last thing I want is to emulate my father. I want no similarities. I remind myself of all the ways we're different. I'm honest. I don't lie to the people I love. I haven't abandoned my family, at least not yet. That's about it. That's not enough. I need more. I can't be like him. I'm going to sleep, I announce. Can we go check on Mom in the morning?
Of course.
Jill reverses back to the table.
Get some rest, Lan. I know you...
Her voice fades. I'm already down the hall, opening the door to the guest room that has a better-than-average chance of becoming my room. Permanently.
Chapter 50. West. A list of things you don't want to wake up to. 1. Bad morning breath. Nothing kills the high of waking up next to someone like them rolling over and assaulting you with the smell of a rotten carcass. I don't care how cute you are, you smell like a corpse. 2. Vomit stuck to your leg, or the wall, or your blankets, pretty much anywhere. 3. Your sister freaking the fuck out. Cross out, cross out, cross out. Cold feet, because who likes that? Oh my God, West! The pity in my sister's voice would totally affect me If I wasn't busy being royally pissed, her sorry ass showed up, and not my parents. But of course they couldn't be bothered to leave an event they're sponsoring just because their only son is lying in a hospital bed. What would the shareholders think? I'm fine, I tell Claire, pulling my legs under me so I'm sitting, not lying in the hospital bed. I guess it doesn't matter. Either way, there's a fucking IV in my arm. This is fine? Claire mimics me like a blundering blonde parrot. West, you could have died. Why are you doing this to yourself? I stare down at my knees. I'm not doing anything. Oh, come off it, little brother. Claire isn't having it. You're starting to look like you did last year. Is that what you want? I'm not giving in. I look out the window instead, watching droplets of rain form patterns along the glass. West. Claire snaps in front of my face. Talk to me. You wouldn't understand. I hate using this argument because it's the epitome of cliché, but in this case, it's also the truth. And why's that? A spark of anger fuels my voice. Please, Claire. Everything is so easy for you. Easy, Claire huffs, turning to drag one of the heavy-looking metal chairs to my bedside. Newsflash, little brother. I'm just as fucked up as the rest of the world. Right, I laugh. Of course you are. What's your deal, West? I ignore the crack in her voice. This is me you're talking to, not mother and father. For a second, I almost believe her. That maybe she's not the person she's proven herself to be, but instead my big sister with whom I used to share my world. There's a fleeting moment where I want to tell her about Locke, Clay, and the shithead of a fiancé she's got herself stuck on. I want to tell her how I'm spinning out of control. How one day I look in the mirror and see myself wither, and the next day I go back and all I can see is that fat fuck Pudge who I thought I'd left in the dust. Or how the only time I feel like myself is when I push past the point of hunger. At least then I know I'll never be that person again. I can't be. But then I remember the last time I trusted Claire with my secrets. She sold them to the highest bidder, ratting me out to our parents. I swore I'd never make that mistake again. I blink, and Claire is crying now. Why are you crying? I ask with a groan. Typical Claire, make it all about her. Because I'm scared I'll lose you, fuckwad. I'm laughing now. Some great loss that would be. You can't talk like that. She swipes watery streaks from her cheeks. How did you get it into your head you're not worth someone caring about you? I think it was around the same time Mother looked at me and said I was starting to resemble the Armois. I laugh again, but Claire doesn't follow along. I'll tell you one more time. I raise my hands in surrender. I'm fine. Maybe I got just a little overzealous with my pre-bed jogging. I'll cut back. Claire's about to argue, but there's a knock on the door. West? In here, I call to my rescuer. Chelsea stands in the doorframe, rain jacket still slick. I try to give her a smile. In a blink, she's by my bedside, and then she's hitting me. You stupid fucker! I'm going to murder you! Her fist punctuates each word. Are you finished? I ask, rubbing my shoulder. No! Another punch. Yes. I'm sorry, I tell her. Not really sure which thing I'm apologizing for. Running out on her? Not telling her about Clay? Hiding pieces of myself from her? That list keeps growing, and it's the one list I don't like to keep track of. I'm going to go find Blake and get started on the paperwork, Claire announces, rising from her chair. I roll my eyes. The only good part about this whole experience is the fact that Dickhead isn't my doctor. Chelsea, you look good. Thanks, Claire. You too. Congratulations on your engagement. My parents are expecting our invitations. You're first on the list, she laughs. Then she's gone, and Chelsea crawls up beside me on the bed. Her body heat is so welcome. My lips are probably blue at this point. I don't think you're allowed to do that, I say with a grin. Let them try to stop me. She laughs, then quietly adds, I should be thankful, I guess. For what? I ask. That you at least told me you were here. Ouch. That was a bit heavy-handed. It's not like I don't tell her everything else that's going on in my life. Just not this one little piece. The piece that may or may not have put me in the hospital. Do you love me, West? Of course I do, I answer. And it's true. I love Chelsea more than anyone else on this stupid planet, yet I still can't tell her what's going on. What does that say about me? I love you too, she says, shedding her soggy jacket and tossing it over to the chair. Like the brother I never wanted. Thank you? Shut up, I'm not done. I draw 2 fingers across my lips, zipping them shut. And, as someone who loves you, she continues, I have to tell you you're being a fucking dumbass. I raise an eyebrow, but my lips stay sealed. I meant what I told you the other day, West. There's obviously a lot going on, and although it kills me you can't talk to me, you've gotta get help. Who cares where you find it from? Hell, I'd be glad if you adopted religion at this point if it kept you out of this horrible place. There's always a spot for you at the synagogue. Chelsea really hates hospitals. Even more than church, apparently. Okay. She rolls on her side, ducking under my IV to nestle her head against my shoulder. Now I'm done. I wrap an arm around her shoulder, relishing the warmth she brings. We stay like this for a while, Chelsea scrolling through Facebook videos until I have to pee from all the fluids they're pumping into me. But I don't want to move. Thanks for not leaving me, Chelsea says, swiping through an adorable cat video medley. I mean, I would have been super sad and all if you croaked, but the real tragedy would have been Dennis stepping into your bromeo part. We both shudder. I'm not going anywhere, I tell her. At least not this time. Chapter 51. Lock. Note to self. Waffles are full of compartments. So is your brain. Therefore, you are as awesome as waffles. Jill drops me off at the hospital entrance with a baggie full of waffles, in case I get hungry and the cafeteria is serving meatloaf again. The path to Mom's room is familiar. The foot traffic light because it's early on a Saturday. She's still asleep, according to the nurse at the desk, so I decide to settle into the small waiting area. I pull out my laptop and a waffle to nibble on and stare at a blank page for almost an hour. At this rate, I may have to take Ms. Cox up on her extension. Will you calm down already, Chelsea? A voice pulls me away from the blinking cursor. You're gonna get in trouble. A second hushed voice. I'm not waiting for Claire to get back here. It could take half the day, and I'll go crazy if I have to watch one more fucking infomercial. What are the top 3 worst things that could happen? Setting my laptop aside, I get up, peeking around the corner of the wall. Whoa! Wes nearly runs headfirst into me. Sorry, I stammer, as he latches onto my arm to keep from falling. Locke? Chelsea isn't far behind him. What are you... Oh my God, is this where your mom is staying? West rights himself. He looks terrible. Skin pale, eyes sunk into his head. They're dull, too. No longer Puget Sound, but shallow water. Kiddie pools, really. This is the closest I've been to him since that day. Time hasn't dulled the longing in my stomach. Yeah, I reply, my hands finding the pockets of my jacket. Why are you here? Chelsea turns to West, but he just stares at me with this look on his face, like I've caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. I wanted to come see you.
West finally says. Check in, Shay told me you'd be here. That's weird. I don't remember telling Shay I was coming back this morning. Then again, she probably just assumed it. I've practically lived here for the past few weeks. And you, Chels? She taps her foot against the ground.
Volunteering. My dad said it would look great on my college app.
Isn't that one of your patients now? West asks, pointing at the young blonde woman down the hall. You should really get back to work.
Right.
Chels gives me a quick smile.
Good to see you, Locke.
She hurries off to speak with the perfectly healthy-looking woman. How are you doing? West asks, stepping in front of me until I lose sight of Chels. I'm all right, I answer. Mom woke up yesterday, so that's cool. That's so great, West says quickly, guiding me with a hand on the shoulder back toward the waiting area. Do you know that lady?
What room is your mom in?
West interrupts. I point out her door across the hallway. Is everything okay? You're acting kind of weird.
Weird?
West repeats.
Weird how? Like, I'm so cool you don't know how to react to me weird? Or is it more of the, oh boy, this guy could be a serial killer kind of weird?
Neither?
Huh?
He laughs a little too loud. Then he's picking up my laptop.
What you working on?
I was trying to do that paper for Cox's class, I tell him. Nervous, he's holding my computer in his seemingly heightened state. The last thing I need is for it to shatter all over the floor. But I gave up after staring at nothing for an hour. Now I'm editing a short story.
That's right. You never told me what your stories are about,
West says, patting the chair next to him to get me to sit.
Are they slashers, space operas, or vampire romance? If that's the case, I'm horrendously disappointed. You know how I feel about those.
This one's about a monster. I sink into the seat beside him. Well, it's more about people, but the monster plays an important part. It's weird talking about this. The idea is still fresh in my head. I started writing it last night when sleep wouldn't come.
Awesome,
Wes breathes, handing me back the laptop.
Are we talking swamp creatures or something a little more sophisticated?
There's no swamp.
Well, that's a shame. I think all great stories should involve a swamp.
I just stare at him, and he bursts out laughing.
Sorry,
he says.
I'm totally kidding. Continue. What's this monster?
It's called The Shadow. I scroll through the first few pages. Like I said, it's a work in progress. But the idea is the Shadow starts off just stalking my main character, but eventually it will begin to devour the people around him.
Devour?
West repeats, eyes wide. Yeah, I find myself smiling. It's a horror story, after all. It's got to be scary.
So, how do you stop it?
You don't. I burst his bubble. It grows with the character's secrets. The more he hides, the stronger the shadow becomes and the more ravenous its hunger. Wait, West stops me. It feeds on his secrets. Kind of. I angle myself toward him. It's more like the shadow consumes the people who are trying to help Tyler. The more he lies to them, the stronger the shadow becomes. Ultimately, he chases everyone in his life away to keep them safe from the monster. That is, until the shadow goes after the one person he thought was safe.
Who's that?
West asks, totally entranced. I haven't really worked that part out yet, I admit. Suddenly, it's too much to be looking directly at him, so my eyes fall to the patterned tile of the floor. There's been a lot going through my head.
Right,
West says with a sigh.
Sorry, of course. Here I am yapping about this when your mom is...
She's awake now, I tell him again, grabbing my backpack from the floor and stowing my laptop.
Right, that's so great.
West fiddles with his sleeve, and I see a patch of gauze stuck to the inside of his wrist and a plastic bracelet. A hospital bracelet. I think of all his texts I ignored, and a tidal wave of guilt overtakes me. Everything between that day and now is a blur, but I've missed him. Without West, there's a void in my life. I'm almost accustomed to his intricacies, his flamboyant quirks. Thank you, I find myself saying. West raises a fair brow. For making me go home that day? For not freaking out when I was covered in blood? For being the only reason I've smiled in weeks? Pick one. He's quiet, his thin fingers interlocking. She's alive because of you. I continue. She's alive because you knew how to tie a tourniquet. True, I agree. It was all you, Locke. West looks down at his knotted hands. I did next to nothing. I think, sometimes, next to nothing is all that's needed. West laughs at me. I guess you're right. Your optimism is insatiable. I'm sorry I haven't texted you back. I've been... Actually, there's no excuse. It's all right. He looks down at the floor. The silence that follows is long but harmonious. I miss talking with you, I tell him, though I'm not sure why. I did too, he replies. Before he can say anything else, Chelsea is waving at him from across the hallway. He's out of his seat in a flash. Sorry, he says, walking backwards. I've got a jet, but I'll text you later. Maybe we can hang out tomorrow or something. Sure, I wave. But he's already turned the corner. They let me in to see Mom around 11. 3 different doctors have been in and out of her room all morning, but none of them will tell me anything, which is beyond frustrating. She's half asleep when I walk in, a nurse escorting me. She tells me they've given Mom something to help her relax, so she may seem out of it. What she doesn't know is I've grown more accustomed to seeing my mother medicated than sober. They had the audacity to move my chair, so I have to drag it back where it belongs. Lan? A groggy voice asks. Hey, Mom. I sink into the seat. Her eyes flutter as they open. Hey, baby, she mutters, exhaling. She shifts herself, the pillows making a crinkly sound. Where's your brother? With Jill, I tell her. They're headed to the aquarium today with his class. He's beyond thrilled. Can't wait to see real-life sharks. Mom chuckles. It's a sound I've almost forgotten. Oh, no. I hope they can keep him from jumping into the tank. I'm sure First Mate Jill can handle the captain. Jill. Mom says her name slowly, like she can't remember her only sister. She's been taking care of us, Mom, while you're getting the help you need. I don't need help, she snaps in a moment of clarity. Then her eyes grow glassy once again and her head hits the pillow. I don't argue with her. She probably won't remember this conversation anyways. Does she know what I said to her? Does she even remember why she's there? The questions flutter around my head, almost impossible to see through. I don't want to be here anymore, Lan. Is she talking about the hospital? Or something else? I know. It won't be for much longer. She nods, eyes drooping. I need to do what I came here to do. What I've been putting off for so long. One of the things that makes me like Dad, secrets and lies, they follow me too, even though I don't want to admit it. I keep telling myself I'm an honest person, but is that really the case? I've told her already, but it's time to make sure she remembers. Mom, I grab her hand and her lids flutter again. I need to tell you something. Can you sit up? She manages to focus on me, though her head continues to bobble back and forth.
What is it, Lan?
I know about Dad, I tell her. Jill told me everything. How he wasn't honest with you, how he kept parts of himself from us, and when they came out, you told him to leave.
I'm tired, Lan.
Mom pulls her hand away.
Let's talk later.
But I grab her again. It's been too long already, I say. Please just let me do this. I don't want to talk about this. She's getting more lucid by the second. And I don't want to be Dad, I say. That catches her attention. I don't want to lie to you or Jack or Auntie Jill and mess all of our lives up, so please just listen to what I have to say. Mom nods slightly, and that's probably as good as it's going to get. I take a deep breath and hope it will help the shivers shooting up my spine. I'm gay, Mom. I realize you already know this, and maybe it's why you decided to do what you did, because it reminds you of Dad and the pain gets to be too much, but I don't think that's fair. I'm not him, Mom. I never was. I don't want to be a stranger to you. I want you to know me, to love me for who I am. But you can't do that if you keep holding on to Dad, because every time you look at me, you're just going to see him. There are tears in her eyes, spilling over the sides and carving a path down her cheeks. But I don't stop. This may be the only chance I get to do this. I love you too much to watch you keep doing that to yourself. There's heat building in my eyes now. I can't talk anymore past the lump in my throat. My sleeve slides over my hand as I dab my face. I wait for her to say something, to give me the faintest smile, or even just to tell me she doesn't care. Anything is better than this agonizing silence.
Lachlan,
Mom pulls free of my grip. Look at me. I raise my eyes to meet hers. You're my son, she says, and I can never change that. My heart swells, the tears now overflowing. The way she's looking at me, it radiates that feeling of home. This is the start, the part of my story where things take an upward swing. It's long overdue. But I wish I could. I suck in a breath. I wish you never existed. She goes on, baring her teeth as her grip on me tightens. That I never laid eyes on your fag father. I wish he never stole my life from me and poisoned my mind with empty promises and fake love. My voice cracks. Why are you saying this? I'm doing the same as you, she replies, leaning back into her pillows. Being honest. You don't mean it. She laughs, and this time it's high and sharp and a little manic. I've never meant something more in my life. The only thing of worth your father ever gave me was Jack, and now I'm not even sure of that. How do I know he won't just turn into a fairy like his brother? Who is this person? She doesn't even resemble my mother anymore. I grab my backpack from the chair. Tell that cunt sister of mine she can keep the two of you. You're all suited for each other. Broken. I stare at this hateful woman wearing the face of my mother. Was I blind not to see it before? Maybe she's always been this person and I chose not to notice. At this point, it doesn't matter. All I know is this may be the last time I see her. The zipper on my backpack opens, without sticking in its usual places. I grab the thin, folded cloth. Blue elephants look back at me. spattered with dark brown splotches and faded clusters of colorful balloons. It may be a little worse for wear, but it's still Jack's baby blanket. I toss it to her, the blanket unraveling in the air. It settles over her legs. I couldn't get all your blood out, I say in a hollow voice. But I thought you may want to hold on to the reason you're stuck here. Mom doesn't move, just stares at the blanket until I turn the handle and leave the room and the hospital behind.
Chapter 52. West. There's a lot of things my sister is good at. 1. Manipulation. She plays our parents like a fucking fiddle. I've only recently become impervious to her skills. At least I think I have. 2. Playing the cello. Chalk that one up to useless skills she'll never use again. 3. Making me question my decisions. Cross out. Everything. And it's really fucking annoying. Claire catches me in the hospital lobby, totally not amused at my attempted disappearance act. "Can you get your head out of your ass for like a second?" She accosts me as we walk to her car. Chelsea bailed at my request. No need for her to get caught in the crossfire. "That depends," I tell her, climbing into the passenger seat. "You'd have to move yours over first." The Lexus purrs to life, a graduation gift from mother and father, as Claire continues her role as annoying, overbearing, ridiculous big sister. "Ha ha!" She rolls her eyes, switching off the radio. "I guess we'll be talking the whole way home." Wonderful. "Well, maybe if you weren't such an irresponsible little twerp, I wouldn't have to constantly perform a colonoscopy just to make sure you aren't dead." "You're making this into such a big deal," I moan. "You're even more dramatic than I am, and that's saying something." "It's not dramatic to want my only brother to stay alive." "Oh, please. The only reason you give a shit is because of your savior complex. You just have to fix everything, don't you?" "Since when is it a crime to try to help others?" "Since the Reagan administration." "Jesus, West." Claire slams on the brakes at a red light, and I go flying into the dashboard. "Son of a bitch! Put your seatbelt on!" she snaps, turning onto the interstate as the light changes. I fasten the belt, my eyes watering as I rub my nose. "You're right," Claire says after a moment. "I know I can be a little invasive. I'm not denying that, but there's something going on with you, West. I know it because I know you. Better than most, I'd wager." It's true, however much I don't want to admit it. Claire may be 6 years my senior, but the two of us were inseparable leading up to last year. Even when she was away at school, we talked daily. There was nothing she didn't know about me, which is how she knew things were getting out of hand back then. I'm not the same person I used to be. I speak softly. And I don't ever want to be him again. That's all there is to it. "And who is that, exactly?" Claire asks. "The kind-hearted, hilarious little brother who used to make me piss myself?" "The Pudge." I spit the word out, triggering flashes of my middle school days. "He's gone, and I'll keep doing whatever it takes to keep it that way." "Is that what all this is about?" I don't answer. I've already said too much, and I don't owe her an explanation. I don't owe her anything, actually. "West, honey." Claire reaches over to take my hand, and I let her because, honestly, I need the support or I'm going to start crying. "That was 4 years ago. You've changed so much since then, and not because of starving yourself. You just grew up, like everyone does." "I still feel the same," I find myself admitting. "Some days, I'll look in the mirror And all I see is that little round-faced kid who had a crush on his shitty best friend who watched him get kicked around. The kid who had every bit of self-worth stripped from him until he was forced to hide behind jokes that cut too deep, to laugh at himself because at least he laughed first. Now I've said them. The words keep coming. I can't take them back. I'd finally had enough. I decided I was going to do something about this person I hated, so I told people to call me West, and I started jogging and eating healthier, but it wasn't enough. Before long, I didn't want to eat at all, definitely not in front of other people. The thought of it just made me so anxious, which made it that much easier to avoid. And it worked. At least that's what I told myself. I'd never been slimmer. Guys started to talk to me, and I almost forgot about that little pudgy kid I used to share a name with. Putting it into words is cathartic. I've never admitted this to anyone, even myself, outside of my therapist's office. The therapy helped. At least I thought it did. I tell her. She's the reason our parents sent me. I want her to know it wasn't a waste of time. I started to think I could have the best of both worlds. Maybe I could be well both mentally and physically and not have to choose between one or the other. And even though I was super pissed at you, Claire, it was good for me. But then the therapy stopped, and I was okay for a bit until Blake. I bite my tongue to silence it. I was about to tell her about Blake, and that's not something I want to do right now, not when Claire can easily put us into the median. I mean, when I ran into Clay, it just brought up those feelings I'd buried, and all of a sudden I was Pudge again. I thought for a second, this is my chance. I can be with Clay like I always wanted. He even kissed me that first day. But it's never that simple. This time I walked away from him, and I've never felt so lost before. Claire doesn't let go of my hand, even when we pull off on the exit that will take us home. I had no clue this was going on, West. Good. That was my intention. So, all this to say, I'm fine. I just let it get away from me, is all. Clay's not really a thing anymore, so I should be okay. I don't really think that's being okay, West. Maybe she's right. But what else can I do? Why didn't they come? I ask, tiring of the current subject. Mother and father? No, Pope Francis and the Archbishop. You're freaking hilarious. But Claire doesn't answer my question, and we ride on in silence. Chapter 53. Locke. Lan, please don't leave your headphones out on the table. Mr. McStuffin has a fetish for anything electronic. P.S. I owe you a new pair of headphones. Jill. Post-traumatic bipolar disorder? Jill says, holding the phone to her ear. I pause my typing, listening to try to glean what the doctor is saying. It's Sunday afternoon and my fingers are about to fall off, but I've almost caught up on all the homework I've missed over the last few weeks. I take a second to massage my knuckles as Jill nods along to whatever they're telling her. Well, that certainly does explain her behavior. She doesn't smile, but she sounds almost relieved. I guess knowing what's wrong with Mom is a relief in some way. So why don't I feel better? Yes, I'll speak with you then. Thank you, Doctor. She ends the call, setting her cell down on the table with a sigh. Is she being released? I ask. Not yet. They're waiting on a few more test results to make sure she didn't sustain any permanent brain damage from the coma. But they're going to release her at some point. Yes, Jill replies, sorting through a stack of photographs. They'll have to. Then what happens to me and Jack? You're staying right here, Jill says without hesitation. Will they allow that? She waves me off. Let me worry about the legality. I'm not going to let them send you back to her land. Not when I don't even know who she is anymore.
There are tears in my eyes. Thank you, Auntie Jill.
You're welcome,
she replies, blinking her own tears away. Then she adds,
but I swear to the dear Lord Bambi, the next time you call me that, I'm making you clean out the litter box. It's nice to have you back,
Shay says, taking her seat beside me at the lunch table. Thanks, Shay. I give her a smile.
We're glad you're back, too,
Chels chimes in from across the table.
Super glad. Amazingly glad. West, could you measure with your gladometer just how glad we are?
West pulls out his phone, making this obnoxious beeping noise as he waves it over Chelsea's head.
I'd say we're registering a Category 12 level gladness over here.
You guys are so weird, I tell them. But my smile hasn't left, and it feels so nice to be back with my friends. Wait, friends? When did I start calling them that?
That may be true, Chelsea agrees. But we're the good kind of weird, not the secretly record us and load us on Facebook weird. Unless there's something stuck in my teeth,
West adds.
Then, by all means, please record my dental faux pas. Make me regret every piece of spinach.
Shay snags his attention.
West, did you happen to catch what they said we're doing in chemistry this week? I had to miss for my orthodontist appointment. Girl, I got you covered. I actually took notes for once. Hang on a sec.
The two of them drift into their own conversation, and I take a few bites of my lasagna burrito. I'm not sure why the nutrition staff have decided to subject us to every combination of Italian Latin food known to man, but today's concoction is just plain gross.
How's your mom?
Chelsea asks, stabbing her own burrito until it oozes marinara. The same. There's nothing else I can say.
I'm sorry.
Thanks. Hey, is there anything left to paint for the show?
Chelsea grins. Funny you mention it. Mr. R just decided on Friday to change the colors at Julie's school, so we got a shitload of things to change.
I'd love to help, I tell her. If that's okay.
More than okay. She claps her hands. In fact, I might jump over this table to hug you right now.
Please don't.
Fine. Just know I'm doing it in here.
She taps her temple.
All the hugs.
I can't help but smile again. Friends make life much easier.
Chapter 54. West. A list of reasons a week with Locke is better than a week without him. 1. His laugh. There's just something about the rare moment when one of my off-the-wall jokes actually makes him crack. It makes my face hot. 2. His help with homework. I mean, I almost have a fucking B in math right now, so that's hella cool. 3. Holy shit, I've got it bad. Cross out. He seems to be forgetting about his troubles. I guess time will tell. Are you coming over for Thanksgiving next week? Chelsea asks. And before you say anything, just know there is a correct answer. I can't this year. I pout into my super sugary latte. We're camping out and running lines in a coffee shop known for their caramel-tastic cream dream latte. I have to say, it doesn't disappoint. My parents have decided we'll be an actual family this year instead of flying off to some exotic place. That means turkey, stuffing, and a lot of repressed feelings at the dinner table. Yikes! Chelsea reaches across the table to give me a pat on the arm. That sounds horrible, honey. I'm sorry. Tell Mom to save me a plate, I tell her. Especially the sweet potato pie. Actually, just make it a plate of sweet potato pie. I swear, it's the #1 slot on my list of favorite things. Well, at least on my list of non-sexual favorite things. I'll be sure to leave out that detail. Thanks, I smile, flipping over the next flashcard with my cue line. What about you, Locke?
Locke pulls an earbud out. Huh?
Are you also being subjected to a horrendous family Thanksgiving?
Not that I've been told. I think we're just staying home.
You should come over then, Chelsea exclaims. We always have plenty of space because my parents both hate their families, so you can totally bring yours.
Well, that's just not even fair, I tell Chelsea. Now I'm definitely going to have to fake food poisoning to get out of mine. Does this mean I get to meet your mom? Locke asks.
Duh, Chelsea laughs. She'll be cooking the whole meal. She'd love to meet you, I'm sure. Did you want to check with your aunt?
Yes, Locke interjects, eyes wide. Yes, we'll be there.
Whoa,
I laugh, leaning away from the intensity radiating from Locke.
Easy there, buddy.
Sorry, he apologizes immediately. She's my hero.
And that will never not be weird,
Chelsea says, flipping over another card.
Thanksgiving arrives without much hubbub. My parents have invited a few of their distinguished friends to join us for dinner because why would you waste a perfectly good opportunity to kiss ass alongside your family? Blake's here, latched onto Claire like some kind of horrible alien parasite, making everything worse. Is he going to start sucking her brains out through her ears? One can only dream. I'm in the dining room, holding one of Mother's crystal flutes filled with sparkling grape juice. It's adorable my parents think I've never tasted alcohol. A crew of caterers sets the table, and I've even been kind enough not to wear a hoodie, but an actual collared shirt. I mean, hey, it's the holidays. You look nice, Claire tells me in a rare moment of Blake freeness. He's off schmoozing with the other guests, I'm sure. Whatever it takes to get what he wants.
Thanks, I tell her, heat involuntarily rising to my cheeks. Things have been weird between us since last week's episode. Not bad weird, just weird. Mother and Father never even mentioned my hospital stay. I'm sure they've got more important things to worry about.
Have you eaten anything today? Jesus, Claire, I snap. Do we have to do this every fucking day? Yes. Oh my God, yes. Now, can you please leave me alone? Yes. She leans in to kiss my cheek. Proud of you. I rub off her residue, draining the last of my juice. It's my third glass so far, and now I kinda have to pee. But Mother taps her glass, which means it's time for everyone to take their seats, so I'm just gonna have to hold it. The dinner guests fill their assigned chairs, and I'm crammed between Blake, oh joy, and some old woman who smells curiously of cigarette smoke and peppermints. Father stands up and says a few words about being thankful for friends and family and other things that are blatant lies. He then proceeds to slice into the massive, possibly steroid-enhanced mutant turkey. After the first cut has been made, the caterer takes over and adeptly butchers the beast until our plates are filled. The conversation drifts up and down the long table, topics branching from politics, gross, to local economy, grosser, and finally settling with several anecdotes reenacted by Father. I don't have to guess where my love of performing comes from. Father's always on stage. I stir my stuffing around the plate with one hand, but it's just a decoy so no one notices me texting under the table. Me. This year, I'm thankful I'm 1 year closer to getting the hell out of this house. 6:18 p.m. Chels. Wish you were here. Hashtag thoughts and prayers. 6:19 p.m. You did not just thoughts and prayers me, you bitch. 6:20 p.m. Chels. Maybe, but all kidding aside, I miss your face. Locke and his family are super nice, but I need your snarky ass over here to make fun of Dad's terrible toasts. 6:21 p.m. Oh yeah, I almost forgot he was over there. Has he tried to kidnap your mom yet? 6:21 p.m. Oh my God, he's hanging on to her every word. It's kind of adorable. You should have seen it when she offered to read his work in progress. He almost fell out of his chair.
6:22 p.m.
Claire, stop texting under the table.
6:22 p.m.
I make eyes at her from across the mashed potatoes. She hasn't even set her fork down and seems completely transfixed by whatever fuckboy Blake is saying. I aspire to attain her level of sneaky. Me. I'm already his first mate, so tough shit.
6:24 p.m.
Chels. We'll see. I'm currently bribing him with sweet potato pie. We'll see how deep his loyalties run.
6:25 p.m. I'm snickering into my plate when someone says my name.
Huh?
Mother rolls her eyes. One of the few things she's taught me.
It's your turn to tell us what you're thankful for.
Oh, I guess that's a thing. I hesitate, suddenly feeling very flushed because people are looking at me and expecting lines I haven't rehearsed. I'm, thankful for my friends and for my parents who provide an excellent life for me. That gets a smile from the crowd. Yeah, eat it up, you conservative bastards. And maybe because I'm a terrible person, I quickly add, but most of all, I'm thankful I was born in a time where it's perfectly acceptable for me to prefer dick. Cheers! I raise my glass as most of the table shifts uncomfortably in their seats. Someone on the opposite end inhales their mashed potatoes and begins to cough. The old woman beside me is clutching her pearls. All in all, I'd say mission accomplished. My father looks like I've just tossed his golf clubs into the fireplace, and Mother takes a long sip of her wine. Blake clears his throat beside me. I would just like to say I'm thankful for my beautiful bride-to-be Claire. Now it's my turn to roll my eyes as the table devolves into rounds of, "Aww." I stab at my chunk of turkey, then jolt as a hand grips my thigh. I thought Claire was sneaky, but she's got nothing on Blake. I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you, Claire Bear. His hold on my leg tightens, then turns into a caress, and it takes everything in me not to skewer the bastard with my knife.
I love you, Blake.
Claire reaches across the table to take the hand he isn't currently using to grope me. Another round of sweet sentimentality, and I'm wondering what these fine people would think of my dear future brother-in-law if they knew the truth. Or what Claire would think of me, for that matter. I stand up, and Blake has to fake dropping his napkin to keep himself from being caught with his fingers digging into my flesh.
West?
Claire looks at me. Please excuse me, I say quickly. Then I'm fleeing the dining room and that fucker Blake and all the people I can't stand. I get to the top of the stairs, and it hits me my bladder is still full. I walk into my bathroom, locking the door behind me. Is that what my life is going to be like now? Every holiday fending off Dr. Gropey McGroperstein until one of us dies? Maybe I should just tell Claire. But I've never seen her as happy as when she reached across the table to take his hand. She didn't even care she dragged her sleeve through the cranberry sauce. Now that's probably something I should have mentioned. The toilet flushes, and I don't wash my hands because I'm a disgusting teenager. There isn't a single ounce of me that wants to return to the dinner table, so I just duck into my bedroom and collapse face first onto the bed. A few minutes into my wallowing, my phone buzzes in my pocket, and I fish it out. Claire. You okay? 6:35 p.m. I don't respond, tossing my phone across the room onto the cushy chair by the window. I should be at Chelsea's right now, digging into a gargantuan slice of Mom's sweet potato pie and waiting for Dad to start a fire so we can roast marshmallows while he plays those ancient jazz records he collects. Not to mention Locke's there right now, which just makes my desire that much stronger. Locke. I can't seem to get him out of my head. There have been a few times I've caught myself just staring, lost for timeless seconds, imagining what it would be like for him to touch me again like that night at Chelsea's party. My door creaks open, and I just know it's Claire coming to check in on me.
Her freaking big sister genes are really starting to piss me off. Claire, if you leave me alone, I promise I'll eat dessert.
Why, wait. I've got your dessert right here.
I freeze. That's not Claire. The door closes, and my pulse leaps to light speed.
You left so suddenly.
Blake's voice sends a shiver up my spine, a prickling starting at the nape of my neck.
Was I making you all hot and bothered?
A hand runs up the back of my leg, and it shocks my body into motion. I spring off the opposite end of the bed. Don't fucking come near me!
So defensive.
Blake chuckles, stepping around the foot of the bed to corner me.
What's the matter, Wesley? Don't you like when a man touches you?
Not when that man is you! I spit. In fact, you make me want to peel my skin off, you creepy fuck!
So feisty.
He coos, taking a step closer. I can smell his sickeningly sweet cologne. Unwanted memories pour in, weakening my knees and twisting my stomach.
Just like your sister. That's why I like you, Wesley. With you, I get the best of both worlds.
I swear to God, Blake, if you touch me, I'll scream. I threaten, backing away. How do you think that's going to look to all your new friends downstairs?
How do you think it's going to look to your sister when I tell her you tried to seduce me?
He's playing hardball. She'd never believe you, I say, but my voice wavers with uncertainty. He's only inches from me now. Pretty green eyes and handsome stubble camouflaging the monster underneath.
Oh, Wesley, you know all too well just how persuasive I can be.
Adrenaline kicks in, and I make a break for it. I lunge left, but he catches my arm, swinging me around and pushing me onto the bed. My back hits the baseboard and pain erupts down my spine, but I can't worry about it now. I scramble, trying to escape, but he's already on top of me, strong and so heavy. I kick and scream, but his hand cuts off my air, reducing me to whimpers as he unfastens my belt. This is happening. Again. Maybe it's what I deserve for being this shitty person. For fucking up Locke's life. For not being the friend Chelsea deserves. For abusing my body. For all the things I just can't seem to get right. Karma is getting its justice. Regret crushes me. My sorrow building until it presses everything else out. I stop resisting. What's the point? He'll get what he wants in the end. Maybe if I let it happen, it'll be over quickly, and I can go back to pretending this is all a nightmare. He flips me on my stomach, a rough hand yanking down my pants. The cool air on my skin makes me shudder.
That's right,
Blake whispers in my ear, nibbling my lobe between words pushed out by hot breath.
You like it, you little tease.
He spreads my legs apart, and I try to disappear into the bedspread. I close my eyes, waiting for the pain to start. Then, his weight vanishes, followed by the thump of something heavy hitting the floor. What? Claire, wait! There's the sound of skin colliding with skin, and the distinctive crack of bone. Jesus fuck! Blake shouts. I think you broke my nose. You're fucking lucky I don't break something else. My sister seethes. Now get the fuck out of my house before I change my mind. Claire Bear, listen, you don't understand. Blake, I swear to God, if you don't walk out of here right now, you'll never walk again. Claire, Did I fucking stutter? I don't hear another response. Only the shuffle of feet getting farther away, and then nothing. In the distance, dinner continues downstairs. I hear laughter and the clinking of plates. West? I'm paralyzed. My body has shut down. A blanket covers my exposed skin, and Claire's weight sinks into the bed beside me. She lifts me, pulling my torso into her chest and holding me against her. She's trembling, but from anger or anguish. I don't know. "I've got you," she whispers, rocking back and forth. "I've got you, and I'm not letting go." She says it over and over again, until the lethargy releases its hold on my limbs and I can cling to her as the sobs overtake me. "I'm sorry," I manage through heaves and tears. "I'm sorry." My lips keep moving, even past the point where my voice has given out. Chapter 55. Locke. Note to self. Try not to be creepy when Mrs. Deal talks to you. Remember eye contact, but don't stare. Don't ramble either. In fact, just don't do anything. Help. My first Thanksgiving without both parents is going surprisingly well. Jack's passed out on the couch, his head in Chelsea's lap. Jill and Mr. Deal are discussing the latest edition of the magazine she works for. He's a foodie, and I'm warming myself by the fire, admiring the crackling wood. "Locke." Mrs. Deal sets down her cup of coffee, rising from her chair to come beside me. "How would you like to see my writing space?" My pulse quickens. I would like that very much. How could this night get any better? "Honey," she addresses Mr. Deal, "we'll be in the study for a few minutes. Jill, don't let him bore you to death. He can talk about Bree for days." "I've moved on to Stilton, Brenda. We've talked about this." Mrs. Deal laughs, and I realize this must be a running joke for them. It's weird, seeing a couple like the Deals. It just makes the differences in my parents' marriage that much more glaring. How could I miss it? "Come on, Locke. It's just this way." We pass through the foyer and the living room where I danced with West a million years ago. On the far side of the space, there are two enormous bookshelves filled to the brim. Mrs. Deal walks up to the shelves, sliding her hands between them and pushing them apart. They glide on hidden rails, revealing a small room with a desk and a window. "I prefer to write in small spaces," she tells me, stepping onto the wooden floor. On the desk sits a single spiral notebook and a closed laptop. "It helps me think big. Where do you like to write, Locke?" "Wherever I can," I reply, breathing in the scent of the musty wooden shelves. I don't really have a specific place. Shame spreads through me. Maybe I'm not doing it right. Mrs. Deal smiles at me. "That's one of the wonderful things about art. It can come from any place, any person, and can do anything. Words can accomplish the subtlest tasks and incite the most passionate of responses." She pauses, gazing out the window into the dark cluster of trees surrounding the house. It's like she loses herself for a time, but eventually she finds her way back to me. "Did Chelsea ever tell you I wrote poetry before I became an expert in all things ghouls and goblins?" I shake my head. "I studied the subject in college." She smiles, her hand still perched on the windowsill. "I fell in love with the flow of lyrics, with the emotions a simple poem could invoke. It's the closest we'll get to magic, being able to convey certain emotions through words." I'm transfixed by her. Mrs. Deal shakes her head after a moment, giving a short laugh. "I'm sorry, Locke. It's the wine talking, I swear. It makes me sentimental." "It's okay," I smile. "I don't mind." "Of course you don't." She chuckles, flipping her notebook open. "You're just so sweet. But you came here to talk about my monsters, so let's do that. I'm curious. Do you know why I chose to create these books, Locke?" "Because they're awesome." "That's true." She laughs, sinking into the chair behind the desk. "There's a certain poetry in horror, too, if you know how to find it.
Why do you think people like to read about these monsters to begin with?
I never really thought about it before.
We create these otherworldly creatures to explore the things about ourselves we don't necessarily want to admit. What makes a monster truly terrifying is when it shows a certain humanity. When you can see yourself in the creature, that's when you feel that shiver creep up your spine.
I nod along, and I suddenly feel like I should be taking notes.
Keep that in mind, Locke, and you'll never have a problem getting a response from your audience. They'll come back again and again to see themselves in your monsters.
Do you ever... I stop, not really sure I'm ready for her answer. But there's no turning back now. Do you ever see yourself in the monsters you create? Mrs. Deal stops flipping and looks up at me over her clear-rimmed glasses.
All the time, dear. That's why I write them.
Goosebumps spread across my skin.
There's a little piece of the Creator in every creation. They're our children. No matter what we do, that never changes.
I'm about to ask another question, but Jill's voice cuts me off.
Lan?
I turn back into the living room to see her gliding along the smooth floor.
It's getting late, sweetie, and you know I'm going to be out at midnight knocking over little old ladies for deeply discounted merchandise.
Okay, 1 second. Mrs. Deal is already out of her seat, rummaging through the top shelf. She finds what she's looking for, handing me the modest-looking book.
It's my earliest work, she explains, a collection of poetry I only printed a few copies of. I want you to have this one. Take it as a reminder. We all start somewhere.
I hug the book to my chest. Thank you. She smiles, and for a second I think she's going to hug me, but she must think better of it. We both rejoin the others.
Thank you so much for having us,
Jill says, heaving Jack onto her lap. He doesn't even stir from his full-on turkey coma. Thank you, I echo. Anytime, Mr. Deal grins, wrapping an arm around his wife's shoulder. You're always welcome. Chelsea's phone chimes, and she pops up off the couch.
Hey, would it be all right if Locke stays for a bit longer? West is coming over to run some lines for the show next week, and we need a line spotter. I'd be more than happy to take him home.
Jill looks back to me.
You okay with that?
Of course, I tell her, causing Chelsea to clap enthusiastically. I help Jill get Jack loaded into the car, where she gives me specific instruction to be home before midnight because she said, and I quote,
"Can't let those able-bodied bitches get all the good stuff."
I send the book Mrs. Deal gave to me with them so I don't forget it. When I get back inside, Chelsea's parents retire into the lounge where Mr. Deal puts on a record and Mrs. Deal pulls out a 1,000-piece puzzle. Chelsea invites me up to her room while we wait on West, and it's there she tells me the truth.
We're not actually gonna be running lines, she whispers, closing the door behind us. Apparently, some shit went down over at West's house, and he needs to talk. He asked if you were still here, so I figured he'd want you to be.
Oh. I shove my hands in my pockets. Okay.
This is a good thing, I think.
Chelsea starts pacing the floor.
I mean, he's been so shut off lately. I think he's actually gonna open up about what's going on. At least I hope he is. Jesus, look at me. I'm like shaking, I'm so nervous.
Maybe you should sit down, I offer. She nods, sinking onto the edge of her bed.
That's a good idea.
As soon as her butt hits the mattress, she bounces right back up.
I can't sit still. I'm just too fucking anxious. Where the fuck is he?
The doorbell rings downstairs, and Chelsea bolts for the door. I glance out the window and see a white Lexus in the driveway. That's not West's car. Chapter 56. West. Here's a list of who cares.
Claire drops me off in Chelsea's driveway, promising me for the 1000th time she's gonna castrate Blake. She's also gonna handle the shitstorm we left behind at home when Claire told my parents what happened. Of course, they don't believe it, but it feels nice having her on my side. I ring the bell because I'm not feeling like my usual jovial self who would just barge right on in singing my own rendition of the 12 Days of Christmas. Here's a hint. My version involves a lot more shirtless men than the original. Who would have figured? The doors swing in, and Chelsea wraps her arms around my neck before I have a chance to move. I squeeze her back, fighting fresh tears. After a solid minute of our embrace, she pulls me inside. I wave to Mom and Dad in the study, and then we're climbing the stairs, and I'm crying again before we even reach the door to her room. Oh, good. Locke's here too. Great. Now I'm crying in front of him. That's just wonderful. Chelsea sits me down on the bed, wrapping me up in my favorite fuzzy blanket from the bottom drawer of her dresser. I finally notice my hands are freezing. My whole body is still vibrating, so it's hard to notice anything right now. The room is silent, other than the sound of me sniffling every other second, and it's starting to get annoying, even to me. How was dinner? I ask, not ready to talk about what happened. The usual, Chelsea replies, forcing a smile. Mom didn't try to resurrect tofurkey this year, so that's a plus. The pie was so good. We saved you a plate. I'm sorry I had to miss it, I say, and my voice cracks because they can't possibly know how much I wish I'd been here instead of. You still made it. Chelsea wraps her arm around my shoulders. Better late than never. Another minute of silence, and I think I've just about got myself under control. I'm sorry, I say to Chelsea, looking into those warm brown eyes that always make me feel safe. I'm sorry I'm such a piece of shit. You're not a piece of shit, she reprimands me. You're the shit. There's a big difference. My laugh is broken. Something like that. Here's my chance to come clean about everything. Claire hadn't needed to hear the whole story to believe me. She'd seen it with her own eyes. But this is different. I don't know if I'm strong enough to tell them. Locke pushes off the windowsill he's been leaning against since I got here. He pauses for just a moment, then crosses to the bed. He stands in front of me, fingers twitching at his side. I'm going to hug you. Huh? I'm going to hug you, he repeats. Is that okay? Sure. Locke places his hands on either side of my shoulders, pulling me onto my feet with a gentle pressure. Once we're semi-eye level, his arms wrap around me. My head fits against his chest, and he rests his chin softly on the crown of my head. We stay like that, but for how long, I don't know. He's warm, like he's taken a bite out of the sun, and now he's some kind of radioactive heat monster. It's nice. Plus he smells really good, not cloying like Blake. And the tears are back now because all I can see is Blake, and all I can feel is his body on mine, and his hand on my throat, and his breath in my ear. I shove Locke, hard. He falls back on his butt, making a thud. West! Chelsea's beside me, but I shrug away from her touch. My arms wrap around my chest to keep from falling apart. I'm sorry, Locke says quietly, climbing back to his feet. No, it's me, I say through trembling lips. It's him, not you. Chelsea guides me back to her bed, and Locke lowers himself onto the floor in front of us. What happened, West? Chelsea asks. Please tell me. It's Blake. My sister's fiancé, I finally say, because I can't form his name. Dr. Dickhead? Chelsea giggles. Oh, honey, what did he do this time? Make another joke about you? I shake my head, wringing my hands to keep from fidgeting. He tried to rape me. Again. Chelsea's smile fades faster than the cheap blue hair dye she tried last spring. Again? She rockets off her bed, nearly trampling Locke. He manages to slide out of her way before taking a foot to the crotch. What? Please don't shout, I tell her. My nerves are shot enough as it is. I'm sorry, she adds in a softer voice. Then it's back to max volume. But what the fuck do you mean again? He raped me over summer vacation, I say. And it sounds weird out loud. Like I should be the one whispering. It was totally my fault. I was so pissed off at Claire for telling Mother I'd been purging the last few months. Few months? Chelsea is about to hit the ceiling, but it's Locke who grabs her hand and pulls her down to the floor. Maybe we should let him finish, he says in his calm voice, snaking an arm around her to keep her in place. Chelsea is about to argue, but she must realize I'm on the verge of shattering into a million pieces, so she just nods. I was mad at her, I say again, as memories of the ocean breeze and sandy beaches come into focus. So I decided to get on her nerves and flirt with her boyfriend. What I wasn't expecting was for him to be into it. Like, really into it. And of course I have no chill, so I just kept pushing the envelope. Lingering hugs turned into kisses, which turned into full-on makeouts behind closed doors. I didn't stop him then. Didn't tell him it was all just a joke, that I was doing it to get back at Claire. Then, that night in his room, he was different. The way he touched me, looked at me, it made me nervous, twisted my insides until I finally came to my senses. I told him no, that we'd taken things too far. I mean, he was getting ready to propose to my sister, for Christ's sake. But maybe that's why he did what he did. When I told him no, he laughed in my face. When I tried to push him off me, he hit me. When I screamed for him to leave me alone, he shoved a sock in my mouth. And when I cried, he told me not to worry, that I'd like it. Then, when he was done with me, he threatened to kill me if I talked. The more I tell them, the more freely the words flow. This is the first time I've wanted to relive it, to feel what Blake did to me. Time hasn't dulled any of the details. If anything, they're sharper, revitalized by his earlier attempt of recreation. The next day, my family behaved like nothing had happened. In their mind, I suppose nothing did. Blake and Claire held hands during breakfast. No one noticed the bruises on my neck or the vacant expression in my eyes. My world was burning down all around me, and they never even fucking noticed. I made it through the next week out of sheer spite. Once I was able to process what had happened, all I felt was rage. I wanted to show Blake he hadn't broken me, even though he had. Then, when we were home, I thought the worst was over, but he kept coming around, and Claire was none the wiser. Each time he'd push me into the wall and kiss me, it was followed by threats of exposing what we'd done to my sister, or worse. But he hadn't ever been so bold as to try anything when Claire's around. Until tonight, that is. He grabbed me under the dinner table, flaunting the fact I couldn't do anything or I'd destroy my sister's marriage before it even started. So I left, thinking I'd be safe in my room. He followed me, and before I knew any better, it was Italy all over again. But unlike Italy, Claire was watching. She came to check on me and then proceeded to break Blake's nose. Fuck yeah, Chelsea whispers, and I look over to see the trails of her tears along her face. I take a second, my tongue dry from all the talking.
Locke and Chels both watch me, and while I fully expected Chels to bring the waterworks, I'm surprised when Locke reaches up to dab his eyes. I didn't tell her about the first time. I confessed to them. Claire, I mean. I don't know why, especially since it looks like I'm defending the bastard. I think it's my way of protecting Claire. She already feels awful about tonight. What is she gonna do if I tell her that her fiancé isn't just an attempted rapist? But West, Chels sits up on her knees. If you don't tell her, how are you gonna get the fucker arrested? Arrested? I repeat. Duh. Chels scoffs. The guy raped you, West. Don't you want him convicted? But it's my fault, I say, pushing away these new, confusing thoughts. I led him on, encouraged it. Chelsea's in front of me, cupping my face in her hands. Did you tell him to stop? I nod. Did he stop? I shake my head. That's rape, West. No ifs, ands, or buts. No matter who flirted with who. What Blake did was deplorable, and he deserves to go down for it. Actually, he deserves to have his dick chopped off and fed to a rabid weasel, but that's just my humble opinion. Somehow, I managed to crack a smile. So, are you going to tell her? I can't. Not right now, at least. Okay. Chels nods, stepping back to give me space. You don't have to do anything you don't want to, but I think you should at least think about it, West. And if that fucker ever thinks about getting near you again, he'll have me and my two friends, Frida and Wilma, to deal with. She kisses one fist, then the other, and I'm smiling again because the thought of Chels trying to scrap is oddly hilarious. I should have told you all this sooner, I say, pulling back on my fuzzy blanket. Maybe then tonight wouldn't have happened. I agree. Chels pounds her hands together. Then we could have already roasted this son of a bitch. I swear, if I'd known last month when I saw them at your house, I would have grabbed your dad's driver and just gone to town. She paces the floor, continuing to rant about all the household objects she could use to maim Blake. Despite everything that's happened, I can't help but laugh. I laugh because my friends make me feel safe. I laugh because there are no tears left in me. I laugh because I can still hear the sound of Claire breaking Blake's nose. Somewhere in the mix, Locke ends up next to me on the bed, his knotty hands gripping his knees.
Are you okay?
He asks, brown eyes finding me. No, I tell him, because I think his honesty is rubbing off on me. But I think I'm on the way. He nods, going back to watching Chels wear a hole in her floor. Without warning, he takes my hand. Then he's looking at me again.
Is this okay?
It takes me a second to catch the breath that's suddenly gone. Yeah, definitely.
Chapter 57. Locke. West.
Thanks for not freaking out earlier. Chels can be a bit much.
11:15 p.m. West.
I've missed you like crazy.
11:15 p.m. West.
Shit. I wasn't supposed to send that. You know those moments when you just type something to get it out of your system? Is there any chance you could forget that one? Pretty please? It's fine. I'm just gonna go die now.
11:18 p.m.
Lan, come help unload the car. Jill's voice rouses me from sleep. I was dreaming about West and how perfectly his hand fits in mine, and the way his eyes sometimes sparkle like reflections of stars across water. But now I'm awake, and my head hurts because I haven't been asleep very long,
And there's so much stuff crammed into Jill's van. Did you leave anything on the shelves? I ask, strategically stacking boxes. Jill piles her lap with bags from the passenger seat.
For your information, I thought I showed Herculean restraint. There was this great deal on an exercise bike, but I got to thinking, where would I put it?
I stare at her, but then she cracks a smile, and I realize she's joking.
Lighten up, Lan. It's officially Christmas season, which means it's the season of giving, and I plan on giving the majority of this shit away. Except for this.
She holds up a copper skillet.
This puppy is all Mama's. Thank you, Williams and Sonoma gods, for smiling upon me today.
After a dozen trips to and from the driveway, the kitchen floor is covered under the mess of boxes and bags. I collapse into a chair at the table, wiping the sweat from my forehead because this is Georgia and apparently 70-degree weather is normal for late November.
Where's Jack Attack?
Jill asks while she sorts through the spoils of her late night. Still asleep, I hope. I let out a yawn. He was wide awake when I got home because someone got him too hyped to sleep.
Not my fault,
she replies, giving me a sly grin.
He was helping me look through ads, and I may have given him a little sugar to help fuel the search.
So the truth comes out.
I never said I was a good person,
Jill defends. Of course not, because you're the best person, I tell her, and she pauses just long enough to give me gooey eyes, then she's back to work. Have you heard from Mom?
I tried to call her yesterday, but the nurse said she didn't want to speak with me. Surprise, surprise. But they did tell me she's moving up to the psychiatric floor tomorrow. Apparently, she's consented to it.
That's good. Maybe there's hope for her yet.
We could visit her,
Jill offers.
Maybe in a few weeks, for her birthday?
Yeah, I nod. Maybe. School starts back with a freak cold snap, and for the first time since moving here, I'm comfortable wearing a jacket. Everyone else at school is dressed like they're ready for the winter games.
I think my nipples are gonna fall off,
Chelsea announces at the lunch table.
That's because I can almost see 'em. Maybe you should wear heavier clothes.
Wes stabs a cherry tomato with a flourish of his fork, then pops it in his mouth.
What are you grinning at?
He teases me. Nothing. I look back down at my own lunch. Today's culinary adventure resembles Picasso's Rose Period, blotches of orange and red. I think it's supposed to be some kind of casserole, but honestly, I've stopped trying to identify ingredients. I'm starting to understand why the salad bar is so popular at this school.
I don't look good in bulky clothes,
Chelsea argues, oblivious to the silent flirting happening across the table.
Remember when I wore that cardigan and a freshman thought I was the librarian, Ms. Schultz? No thanks.
Chelsea, that was Bobby Reed. He's legally blind.
See? Even blind people can tell I look awful in sweaters.
Shay joins us, setting her signature can of Diet Coke on the table beside me. Hey, Shay, I greet her.
Hey, Locke. I see you're brave enough to try the mystery casserole. If you die, would it be all right if I took your seat in chemistry? I'd be able to see the board so much easier.
We laugh, and I kinda hope she's kidding. I swear I see something on my plate move, so I push it farther down the table. Silent Steve takes it from me without hesitation, dumping the goop onto his own plate.
You guys ready for the show this weekend?
Shay asks, opening the can.
No!
West's hands clap over his ears, and he's humming something that sounds strangely like Wonderwall.
Don't mind him.
Chelsea rolls her eyes.
He thinks talking about it is bad luck. Things are going great, except we just had one of our prop makers drop out because she got pink eye, so that's kind of stressful.
Can I help? I ask. West uncovers his ears. What?
Yes!
Chelsea shrieks.
This is perfect! You were so great with the set. I'm sure Mr. R will be thrilled to have you. He may even dedicate the show to you at this point.
I really hope he doesn't. Wait. West intercepts the conversation. What just happened?
Meet our new master of props, Chelsea announces.
Master? I really hope she doesn't expect me to have a certain knowledge base.
Is there anything you can't do? West asks me, his chin propped on the table.
There's plenty. I get ready to list them, but it dawns on me he was probably being facetious.
I'm totally coming opening night, Shay tells us. Can't wait to see it. Just don't laugh when I fall on my face, Chels tells her. My latest character development sessions with Mr. R have evolved into me spending the majority of the show on roller skates.
Shay laughs, but I think Chels might be serious.
We'll sew padding into your ass, West says. Just make sure you fall backwards. Chapter 58. West. A list of reasons why I'm freaking the fuck out. 1. It's opening night. That means there are actual people here. People who are going to be watching my every move. 2. It's opening night. That means my parents will be here, at least for the first 15 minutes to prove they're supportive. 3. I've been picturing Locke every time I have to kiss Gwen Cheng. Cross out, cross out, cross out, cross out. It's opening night. And I don't know what that means anymore. It's freaking opening night. I don't know how it got here so fast, but I'm backstage and there's makeup on my face and I can't feel my toes in these stupid shoes and the mic tape is already coming off my cheek because I'm sweating profusely and I just really can't right now. 15 minutes to curtain, calls the stage director, a boisterous but accommodating girl named Trina, whose headset makes a dent in her tall hair. I didn't even notice her standing behind me because she's in all black and moves like a freaking ninja. I guess that's a necessary talent for stage crew. I wouldn't be good at it. I stand out even when I'm not trying to. Chelsea rolls up on her skates, skidding to a stop with precision. I think I'm finally getting the hang of these, she says, patting the crazy crinoline of her white skirt. Cutting it kind of close, huh? I think I'm in a Ralph. Gross. Could you at least aim for Jessica Bennett's hair? She grabs my shoulders, steering me. The bitch stole my mirror in the dressing room, then proceeded to tell me good luck, so I really just want to even up the karma scale. I thought about walking behind her, chanting, Mac you know who, but I guess that would have fucked us all over, huh? I mean, can you imagine if... Chels, I interrupt her, swallowing the bit of bile in the back of my throat. I love you, but you're rambling and I'm really trying to focus on not going projectile right now. Sorry, honey. She rubs the small of my back. What's up with you anyways? You never get stage fright. I've never been the lead before, I tell her, taking deep breaths through my nose. But now it's all riding on me. If I mess up, it's not a cute little side shtick. It's the main role, and everyone will be watching me, and then everyone will know I suck and can't do anything right, and I'll end up homeless on the street with no one and nothing. Now who's rambling? I give her a push, and she glides a few feet away before coming right back. The world's chattiest boomerang. You're gonna do great. She tries to pump me up. I watched all of your and Cheng's scenes last night. They had me tearing up, they were so sweet. And that fight scene between you and Tybalt, totally scary. Plus, when's the next chance you get to use a blood pack? That's true, I do enjoy bleeding on stage. See? Chelsea's arm wraps around mine. You've got nothing to worry about, and you know every prop will be in place because Locke's whipped these sorry bitches into a well-oiled machine. He's got both freaking wings lined up with tape and sticky note labels. I think Trina is ready to propose to him, which is probably not going to sit well with her girlfriend. As if on cue, Locke walks by with a clipboard, checking over one of the fold-out tables lining the wall. Locke! Chelsea floats over to him. West needs our support. He thinks he sucks.
But he doesn't.
Locke doesn't look up from his clipboard. I know that. You know that. It's him who apparently does not. Locke checks a final box, then turns to me. He's wearing all black too, which is weird because I'm used to seeing him in 1,000 shades of gray with maybe some blue thrown in, but never black. It makes his eyes look lighter.
Why do you think you suck?
He asks point blank. I don't think I suck.
Then why are we having this conversation?
West! Chelsea moonwalks past us. You literally just said you suck not 2 minutes ago. I said people will think I suck, and that's the same as sucking. Oh, God, why do I have to suck? What if you made a list? Chelsea offers. Like, of all the things you love about performing. Or all the things that could go wrong. Oh, God, now I'm going to start hyperventilating.
I've got this.
Locke sets down his clipboard. He takes my hand, dragging me away from Chelsea and into a dark corner behind the cardboard lockers waiting to be placed after the first scene. My heart is thumping against the walls of my chest, but I think that's still the nerves building and not from Locke standing really close to me. At least that's what I tell myself. What are you doing? I ask, pressing my back up against the cool brick wall.
You need to focus,
he tells me, taking my other hand so now he holds both.
My dad taught me this trick. Now, close your eyes.
I raise an eyebrow.
Trust me,
he says, closing his own.
I do this when I need to psych myself up to interact with people, but it should translate well. Now, picture yourself on stage. There's a sea of faces in the audience, and the lights are hot against your skin. Can you feel them?
I roll my eyes before closing them. Sure.
Now, picture yourself giving the performance of your life, nailing every cue, hitting every punchline. Can you see it?
Surprisingly, I can. This is kind of creepy, but in a good way. Yes, are you related to Miss Cleo?
Shut up,
Locke says.
Now, finally see yourself after the show, removing your makeup and costume, looking in the mirror, and feeling pride in the job you accomplished.
I do as he says, everything matching his description. I see myself peeling off the sweat-stained button-down and wiping the globs of eyeliner from my face. I don't shy away from my reflection either, and I realize it's because Locke is there too, standing beside me. And I'm not wearing a shirt, and he wraps a strong arm around me. Oh, boy.
Now, just breathe for a second.
I crack my eyes. Locke's face is perfectly serene as he takes deep breaths. I can't help myself. It's all his stupid exercise's fault. I keep hold of his hands, craning my head to kiss him. He tenses at first, surprised, I'm sure. But then he softens, and I fold into him like water against a rock. When we break apart, his breathing is labored. Did I do it wrong? I ask, grinning.
No,
he chuckles, fingers still intertwined in mine.
Definitely not. How are you feeling now?
Honestly, I release my hold on him to adjust my suddenly tight pants. He laughs again, this time wholeheartedly. I'm not nervous anymore, or at least not about performing. There's something new in the pit of my stomach, a string pulling me toward Locke, aligning me to him like a needle on a compass. 5 minutes, Trina calls. Thank you, 5, I call from our hiding spot.
You need to get to places.
I know, I say, but I bury my fingers in his shirt, pulling him in for one more kiss. He gives me a look when I pull away. You know, for inspiration. Changing nearly as fun. I turn to leave, but Locke catches my sleeve, pulling me back into hiding.
Can we talk after the show?
The urge to vomit is back. Sure, I tell him. Is everything okay?
Yeah.
He nods, letting go.
Totally. Break a leg, West.
I give him a nod, and he hurries to the other wing. With one last deep breath, I take my place as the curtain opens.
Chapter 59. Locke. Note to self. Drama kids may be crazy and really touchy-feely, but try not to freak out. They're nice.
Backstage is a wreck by the end of the show. Props are scattered everywhere, and costumes reeking of BO litter the floor. I'm doing my best not to lose my freaking mind. Can you start gathering the candles from the memorial? I asked Tiffany, who never argues. She grabs the clear plastic bucket from me and sets to work. Everyone's buzzing about the opening night party, and I haven't even seen West since the curtain. He was magic on the stage. Truly. Even when he was kissing Chang, I had no problem believing he was Romeo. My lips tingled just thinking about our own kiss before the show. It leads my mind to wander for just a second. Where did these go? Asked Thomas, holding up 2 prop laptops. Stage left, table number 3, please. Man, these people would be lost without me.
Lock!
Chelsea bounds up to me, her nurse outfit slung over her arm. Great show, I tell her, because that's what I've heard everyone else saying, even though she fell like 4 times.
Thanks, honey.
She grins.
Are you coming to the party?
Oh, am I invited to that?
Of course, dummy.
She smacks my arm.
We couldn't have done this without you.
I'll think about it, I say, looking over her head in the hope West is right behind her.
West's already headed over there,
she tells me.
He rode with Trina because she wanted to give him notes on the way, but he asked me to give you a lift.
My disappointment is wiped away by the fact he thought about me, even if he did ditch me as well. I gotta finish resetting for tomorrow's show.
No worries, honey. I've got about 3 pounds of makeup to scrape off, then reapply. Just come find me when you're done, and we'll go.
Right. Will do. Chelsea gives me a hug, then scurries back to the dressing rooms. Another party. I wonder if this one will have the same ending. Do I want it to? Hey, Locke, where does this go? The party is at Trina's house, which is far more modest than Chelsea's. Then again, I suppose not everyone can have a famous author for a mom. Chelsea parks at the end of the street, the only space available, and we trade the warm car for a stiff autumn breeze.
It's freezing.
Chelsea wraps an arm around mine, pulling me into her side.
And you're so warm. Why are boys always warm?
Are they? I hold in my comments about the short skirt and revealing shirt playing a role in her lack of insulation. It's not hard to find Trina's house, as it's the only one with the Hamilton soundtrack blasting through the windows. A few souls are braving the chilly weather outside, but they're huddled close together, drinking from steaming styrofoam cups. Inside is chaos. Theater kids are a strange breed. There's a circle of people rapping along with the former American presidential candidates, 3 or 4 couples in various stages of dry humping on the couch and surrounding floor, and, of course, solo cups everywhere, most likely filled with cheap alcohol. Chelsea keeps a hold of me so I don't get sucked into the mass of bodies. She guides me effortlessly through the cast and crew and party crashers. I keep scanning faces, looking for one belonging to the boy who kissed me just 3.5 hours ago.
Charles!
Someone yells from across the room.
We need an Angelica over here.
I panic as she lets go of me.
I'll be right there,
she shouts over the start of another song.
I'm gonna go show these bitches up real quick,
she tells me.
Are you okay?
No.
You'll be fine, Chelsea says. West is around here somewhere. Just use your gaydar or whatever to find... Oh, that would be like using a metal detector in a canning factory right now, wouldn't it?
I don't know what that means.
Just hang out here. I'm missing my cue. I'll be right back. A toast to the groom!
She launches into the song, bolting for the other side of the room. I'm left on my own to stand awkwardly and say, "Excuse me," every time someone drunkenly bumps into me. The song, Chelsea is crushing, ends, but then another one begins, and she doesn't show any signs of slowing down. I wander in search of something to drink. If I'm going to be uncomfortable, I might as well be uncomfortable and drunk. Trina is in the kitchen, hand in hand with a girl in overalls. She waves at me as I pour a drink, but then she's sucked back into the conversation. I have no idea what mixes well with cotton candy flavored vodka, so I end up drinking it straight. It's disgusting, but warms my chest with every sip. A gaggle of giggling girls drives me out of the way as they get refills, and I find myself staring out the window at the backyard. My breath steams the glass, so I entertain myself drawing shapes across the foggy surface, only to erase them and start over. Before I think about it, I've doodled 2 names on the window: Locke and West. I can't explain how it makes me feel, seeing them so close together. Shadows pass by the window, shapes moving in the night. By the time I finish my nasty drink, they blend together into a tapestry of ink blots. I focus on a pair of them. There are 2 people standing in the backyard under the lamppost by the pool. They're close to each other, one taller than the other. His unnatural silver hair almost glows in the light. From their body language, it's an intimate conversation. The shorter person pushes the taller one, and my heart skips a beat. That's West. The taller boy grabs a hold of him, and then they're kissing, and I can't watch anymore. My finger drags across the window. I squeeze back through the ranks of inebriated girls, grabbing the nearest bottle and filling my cup. Another burning sip does little to numb the ache in my chest.
Chapter 60. West. Here's a list of things I didn't expect to happen tonight. 1. Me kicking ass as Bromeo. I mean, I have confidence in my abilities as an actor, but I really didn't think I'd kill it like I did. 2. Chelsea fallen on her face. 4 times. Bless her, she recovered well, but I don't think she was able to fully convey her message when everyone was looking up her skirt. 3. Clay showing up. Because why should I get a single night without drama? I push Clay away for a second time. What the fuck? I wipe the taste of him from my mouth. I know I messed this up. He tells me, frantic. But I really do like you, West. I've always liked you. You have a boyfriend, I remind him. And I don't care how much you like me. You're kind of a terrible person. How did you find me anyways? I came to see your show. Listen, I'll break it off with Seth, he says, grabbing onto my hands again. I'll do it right now if you want me to. I don't want you to do anything. I pull away from his grip. Other than leave me the fuck alone. He recoils like I've slapped him. Look, Clay, I sigh, trying to fight back the anger flaring in my gut. You have terrible timing. I really don't like that I was your side piece. Then again, I wasn't exactly honest with my intentions either, but none of that matters. This isn't gonna work. So that's it then. He looks down, silver hair falling into his eyes. I'm just starting to feel like myself again, and I think that was somehow because of you. I don't want to lose that. Dude, I touch his arm, and he's looking at me again. This is me speaking from experience. You can't put that much pressure on someone. You've got to figure out who you want to be and who you are, and then start working on bridging the gap. Man, how'd I mess this up so bad? He asks, moisture shining in the corners of his eyes. You want the list? I've been compiling it for days. He just pouts. It's easy to fuck things up, I tell him. You just have to own up to it and learn from it. And maybe not cheat on your boyfriend with your ex-best friend. That's a pretty good place to start. He laughs weakly. I guess so. I've got some work to do, I guess. I am gonna miss you, West. Then get your shit together, I smile. And maybe we can be friends someday. He hugs me. And though it feels completely different than when we shared a bed, it's still nice. I don't tell him how much I'll miss him too. That would only make it even harder for him. But I've never been more certain of this.
It's not Clay I want holding me.
That sounds like a goodbye, Clay says.
All right, Hallmark movie, let's take it down a notch. He laughs, full on this time. Take some time for yourself, Clay. And you should definitely apologize to Seth. He seemed really sweet. Don't make me come find you.
Fair enough.
He steps away from me, a sad smile playing on his lips. I should head inside. Clay nods, stowing his hands in his jacket.
I'll see you around.
He walks away, gone from my life for a second time. Not gonna lie, it still hurts. But I'm not 12 years old anymore. And Locke is on his way, or might even be here, and my life doesn't feel like it's over. That fact alone puts a bounce in my step as I head inside. It's super loud in the house, the kitchen full of rowdy girls. I can hear Chels from the other room singing into the karaoke machine. She makes an amazingly awesome Angelica Schuyler. If she's made it, that means Locke is around here somewhere. I'm freezing from the chilly temperature outside, so I grab a spiked hot chocolate from the stove and start my search for the boy I can't get out of my head. I'm ready to leave the kitchen, but I stop. Something catching my eye. I step up to the window overlooking the pool. An outline of letters visible in the fog. Locke and West. It's struck through. Just like those parts of my lists I don't want to stop and acknowledge. But who wrote it? I'm frantic in my search now, splashing my piping hot drink on my hand every other step. Chelsea's surrounded by her fans in the living room with more people coming in the front door. I glimpse Locke's gray hoodie through a window and push through the streaming crowd out onto the porch. He's sitting alone on the swinging bench. The rest of the cast is heading inside as the temperature continues to drop. He doesn't look up as I sit next to him, setting my steaming cup on the porch rail. "Hey," I greet him.
Hey.
He continues to stare at the cup he holds with both hands. "I'm glad you made it," I tell him, resting my hand on my knee, palm up, so maybe he'll get the hint. He doesn't respond. Or take my hand. "Is everything okay?" I ask.
Why did you kiss me earlier?
"What?" He looks at me now, pain twisting his usually neutral features.
Why did you kiss me? Is this just a game for you?
"What are you talking about, Locke?"
It doesn't matter.
He stands, swaying slightly. That's definitely not his first drink.
I saw you by the pool, and I get it. He's probably more your type. I'm just the weird homeschool kid who gets too stuck in his own head. What could you see in me?
Are you talking about Clay? I follow him. "Locke, let me explain. That wasn't—"
You don't have to.
He cuts me off.
I get it, I really do. You probably want someone you have more in common with. Someone brave and unapologetic. You deserve to have that, West.
"You're being stupid," I tell him. That seems to confuse him even more. Clay and I couldn't be more incompatible. I mean, yes, I did sleep with him a couple of times last month, but—
You slept with him?
Locke turns on me. "Yeah," I stammer, heat rising to my cheeks. "But he has a boyfriend. After I found that out, I ended things. Well, that and because he's kind of a dickhead."
How noble of you."
Locke scoffs, sipping from his cup. His whole demeanor has shifted. "What the hell is your problem?"
My problem? He repeats. How about the fact the guy I like just told me he was fucking someone else behind my back?
Whoa! I put up my hands. Why exactly is that any of your business? I didn't have to tell you any of that. Besides, it's not like we're dating. You hadn't spoken to me in weeks.
You're right.
Locke sets his cup down, arms folding across his chest.
What was I thinking? Hoping you'd be able to keep from hopping right into bed with someone else while my mom was fighting to stay alive. It was selfish of me to think you could wait until my life wasn't falling apart.
I bite my lip. That's not fair. You don't know what I've... Maybe it's for the best. He goes in for the kill. Even if we were together, who's to say you wouldn't turn around and cheat on me with the first attractive guy you saw? There's a stinging in my eyes. You're drunk, Locke. You don't mean that. So what if I am? I told you before, I don't lie. My words catch in my throat. I clear it to ask, is that seriously what you think of me? He doesn't answer. Fine, I say, blinking the tears away before they can fall. I want to leave, to walk away from him, but there's something else that has to be said. I honestly thought you would be different, I tell him with a broken laugh. But I guess that's my fault. He's obviously done talking, so I turn to leave. There you two are! Chels grapples me, wrapping an arm around my neck, and Locke's pulling us in. Isn't this a great party? Locke pulls away from Chels, storming down the front sidewalk. She lets go of me, and I dab my face. Whoa! What's his deal? He's drunk, I say quietly. You should probably take him home. Already? Chelsea protests, but then she finally catches my expression and nods. Okay, sure. You gonna be okay? I'm fine, I say, waving her off. I'm going to head home too. You know, gotta get plenty of rest for tomorrow's show. Right, Chels nods. Well, be safe. Text me when you get home. Sure. With a last look, she hurries after Locke, grabbing him before he turns in the wrong direction. Alone, I don't feel so bad about the tears that fall. Chapter 61. Locke. What did I just do? What's going on between you two? Chels asks once we're in her car. She sounds like she's coming in over AM radio, and I can't get the words to stream together with coherence. It's hot, I mutter, rolling the window down. The cold air is the slap in the face I need to sharpen my senses. Suddenly, everything I said to West is crystal clear, and guilt springs up like a geyser. He looked sad, Chels continues, just heaping the guilt on. You didn't break up with him, did you? She laughs at her own joke, but something tells me she's low-key serious. He told me about Clay, I say, resting my head against the half-open window. Told me they were sleeping together while Clay had a boyfriend. Oh, shit, Chels breathes. Poor West. He just can't seem to catch a break. Poor West? I repeat. What about the boyfriend? That's not his fault, she says, as if she's on his side. West didn't know Clay was seeing someone. Not his fault. A laugh far crueler than I thought myself capable escapes through my loose lips. He destroyed a relationship, Chels, just like my... I stop. Light bulb moment. Oh, holy fuck. Did you just say fuck? Holy fuck! Okay, twice. I love it. My dad. West reminded me of my dad. That's why I'm so upset. Chelsea's right. If he really didn't have any idea, then West was just as much the victim. I'm such an idiot, I sigh. You gonna let me in on this little self-realization moment? I didn't take the news well, I tell her, burying my face in my hands. And I may have taken out some unresolved issues with my dad on him. That explains why he looked like a puppy just died. I'm the worst, I whine into my fingers. Not arguing with you on that one, Chels adds. So, are you going to apologize? He probably doesn't ever want to see me again, I realize. Guilt morphing into something deeper and much heavier. Oh God, what did I just do? Chels rubs my back with her free hand. It's okay, sweetie.
We all make mistakes when we're drunk.
That's an understatement. I don't know how many more mistakes I can make.
Don't worry, Locke. You're young. You've got a whole life of mistakes just waiting to be made.
Somehow, that doesn't make me feel any better. The headache isn't so bad this morning, and my mouth isn't dry like last time. But instead of losing my virginity to a cute guy, I may have ruined any chance of having a relationship with one. So, hangover or no, I can't say my second drinking experience was the better of the two. Chels delivered me to Jill's door last night, making sure I got in all right. Jill didn't yell at me, which is more than deserved. Instead, in her infinite wisdom, she'd made me drink 2 glasses of water and sent me to bed. At least it's Saturday, which means I don't have to see West until tonight's show. It gives me time to decide if I'm gonna even try to repair things with him, or if this is my best chance to sever ties, to walk away before he can really hurt me. Would West hurt me? I'm prepared to spend the rest of the morning debating this question, but a knock on the door brings everything crashing down.
Lan, you almost ready to go?
Jill cracks the door open. Go where? I ask.
It's Saturday, Lan. Your mom's birthday? We've got to go so we can get there before her midday session.
Oh shit, I forgot.
Since when do you cuss, young man?
I roll my eyes. It's a new development. She's sure to start lecturing me now, but to my surprise, Jill gives me a thumbs up.
About fucking time. Now I don't have to feel so bad about my own mouth.
I'm laughing, in spite of last night's disaster.
Hurry up and get ready,
she tells me, backing out of the doorway.
I'm going to start wrangling Jack to get him in the car.
I nod, throwing off my comforter.
Isn't there something you want to tell me, Lan?
Jill asks from down the hall. I think about it for a moment. Fuck off?
That's my boy.
Chapter 62. West. A list of things I'm happy about. 1. The holidays. Cross out. 2. The next Chris Pratt movie. Cross out. 3. I've got nothing. Last night was dumb. After Locke left the party, I had to wait another 2 hours for someone to take me back to my car. It was past midnight before I even got home. I stared at the ceiling till 3 before finally willing myself to sleep. When Claire bangs on my door at 9 in the fucking morning, I'm not super thrilled. Someone better be fucking dead, I call. But it's through a yawn, so I don't think she can understand me without a translator. Did you forget about me? She asks, pushing my door wide open and leaning on the frame. Even though she only wore it for a few months, she seems naked without her engagement ring. What are you talking about? That's what I thought, she sighs. You told me you'd go shopping with me this morning, since, Black Friday really wasn't a good time. Right. I did say that. Fuck. Give me 10 minutes, I tell her, rolling out of bed. Then I notice something else is awake, and I add, actually make it 20. Claire just rolls her eyes. Don't take too long or all the good parking will be gone. We'll valet, I say. Then shut the door. L Square is packed. I keep reminding myself it's the holiday season. For completely legitimate reasons, I haven't really had a chance to get into the Christmas spirit. I blame it on the sexual assault, but it's probably more to do with seasonal depression. Do you think Mother would like this? Claire holds up a pair of diamond earrings. Does the price tag make you want to gouge your eyes out? She shakes her head. Then probably not. I'm not in a shopping mood, which is bizarre seeing as I'm me. This whole Locke situation has me fucked up 6 ways from Sunday. What's with you today? Claire asks, perusing a sapphire necklace that could feed a third world country. You're not my usual shopping buddy.
I'm not really in the mood, I guess. That's totally understandable. Claire nods. Do you want to talk about it? Not really. Okay. She doesn't press me for more information, but eventually she wears me down with those sideways pity stares. I let out a sigh. Locke and I got into a fight last night. Wait, who's Locke? He's just this guy, I huff. See, not important. Let's move on. Apparently he is important. Start spilling, little brother. He's just a friend from school, I say, doodling finger smudges across the clear display cabinet. Chelsea and I have been hanging out with him a lot lately. He's sort of been having a hard time at home. And why were you two fighting? My cheeks burn. No reason. Seems legit. I think she'd like that one, I deflect, pointing to the most expensive thing in the cabinet. The sales associate looks like he's about to shit a brick. So, how long have you two been sleeping together? What are you talking about? Claire is laughing now. Oh, come on, West. I know you better than anyone else. You like this kid, which means you've already slept with him, which means if you two were fighting, it was probably about another guy. Am I close? Fucking journalism majors. You can't hide anything from me. Claire beams. Now, let's have it. Fine. I look back to the guy behind the counter. Put that on hold, please. We'll be back for it later. He nods, hand shaking as he takes the necklace off the display. Can we not do this in the middle of the store? Yeah. Claire agrees. We leave the jeweler, move into a small sitting area off the beaten path. There's a guy on his phone and a dusty ficus, but the guy has his headphones in, and I don't think the ficus gets around too much, so we should be safe to talk. Tell me about this lover's spat. We're not lovers. I cringe at the word. But you're right, we did have sex. Once. Drunken sex, so it really doesn't even count. You remember it. Claire smirks. So it counts. Do you like this, Locke? I start to say no, but I can't seem to bring myself to do it. Stupid Locke and his love of the truth. It's starting to take root. I don't know. That was a long pause, little brother. Would you just shut up for 2 seconds? I'm telling you something. Sorry, keep going. Anyways, he's mad at me because Clay showed up at the cast party last night. Claire raises an eyebrow. Clay. Yeah, Clay. Like Clayton Derrick, my Clay. Oh, right. How long has he been back in the picture again? It's complicated. Right, sorry, I'll shut up. Well, he saw Clay kiss me last night, and of course didn't stick around for the part where I told him to get his shit together and stop fucking around on his boyfriend. Wise words, Claire smiles. She seems proud of me, which makes me blush for some reason. So he freaks the fuck out on me. I add a flourish of hand motions because I'm starting to get into the story and I can't help but perform it. Which I really wasn't expecting, but he was also kind of drunk for the second time in his life. Jesus, where did you find this kid? Claire. All right, fine, sorry. So anyways, he blows up on me last night, then accuses me of bed hopping, which is ridiculous and hurtful, especially since I told him what Blake did last summer. Oh, fuck. My hand claps over my mouth. Claire's expression shifts, darkening. What was that? Nothing, I say quickly. But my voice does that thing where it jumps an octave. Bullshit. You said Blake. She makes a face like his name tastes bad. What happened with Blake over the summer? It's not a big deal, I tell her. He's gone, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. Claire doesn't let it go. Did he do something to you while we were in Italy? To my grave, I promise myself. I've already broken that promise once, but what do I have to gain by telling her? It'll only cause her more pain, and I don't want to do that to her. At least not anymore. West, you don't want me to do this, I whisper. She's tearing up, Which is weird because before this whole Blake thing, I'd only seen her cry at Grandma's funeral. Tell me, please. I throw a nervous glance over to the guy across from us, but he's bobbing his head along to some unknown rhythm. It was my fault, I tell her, because I still fully believe it was. I was mad at you because you told Mother about my little problem and she sent me to that shrink. So when Blake started flirting with me, I just went with it. Encouraged it, even. At first it was all for fun, but the longer we spent together, the more aggressive he became until... So, Claire's voice is hollow. Thanksgiving wasn't the first time. I shake my head, too ashamed to speak. Claire is a statue, frozen in time with a face of marble. And I think this is the perfect way to end a week during which I've chased everyone else away. I might as well keep it well-rounded and get rid of my sister. Everyone close to me just keeps getting caught in the crossfire of my idiotic decisions. I'm sorry, I finally find the strength to say. I didn't want to do it, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. It's my fault it happened. I've never wanted to take back something more in my life. Claire, can you... Stop. Claire raises her hand in between us. Here it comes. The backlash that's months overdue. I wouldn't blame her if she hit me, shouted, stormed out of the mall, and stranded me. There's nothing I deserve more. Claire wraps her arms around me, pulling me in so tightly it takes me by surprise. Maybe she'll just strangle me here and now. Wouldn't that be nice? I'm so sorry, she speaks into my ear. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Can you ever forgive me? I'm stunned, not to mention squished within an inch of my life, so I just let her hug it out. Claire stole my line. It's me who should be apologizing, so why is she? She clings to me for a long enough time that headphone guy gives us a weird look. That motherfucker, she finally says, releasing me to arm's length. Her eyes are red and blotchy. I'm gonna rip off his fucking dick and shove it where the sun doesn't shine, I swear to God. Wait, I rub the pain from my ribs. You're not mad at me? What are you talking about, West? Claire is incredulous. You said it yourself, you didn't want it. You told him no. There's nothing else you could have done without endangering yourself. I'm just... She stops, nose scrunching as she cries. I feel so terrible I brought him into our lives. You didn't deserve any of this. Except I do, I tell her. I can't help but feel like I deserve all of it. What? Why? Because I'm horrible, I tell her, and I just fuck up everything I touch. I rattle off the list. I caused the fight that led Locke's mom to try to kill herself. I'm such a shit friend to Chelsea. I can't do anything to please our parents. I mean, I ruined your marriage before you even had the wedding, Claire. Oh, okay. Claire blinks a few times. We're gonna circle back to a couple of those, but as far as my marriage is concerned, I'd say you did the opposite of what you think. You saved me from living the rest of my life with a rapist, so as fucked up as the whole situation is, all I can do is thank you for that, West. I guess I haven't really thought of it that way. Now, what was that about Locke's mom? I'm spilling all my secrets today. I tell her about the party and how I accidentally ratted him out to his mother, how I drove him to his aunt's when he was covered in blood, and how we talked in my car. I tell her about the days we spend together and the way he makes me smile without trying, how he always sees things from an objective perspective while I'm always bogged down with feels. I tell her about the amazing afternoon we had rehearsing the kissing scene. And I tell her what it felt like to hear him scream and see him fighting to save his mother's life. I didn't see him for weeks after that, I say. other than passing him in the halls the few times he was at school. That's when Clay came back into the picture to fill the lock-shaped void. Except he didn't, and I just made everything 10 times worse. Locke and I were just starting to reconnect, and now I feel like I've lost him forever. That's a bit dramatic, West. Forever is a really long time. I smile, but it's short-lived. What can I do, Claire? I just feel lost. Talk to him, she tells me. When he's sober, preferably. Tell him how you feel, and then prepare yourself for all the possible outcomes. That's really all you can do. That's not true. I could always just run away. I hear the circus is lovely this time of year. You're terrified of clowns. Oh yeah, fuck. We're both laughing now, which lightens the weight that's settled in my stomach. I have a feeling things'll work out, Claire says, patting my leg. And just remember that if they don't, you can always come talk to your awesome big sister. Do we have another sister I'm unaware of? Keep it up and you're walking home, smartass. No! I'm too cute to walk.
Chapter 63. Locke. Hey, kiddo. Looks like I'll be leaving for a little while. Someday, maybe I'll be able to tell you why. But until then, know that I love you and Jack. More than anything else in this world. Be there for your mom. Love, Dad. Mom looks different. The doctors tell us she's having a good day today. Jill brought her a birthday gift, a new sweater, and we're sitting in the common room of the hospital's 4th floor, eating slices of her favorite chocolate cake.
I made you this, Mommy.
Jack hands over his drawing of a pirate ship.
It's beautiful, Jack.
She smiles at him.
But where am I? You're in the brig.
He giggles.
The brig?
Mom gasps.
Locking up your own mother. Why, Captain Jack, you are truly the scourge of the 7 seas.
Jill and I laugh as the two of them debate just what traitorous acts Mom did to deserve her punishment. For the time being, it's easy to forget where we are and why she's here. Mom is about to duel Jack for her freedom when Jill rolls back from the table quickly, muttering under her breath. What is it? I ask as she passes me.
Nothing, she snaps without stopping. Stay there.
The other two barely notice her absence, but I watch as she heads off a tall man across the room. He's wearing a sweater and jeans, so he's not on staff. He looks vaguely familiar, but I can't put my finger on where I've seen him before. I watch as Jill gets very animated, even threatening in her body language, which is impressive seeing as she's half the man's height in her chair. The man doesn't seem to care. He tries to step around her, but she's fast to block his every move. I strain to hear what they're saying.
Going to do to her? Have you thought that through, Jordan?
Jordan? Jordan? As in Dad's best friend? I get up from the table. Mom looks over.
Where are you going, Lan?
I'll be right back, I say, giving them both a reassuring smile. Jack yells something that sounds like avast, and I see my opportunity. Jordan is almost to the exit by the time I make it to Jill. Is that who I think it is? I ask her.
It's no one,
she answers.
Forget it.
Not likely. I pass her following the tall man.
Lan!
Jill calls, but I don't heed her. This is the closest I've ever been to the man responsible for everything bad that's happened to my family. There's no way I'm letting this chance pass me by. I catch up to him in the hallway, waiting until the elevator doors are about to close to jump on at the last minute. Thankfully, there are 3 other people, so Jordan doesn't give me a second glance. He's holding a present, a blue bow resting on top of it. It's probably from Mom, I deduce, as if a gift will make up for the years of lies and deceit. We reach the main floor, and I stalk Jordan out the main entrance.
He wraps a scarf from his shoulder around his neck and moves for the parking lot. "Hey!" I call after him. He stops, turning to look back. His eyes narrow, but it doesn't take him long to put two and two together. Lachlan? He hasn't seen me in over 10 years. I'm surprised he recognizes me. I give a nod. "You've got some nerve." Jordan steps back up onto the sidewalk, a sad smile on his face. "So, you know." "About you and Dad? Yeah, I know." "But do you understand?" he asks, holding the wrapped present out in front of him. "Because the two are very different things." "I understand just fine, thank you," I say. "The last thing I need is for him to patronize me as if I'm a child. I understand you ruined a marriage of 16 years. I understand you made my father a cheater, that you were the reason he wasn't there with us when he got sick, and as far as I'm concerned, you killed him." Jordan doesn't argue any of my far-reaching accusations. I realize I'm being a bit dramatic, but I don't care. He's the reason for everything, and I'm not going to let him off the hook so easily. Not until he's owned up to all of it. "Anything else you want to add on?" he asks, not unkindly. "Give me a minute." "While you think about it, do you mind if I speak?" I don't say anything. Jordan motions to the bench a little ways down the sidewalk. Reluctantly, I sink onto one side, pressing myself into the rail as he joins me. I want to be as far away from him as possible. "You're angry," he sighs, crossing one leg over the other. "I get it, Lachlan. I really do. You have every right to feel that way, but I feel like you've only heard half the story." "I have no interest in what you have to say." "Is that really true? If it is, then I'll respect your wishes and leave right now. But seeing as you tracked me down, I don't think that's the case." He's right, damn it. "Fine." Jordan is laughing as he sets the present on the bench between us. "You're so much like him," he says. "Has anyone ever told you that?" "Jill does all the time. Jim, your father, and I grew up together. Did she tell you that?" I nod. "Good. We were the best of friends, really. Even from kindergarten. Always together, always getting ourselves into sticky situations. I was always full of mischief, but Jim was there to keep me out of trouble. But those aren't the stories I want to share with you. It was a different time when your father and I were young, especially here. And maybe, had he not met your mother, things would have been different for us in a few years. But meet they did. And once you were added into the mix, I knew I'd lost Jim in that way." "Then you should have left him alone." "You're right." Jordan nods, rubbing his hands together to warm them. "I should have. But let me ask you something, Lachlan. Have you ever been in love?" West's blonde curls pop into my head, shining in a streak of sunlight. I shake the thought off. The best way I can describe it is to say it's like a virus. It lies dormant for years, just under the surface, waiting to strike at the moment of least resistance, and when it hits you, bam! There's no hope. It's taken over, spreading until every part of you has changed. That sounds horrifying. It is. Jordan chuckles, running fingers through graying hair that runs past his temple. Horrifying and incredibly quick. But it's also the most amazing feeling. I hope you'll get to experience it in your life. Thanks. The reason I'm telling you all of this, he continues, is because I need you to understand I didn't plan what happened. When Jim took you and Jenny to Seattle, I forgot those feelings for him.
knowing he had done the same. Months turned into years apart, and somewhere along the way, I learned how to live without that feeling. There were others who came along in those years, and I convinced myself what I felt for them was the same thing I felt about Jim. Although those were lies, I became very comfortable telling them. 10 years after Jim had gone out of my life, he was there again, called me out of the blue, and told me he was in town and wanted to catch up. I didn't think anything of it. We were just old friends, and it was all so innocent. He stops there, maybe lost for a moment in the memories of the man he loved. For a moment, I can see it too. Two people separated by thousands of miles and society's limited understanding. When I saw him, Jordan speaks softly, eyes still distant. I knew in that instant I'd never really gotten over him, that those feelings had only grown under the surface. A stiff breeze blows by, but I don't think that's the cause of the shiver running up my spine. The next morning, Jordan says, looking back to me, Jim left without saying anything. I can only imagine the conflict he must have been dealing with. A month went by before he spoke to me again. I'd never known a month could be so long. When he did reach out to me, it was to tell me he'd made a mistake. That email almost destroyed me. But the next day, there was another one. And another after that. Before long, we were talking every day. It went on for the next 5 years. Secret messages, late-night phone calls, and a night together every year. Then one day, it was Jenny on the other end of the phone. And suddenly, I was forced to come to grips with hurting her for almost half a decade. She was calm as she spoke with me. Her questions weren't harsh or condescending. She only wanted to know the truth. And that's exactly what I told her. He pauses again, tightening the scarf around his neck and tucking it into his jacket. I still remember the last question she asked me. Do you love him? He pauses to clear his throat. It was the easiest answer I've ever given. I told her it was only with Jim that I felt I was home. Another breeze blows by, and I pull my jacket tighter around me. I remember that day too, I say to my own surprise. Mom was so calm when he got home. She told me to take Jack into my room and stay there until she came to get us. I don't remember there being any yelling, but the next day, I woke up to a note on my pillow and Dad was gone. I never even got to say goodbye to him. We sit in silence, an ambulance flashing its light as it pulls around to the emergency wing. I never thought for a second I'd get to be with Jim, Jordan says. Not like I wanted to. You can imagine my shock when he showed up at my apartment with a suitcase. I had your mother to thank for that, Lachlan. She gave me the greatest gift I could ever ask for. 6 incredible months with him. 6 months of a home. And even though our time was cut far too short, there's nothing in this world I would trade it for. I stopped, swallowing the lump that sprung up in my throat. Was he happy? Those last few months, I mean. Knowing what I know now, it's clear he was miserable at home, even though he tried to hide it. A faint smile plays on his lips. I'd like to think he was, even though he missed you and Jack like crazy. Not a day went by he didn't talk about the two of you. Or your mother, for that matter. He was planning a trip for the two of us to visit Seattle when he passed out that first time. He was gone 3 weeks later. And there I was, all alone again, just like before. Except this time,
It wasn't a wife and responsibilities that took him from me, but something much more finite. The last thing he said to me was how much he wished we had all the time in the world. A tear rolls down my cheek, and I wipe it away quickly. The longer Jordan talks about Dad, the further away my anger gets, replaced instead by a melancholy longing for him to be here. Not just for my sake, but for Jordan's too. There are no words, Lachlan, for how much I miss your father. No way to describe what it feels like to picture a future so clearly, only to have it taken away from you. In some ways, I guess I deserved it. No matter what the outcome, I destroyed a family, your family, to get my happiness. And though I wish it didn't have to be that way, I wouldn't change it. I would say that I'm sorry, but it would be a lie. As much as I want to hate this man, I don't. As much as I want to scream at him or maybe even get in a punch or two for the pain he caused us all, I can't. Because I realize I do understand what he's describing. Because it's the same way I feel about West. And that's a paralyzing thought. I'm not here to seek forgiveness, Jordan tells me, because I don't feel remorse for what happened, even though I know it hurt you and Jenny. Then, why did you come? I ask, eyeing the wrapped box that serves as the barrier between us. To thank her. Jim and I were together only because Jenny told him to leave. You mean when she kicked him out? In a way, I guess. She forced him to face the fact he wouldn't find happiness with her. But she's the reason I got that time with him. So no matter how she might feel about me, I wanted to give her this. He picks up the gift. A thanks for giving me all the time he had left. I've been wondering why she did it, I admit, trying to wrap my head around this new perspective of my dad. If she loved him so much, why would she make him leave? It's because she loved him, I think. Even though he couldn't fully reciprocate, she cared about him more than anyone else. So, she told him to leave to give him his best chance of being happy. Happy? Is that really all that matters? I brought this for her. He offers me the wrapped present. Jim had already picked it out for her birthday. He was always ahead of the game. I found it last month, and I've been working up the courage ever since to bring it to her. How'd you know where to find her? I ask, taking the box from him. Jill told me. He rises from the bench. She also told me she'd run my ass over if I even thought about showing up today. Never a dull moment with her, is there? I find myself laughing. You have no idea. Give it to her, he tells me, zipping his jacket. If you don't mind. I know Jim would want her to have it. I give him a nod. Thank you, Lachlan. He doesn't say anything else, just turns and walks into the parking lot, while I'm left holding the last gift Dad will ever give. Chapter 64. West.
Hold still, West.
Heather, the wannabe makeup artist in charge of painting our faces, traces my eyes with a pencil.
It would be a lot easier if you weren't stabbing me in the eye. Get over it, you baby.
Once my torture is complete, I shrug on the rest of my costume and wander backstage. I haven't seen Locke yet, but the crew's not supposed to be here for another 15 minutes. I've been trying to decide what I'm going to say to him all afternoon, but can't seem to commit to anything substantial. Maybe I'll just wing it. The stage is dark, the curtain drawn and only the pinpoints of overhead lights shine down. I'm about to recite one of my monologues to warm up
when I catch a glimpse of Locke in the opposite wing. He sees me too and freezes in place. He hasn't changed into his black t-shirt yet, so he's still got his gray jacket on. He's every bit as handsome as I remember. "Hey!" I call over to him. Locke steps into the wash of a pin light. "Hey." "Listen," I start. "About last night, I was hoping we could talk." He nods, gripping the end of his jacket. "The guy you saw." I step closer so I don't have to shout my dirty laundry across the stage. "We've got a complicated history, and I regret ever letting him back into my life, but you have to understand."
"You don't have to apologize."
Locke cuts me off, eyes lifting from the floor to find me.
"We aren't together, so it's not my place to be jealous."
"And that's my fault too," I say. "If I had just told you how I felt, then we could have avoided this whole mess."
"What do you mean?"
"I really like you, Locke. Even from that first moment at the lunch table, there's been something between us, and I'm not talking about the spaghetti tacos." He cracks a smile, and it gives me the courage to keep on. "The last few weeks, every moment I spent with Clay, I was thinking about you. You probably couldn't tell by the dozens of text messages."
"They may have tipped me off."
"I know I fucked this up. And I fuck everything up, really. I'm this swirling disaster on 2 feet. But you help me feel like more than that."
"You are more than that."
My stomach flutters. I take another step towards him because this space is agony. He does the same, and then we're inches apart, Locke's hand finding mine. He exhales as our fingers intertwine. "I can't promise I'll always agree with you, but I'll do my best." I can't take it anymore, so I close the remaining distance between us, pressing my lips to his. It's intimate and soft and everything I want it to be. When we part, I'm filled with the urge to kiss him again, but instead I exhale and memorize the way he looks at me. "What is it?" I ask him, because his eyes are wide and his breathing is quick.
"Nothing,"
he whispers, pulling me closer. He kisses me, and this time it's heat and excitement and friction. Someone clears their throat behind us, and we break apart to find Trina pointing at her watch. Nothing can disrupt her schedule, not even love.
"I should probably start checking props,"
he says, but he doesn't look to be in any rush to let go of my hand. "Yeah, you probably should," I agree, throwing a glance over my shoulder. "Or we could always do a little visualization session behind the lockers." His grin turns mischievous.
"Definitely." Chapter 65. Locke.
"What time is Wes coming over?" Jill asks, pouring another scoop of batter onto the hot waffle iron. She closes it, the sizzling filling the kitchen.
"He texted me about half an hour ago, saying he was about to pick up Chels."
I set the last place at the table, counting backwards just to make sure.
We've foregone a traditional dinner for breakfast food, and the intoxicating aroma of bacon is making me ravenous.
"When did your mom say she'd be back?"
I look at the clock. "She should be here any minute," I say, doing my best not to worry about her. She's been home with us for a week now, and seems to be doing really well on her new medication. She took Jack to run a last-minute errand. Being Christmas Eve, she most likely got stuck in traffic.
"It's freezing outside," Jill tells me. "I hope they don't catch their death out there. They were saying there's even a chance of flurries tomorrow night. Can you imagine?"
"Georgia is just full of surprises."
"Oh!"
Jill's chair spins around to face me.
"That reminds me, I've got a couple of presents hidden under the bed. Would you go grab those?"
"Sure." I set the last fork, then hurry down the hall, ducking into Jill's bedroom. The place is a mess, as she and Mom are sharing a room since she got out of the hospital.
I duck under the bed, retrieving the 3 wrapped gifts. I set them on the comforter as I get up, stopping to admire the framed picture sitting on the bedside table. I'd waited until we were ready to leave, the day I gave her Jordan's gift. I wasn't sure what it was, so I wanted to make sure she was back in her hospital room before she opened it. Turns out it was a photo of the 4 of them: Mom, Dad, Jordan, and Jill, the night they met at the party. The night I was conceived. Even in the photo, you can tell there was something between Jordan and my dad. They stood just a little too close, and there was the way Dad wrapped his arm around his waist. I can't help but wonder if his life would have been easier if he'd never gone to that party. But then again, that would mean I wouldn't exist. All this hypothetical thinking is starting to push me to the verge of an existential crisis, which is a downer on any day, especially Christmas Eve, so I grab the gifts and book it back into the living room. "Look who showed up," comes a familiar voice. I can't help the smile that springs up. "Merry Christmas," Wes says, standing by the front door in his red silk shirt and pants. Chelsea's there too, decked out in a Santa hat and matching footy pajamas. "Ditto," I tell him, hurrying over to set the gifts under the tree. "Where are your pajamas?" Chelsea asks, eyeing me up and down. "I haven't had a chance to change yet," I answer, wrapping West up in a hug. "Want some help?" he asks me, and I jab him in the ribs. "Ow! Kiddin'!" "Hey, everyone!" Jill calls from the kitchen. "Don't mind me. I'm just the one slaving away in here with no recognition or affection. I sure hope nothing gross ends up in these waffles." "I'm on it," Chell says, heading into the kitchen. "It smells great, Jill. Can I help with anything?" "Hi." West bops the end of my nose. "Hey." I'm still smiling. These past few weeks have been filled with smiles and kisses, but no sex yet. We're trying to take it slow. "I got you something," he tells me, grabbing the red-wrapped box on the floor by the door. "Shouldn't we wait until everyone else opens theirs?" "Well, I'm not gonna lie. There are like 4 more boxes in the car for you, but this one is special." With a pull on the ribbon, the bow unravels, and I lift the lid of the box. Inside is a stack of papers. "What is it?" I ask. "It's an internship application," he says. "For a publishing company downtown. They've got some openings this summer in their intern program. I had Father pull a couple strings, and you may already be approved." "Are you serious?" "As a heart attack." I drop the box, pulling Wes closer. We kiss, forgetting for a moment where I am and who might be watching. The front door opens, and I hear my mother clear her throat. Jack's voice comes next with a giggle. "Ew!" West pulls away, cheeks matching his shirt. "West." Mom greets him, arms laden with bags. "Nice to see you." "You too, Jenny. Let me help you with those." He takes the bags, carrying them into the kitchen. Jack follows him. I'm starting to think he might like West more than I do. I avoid Mom's gaze until I'm afraid it might start melting a hole in the side of my head. "Yes?" I ask. "Did I say anything?" "Do you ever?" She just keeps staring at me, and for a split second I'm afraid my other mother might rear her ugly head. But then she's smiling, and I breathe a sigh of relief. "It's nice," she tells me, "seeing you smile. I'm glad you found someone who does that." "I am too." "Dinner's ready," Jill calls from the kitchen. "Better go get changed," I say, turning to leave. But Mom catches my arm. "Lan?" I look back at her. She's not looking at me, just sort of staring off into space. "Promise me something, would you?" Her voice is soft. "What is it, Mom?" "Promise me you won't leave, even if I tell you to." I blink,
caught off guard. I'm not going anywhere, Mom, I tell her, taking her cold hand in mine. I'll be right here as long as you need me. She nods, misty-eyed. I love you, Lan. Love you too, Mom.
Chapter 66. West. The pre-Christmas carnage is great. Shreds of paper covering the floor and boxes stacked up everywhere. Jack's passed out in Chelsea's lap, which Locke tells me is a rerun from Thanksgiving. Jill and Jenny have retired into the kitchen to start on the dishes, and Locke sits beside me on the couch, hand in its proper place, wrapped around mine. Are you guys still coming to Chelsea's for dinner tomorrow? I ask in a hushed voice.
As long as Mom still feels up to it. He matches my volume. But either way, I'll be there.
I nod, resting my head on his shoulder as we watch Jill's gas log fire burn in the corner. Mom and Dad won't stop talking about you two, Chelsea adds to our low-volume conversation. I swear, West, you're the favorite child. Was there ever any doubt? I laugh. We fall back into silence, except for the running water and the clank of dishes in the kitchen. I could stay like this forever, close to Locke. The past few weeks have been so wonderful. I can't help feeling like something horrible is waiting around the corner. But every day I wake up, it's just another day of loving Locke, and I couldn't ask for better. After a while, I start to drift off, but his voice brings me back.
West?
I crack an eye open.
I've got something I want to show you.
I look over at Chelsea, but she's asleep too.
Yeah? Okay. It's in my room.
I let out a groan as he stands up, pulling me along with him. But then I realize we're about to be in his bedroom, alone, and suddenly I'm very awake. What does he want to show me? He leads me down the hallway, opening the door on the left and ushering me into his room. It's the first time I've been in here. We don't come to his house often. The bedspread is this weird floral print, but I remember him telling me this was Jill's guest room.
Have a seat,
he tells me, moving to the desk in the corner. He grabs his laptop, and it comes to life with the sputter of the fan.
I wanted you to be the first to see it.
He hands over the ancient device, a title page displayed. You finished it? I ask, scrolling down to the first page.
Yeah.
He grins, his hands fidgeting because he's probably nervous.
You could be the beta reader, if you want. I mean, it's not very good, and keep in mind, it's the first draft, and there's always something to be said about.
I lean in and shut him up with a kiss. Shh. Let me read. He settles in next to me, and I lean against him as I start.
Chapter 67. Locke. Note to self. Home isn't a place. West pauses his reading only once to say goodbye to Chelsea. Jill tells him he can stay the night, but only if he sleeps on the couch, so I'm left lying in bed, staring at the ceiling until I hear him knock on the door. It's past midnight. Finished, he tells me, setting my laptop on the desk in the corner. He moves so quietly, there's no way Jill or Mom heard him. What do you think? I ask, watching his expression carefully. I don't know what to say. My stomach sinks. Of course he didn't like it. Why would he? Sorry, I didn't mean to waste your time. Locke, no, that's not what I meant. He sinks onto the end of the bed, eyes wide. It was scary as hell. And real. And honest. It was like really good. The sinking is replaced with flips. Really? Really? Wes nods. Where did you come up with the idea? I feel like it was written just for me. Is it bad I saw myself in the monster? I can't help but smile.
That's what I was going for. I think everyone will see themselves. It's what makes it so terrifying. So, what happens now? He asks. There are a couple different places I can submit it to that publish short stories, I tell him. But honestly, I'm in no hurry. Maybe I'll enter it in a scholarship contest this summer. Let me know when they opt for it to be made into a movie, West says excitedly. And I'll be there to audition. Which, of course, will just be a formality, seeing as I'll be sleeping with the screenwriter. And what makes you think I plan on sticking with you that long? West raises an eyebrow at me, and I can't keep it up. I burst out laughing. Not funny, West tells me, but he's smirking too. I'm not going anywhere, I assure him. I'm here as long as you want me to be. I hope you're comfortable. West cranes his neck to kiss me, light and sweet. But it intensifies quickly, and he's not letting up. There's heat growing between us, building into a raging fire threatening to take us both. I can taste him on my tongue, sweet and musky, and he nearly tackles me back onto the bed. Hang on. Wes breaks away, hopping off the bed and rummaging through his backpack that he dropped by the door. He's back, crinkling something in his hand. I got you one last present, he says, handing me the plastic square. Why don't we unwrap it? I wrap him up in my arms, flipping him onto the bed. We're both laughing. After one more kiss, I tear into the plastic with my teeth. Holy shit! Wes collapses beside me, bare chest glistening with a layer of sweat. I mean, holy shit! Is that good or bad? I ask through labored breath, disposing of the second condom we've used. Are you kidding me? He laughs. If this is what it's gonna be like every time, we'll never leave the bedroom. That makes me smile as I pull my comforter to cover both of us. West snuggles up next to me, skin against skin. It was much better sober, I agree, sliding an arm under him so we can be as close as possible. Oh yeah, he says, fingers trailing along the line of hair that runs down my abdomen. Do I need to sneak back into the living room? It's like 2:30. Stay a little longer? I'm not ready to give him back to the world. I want to hold on to him for just a moment more. As long as you want. He looks up at me, Puget Sound and all. And for once my heart doesn't hurt for home or for the things I used to find familiar, because I am home. Jill and this house are home. My school and long afternoons working on sets with Chelsea are home. West is home. And it's just like Jordan said. Home isn't a place. I pull Wes closer, exhilarated with the familiarity of his touch. I'm home. Chapter 68. West. Mom and Dad are the perfect holiday hosts. They even invited Claire, who, of course, was ecstatic to tag along. Locke and his family show up just as the sun is setting, wearing matching Christmas sweaters. I think it's adorable, but Locke tells me he's burning it the moment he gets a chance. We gather around the dinner table, and Dad carves the ham while Mom serves her famous sweet potato pie, which I eat 2 slices of before I even touch my dinner, and we forego the wine out of respect for Locke's mom. Jill has us all in stitches, telling a story about the time she and Jenny unwrapped their gifts a day early, then had to put them all back together. After dinner, we go into the living room where Dad puts on a Christmas record and the grown-ups talk about Christmases past, while Jack and Chelsea play a round of holiday pirates, and we all marvel at their spectacular tree. Locke and I are nestled on the love seat, legs twisted up in each other. After last night, things have been so perfect between the two of us. I couldn't wish for any better.
Jack wants to go see the pond, Chelsea announces to us all. So I'm going to grab my jacket. Want to go with him? I ask Locke.
Yeah. He stretches with a yawn. I'm about to pass out over here.
We bundle up with hats and scarves and Jack's earmuffs, which he wears as an eye patch, and we exit through the back of the house into the beautifully landscaped backyard. Dad flips on the lights for us, and the house illuminates in twinkling stars. "Fishies!" Jack yells, running for the pond. "Don't fall in!" Chelsea yells, running after him. Locke and I laugh, watching him dart back and forth. Locke takes my hand. Each breath burst into life in a puff of steam.
"This has been an awesome Christmas," he says to me, seemingly unfazed by the cold.
"Yeah," my teeth chatter. "Totally top 3 for sure."
I'd have to agree.
Locke smiles, the lights from the house mirrored in his eyes.
"Did I tell you I was thinking about starting a list?"
"Oh, really?" I turn to him, interest piqued. "And what kind of list would that be?"
"A list of my favorite moments with you,"
he says, tilting his head down to kiss me so lightly, the breath is stolen right out of my lungs. And sure enough, like a fucking Hallmark movie moment, little white snowflakes begin to fall, sticking to our hats and jackets. "Snow!" Jack squeals. Locke laughs as his little brother bolts by, but then he's looking at me again. And it's all I care about in the world. "And where would this moment fall?" I ask him, a flurry or two sticking to my eyelashes. He pulls me close, whispering in my ear,
"At the very top."
This concludes Locke and West by Alexander C. Eberhart, narrated by Joel Leslie. Copyright 2019 by Alexander C. Eberhart. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Seven Sisters Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing list of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.